Good evening, everyone. This is me for what is this? Second night in a row, but day 3 out of the past 4 nights. So, welcome to everybody. Welcome to the live stream, I should say. I can't even talk now. But luckily, it's not just me tonight talking. It is my friend Michael Wynn of the Michael Wynn YouTube channel right here. How's it going, Michael?
Hey, Alan. Hello, everyone. It's going great. Excuse me. For some reason, I can't speak.
You were even telling me about your other live stream, and the other guest that you had was coughing during your intro. That's awesome.
That's right. It was, a big serious intro, and there was, I was like, okay, hey everyone, welcome, and
that's what life is all about, man.
Yeah, and then YouTube won't let you edit until like it fully processes. Otherwise, you got to do like a save as,
and then you lose your chat when you do that. You lose your chat.
I know.
Alejandro Reyes, we both know him. How's it going? Thanks for coming in.
Well, so I feel like this is the new norm here that we're doing.
Yep.
It's great to hang out.
We don't see each other in person anymore. So we all get together and we sit on the internet together. Like you said, that's the new norm. That's what happens.
We would all be uncomfortable sitting together wearing masks.
Yeah.
How could you do Zip Fizz like that, Alan?
I don't have any idea. I really have no idea how my precious Zip Fizz could actually happen if I don't actually, do it. He says, great going. And then we have Andres. How's it going, man? It's great to see you in here tonight. Michael, I tell you what, since we now have, we have about 3 people in here, why don't you give us a little bit of your backstory? Tell us a little bit about how you came to be someone that people know on YouTube.
Aye. Alan, I think the channel initially started as a way to just be creative and do something different. We find, I think, ourselves in ruts, and sometimes doing, whether you're working on a show or whatever you're doing, it's nice to change things up creatively. So, and you were one of the very early supporters of my channel, and I appreciate that because you were definitely pretty established in getting started on what you were doing, and it just evolved. I mean, it evolved into what it is today, which is just a Michael Wynn Sound channel, and it is a nice way to not only be creative and learn other skills such as editing, lighting, learning more about cameras and shooting, but also another way to be social and meet people. I've got an opportunity like Alejandro, for instance. I mean, he's been watching the channel for a long time, and it's just nice to be able to connect to a community, and I really appreciate that part.
Absolutely.
And I'd say the third thing that really drives me forward is just I like to talk about things that genuinely interest me. And I think, guys like you and I, Alan, working in the film industry and, doing what we do, it's nice to be fueled by some passion and, learn about a product. Like if I'm doing a video maybe on a product or review or something, often I've got a lot to learn about that before I talk about it. So it's a reason to dig in and to not get stuck. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Well, it's awesome. And you mentioned my channel kind of started, getting your mind going on the way of YouTube. Matt Price did it for me, because Matt Price, who is a sound mixer out of London, he was doing sound rolling. And he's not been as active. I think 7 months ago was the last time he did something, and it was a live stream about a deity event he was going to be doing out in London. And when he did that, he had represented deity on, at certain conferences before and showcased their products. And so he did that for them as a favor. But, he's getting out of the sound game. He still does it whenever he feels like it. But he and his wife have a baby clothes business. He has a little girl, and he's now a dad, stays at home, and has a business with his wife. And their business just took off. So it's really awesome. I could not be happier for him, because what would be better than making your own schedule, being with your wife and your little one, just don't even have to leave your house, completely immune to basically recession, I guess you could say, because people are always going to have kids.
That's right.
And people are always going to want baby clothes. So it's kind of cool.
Yeah, great for him.
PJ says, hello, guys. Hey, PJ. Welcome. We are your idols. Wow. American Idols. Look at that.
You are too kind, Alejandro.
We are just two guys. Trust me, we're just two guys.
And Alejandro, I follow him on Facebook as actually doing quite a really great things these days. Like he's done some films and different shows, and I think some of them have run some awards. One on Netflix, I think, like a documentary or something. Alejandro, tell us something. But anyway,
Yeah, tell us something about that. That's awesome.
Yeah.
There's we really don't have a whole lot of plans. If you're coming in here tonight expecting us to just suddenly start this wonderful back and forth conversation, we're both here to hang out, kind of the new age of what have you, and kind of like we've done the past couple of nights, how you've sometimes asked questions. One of the reasons why I asked Michael if he would care to join us tonight is because last night on the live stream, someone asked me if what was it like working with Michael. And, we have a lot of fun, man. I mean, Michael and I have both very weird senses of humor. Sometimes we would just laugh about nothing. And it was just a lot of fun. I mean, we worked together for about 18 months, and I tell you, it was just fun constantly. Levi says, what's up, guys? Hey there. Welcome.
Hey, Levi.
And then we have, I have a film on Netflix, on Amazon Prime, nothing on Netflix yet.
Okay, that's what it is. Yeah. Well, that's a very big deal. Yeah.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
And then we have, I'm so excited that I asked yesterday. I'm so pumped. Well, awesome, PJ. And so, it's nice to know people, and it's nice to have absolutely nothing in the world going on for both of us right now after 10 p.m. So we're both he was excited. I was excited. We're like, man, let's do this.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes I think you just got to, take a break from the hustle and really just kind of take a step back. And, your channel, Alan, especially, he did, I was creeping in on your live stream last night. What do they call it? Creeping when you don't like say anything in the chat, but you're just listening in the back. Stalking.
I don't know.
I did a little bit of stalking. And I was complimenting Alan. I was like, wow, it's just like you come and you hang out. Like, this feels like a safe space for me, and I and I love that. And I love, how you connect with your, viewers, and that's just, I admire that, man. I look up to that. So thank you for having me here.
Well, it's an absolute pleasure, man.
And I understand you guys are learning about, like fixing the internet. I need some advice on that.
It's so funny that my audience has known that my internet's been acting up. It was acting up on the stream that I did with Curtis and Bandrew and Mike Delgadio. And
wait, did I
then
miss
of
the
course,
stream
what do
today
I have
with
to?
that?
What do I get to do?
Yeah.
I'm having internet issues, so I bring on someone else with internet issues. Brilliant.
Yeah.
I could not plan this
I
better.
wouldn't say I'm having issues as much as it's like I feel like now's the time to upgrade, but I can't do Google Fiber because that's not in my part of the neighborhood. And then I can't do. I think I'm just limited to the cable provider here, and so I have to upgrade. It's some insane price because of course I'm going to want the fastest, best.
Yep. And I tell you,
to be able to settle.
My town, 77% of my city here, my town has fiber, and if I were to point at the front of my house and point to the people who live across from me, That business behind them has fiber.
Oh, no
I can't get it here.
Yeah,
It goes close, but it does not get all the way. So Alejandro says, thanks for making me blush. Compliments and well received. Thank you both.
Someone told me, I don't know if it's true, Alan, but someone told me that Google Fiber wasn't going to lay any more fiber because 5G was going to replace it. But I didn't believe it.
Going to be accurate.
That doesn't sound true, does it? See, exactly.
No, 5G, people are so scared right now of 5G anyway. It's not going to happen that way. It's like, you know, you could have
of it. I just need fast internet, you know.
I do too. Up and down would be great. It's like I used to be able to upload a 10-minute SoundSpeeds video in about 2 or 3 minutes on cable.
That's pretty
But then since I've been having internet router issues and stuff like that, now it's up to what? It takes about 20 minutes. It's ridiculous. So someone, and then we have Sudanto says lurking, and then Levi says that's
lurking.
it. So that was what
I was a lurker.
Lurking.
Yeah, I am guilty.
Last night.
Now someone did. I came in on the internet conversation, and someone said, "Why don't you run a cable?" You know, so I do run hardline. I don't use the Wi-Fi for this stuff.
Well, that should help your speeds and your ping time.
Huge difference. Huge difference.
And you see, I have a power line and I back it up with Wi-Fi, but I usually use the Wi-Fi. And it's one of those things where I could very easily run a cable through the house, but my wife and daughters will not let that happen.
Yeah.
So
you'd have to, it would have to be like a kind of a sneaky operation, you know.
Well, there's no way for me to sneak it down the stairs.
You can't send them out shopping right now. That's not an option.
Here, girls, take a mask.
Reasons.
Take a mask. Why do we need a mask? Because you're going to go out for a couple hours. That's why.
Yeah.
And I mean, I would have to almost supply them with some sort of incentive or money. I can't say, go out and see a movie. Oh, you're going to go see a movie? Awesome. Are movie theaters even open right now?
No.
I didn't think so.
Not that I'm aware of. Not
and what's
in
crazy
our
is
part of the world.
Is in February, I was given a Regal gift card. So I could spend it if movie theaters were open. I hope I have a chance to. I hope it's not one of those things where they just open it up and say, we're opening for the last like weekend or I had a gift card back when they used to expire back in the 90s. And the day that it expired, the gift certificate, I was not able to watch a movie. So I real quickly went over and just raided the concession stand. I said, hey, I want that. I want that. I want that. I want that. And then I felt like a complete idiot for wasting the gift card doing that. I mean, what are you going to do? Yeah. I mean, back in the days when it used to expire, it was terrible.
Oh yeah.
Is Google Fiber the only option in the ATL? No, it is not. For fiber, I think Comcast, don't they? No. It's AT&T. AT&T.
That is the oligarchy in my neighborhood.
Yeah, Charter is here. Well, and Comcast is, Comcast and Charter are the two big cable companies here.
So
and
Charter near your your neck of the
woods.
Yeah.
But AT&T also has fiber, and if I could get AT&T, I could get Google.
Yeah.
So it's either or. Let's see. SD-WAN could solve your problems. Nathan or Eric, I would love to hear more about that. I have no idea what SD-WAN is. I'm assuming that it's not secure digital.
WAN or,
wide area network, I believe.
It's kind of like
that is.
ARI versus ARI there with the WAN.
Was it you that I called him up?
Dude,
was that you?
You have to tell that story. Yes,
okay.
Of course it was me. Who
that's
else
what I
would
thought.
It be?
I don't know, man. This is one of those weird things that Michael and I were talking one day. Is it ARI? Is it ARI? And we're like, both of them are common. Now, if you know the company we're talking about that makes the Alexa, you tell me, is it ARI or is it ARI according to what you think?
Now, how are they going to do that via text?
Well, they're going to put it in chat.
Oh, yeah. Well, chat, you have to like go R.
Like R like a pirate. ARRRR. Or is it AIR?
They should say ERI, right, for ARI.
No, I was going to say air, like air that we breathe. Is it AIR, like air?
Yeah.
Or is it R, like a pirate? ARR.
So we'll give you guys some time to do that.
We'll give you a little bit of time. We'll play catch up on some of the chat.
Short, so we were hanging out, I believe, and then you said, "Let's call."
Let's just call him up and ask him.
Yeah, let's call him.
Instead of trying to figure this thing out, let's do it.
So we pick up the phone, and it's one of those names that even when someone says it, you're not quite sure still if it's Ari or Ari. Like it's the lines are blurred with certain words, and so it was like, so we asked the question, right, Alan? And it was like, so we are wanting to know how to correctly pronounce the
name of your company.
And is it, Ari or is it Ari?
And the lady that answered the call, she could not have been more informed. She knew exactly what the answer was.
Like,
she was awesome.
They get this call 200 times a day.
I'm sure they do.
I mean, I'm pretty sure she was reading a script.
It was that good of an answer.
Yeah.
And she told us that the founders of the company was who it was named.
People are still, you're not giving it away, are you?
Oh, Gerald Undone talked about it in the video.
I was worried that you were going to, Gerald Undone ruined it for us. Thank you, Gerald Undone. He just undone us.
Yep, he just undone us. But perhaps nobody has heard of Gerald Undone on YouTube.
No, he's small time.
We might be able to somehow have a little bit of information on this that we bring to the world. So we'll give it a couple more minutes. We'll play catch up on chat here. Google gave up like everything else they do. Yeah. And then it's true. Google is pulling back from laying fiber and offering service.
Oh, they are.
Just come to Chattanooga, LOL. We have fiber citywide. Oh, that'd be so awesome.
That sounds good. Packing my bags tonight.
Yep. Can you just get some internet and put it inside of a, case or something and send it down here? We'd love it. It is not the bandwidth that matters so much. It's the latency and the jitter that matters the most. It's not the bandwidth. It's never mind.
Yeah.
All right. You're so lucky, Alan. Google Fiber isn't even an option in my neighborhood in Chicago. But I tell you, it's not in my neighborhood. It's the other side of my neighbors across the street. The business back there can get it. So it's like 150 feet from my house. I just can't get it. And there's no way for me to do it. All we have is AT&T and hope for the best. Yeah. And our cinemas just opened up in Tarantino with a Tarantino marathon. That's awesome. Now, good. I heard that California just opened and now they're looking at closing again. I don't know if that's a thing. If anybody would care to mention that or talk about that at all. And then it says, so I've heard the executives and engineers for the company pronounce it both ways. And here we go with what it is.
That's very warm.
Alejandro says,
Levi is very warm.
So our first option. Then we have an air. PJ says air. And then we have Alejandro saying R again. And then we have the whole Gerald Undone ruining everything.
I'm pretty sure they're not made by pirates.
You know, how do we know? How do we know?
That's true.
I mean, unless you go to Ancestry DNA, you have no way of knowing anymore. You very well could be.
Yes.
And
So I think you should tell the story.
Okay. So we called up and I was talking to the lady and we asked, how is it pronounced? How do you pronounce the name of your company? And she said, I'm going to have to look it up because it says on their website, if you go over, it says our stories. I'm giving it away. Anyway, where is it? Careers, contact, training. I know it's down here someplace.
Oh, are you looking on the website?
I'm looking at their website because I was trying to remember the names that it was named after.
Oh, I remember the story.
I just don't remember the names of the people.
Oh, yeah. Okay,
the history.
Never mind.
So, company. Let's see that. Press conferences, history. There we go. That's it. Okay. So it basically says that the company was founded by two people by the names of, where is it? I know you're here. No. Jeez. 100. Anyway, I should almost go to Wikipedia on this. But, okay. This is terrible.
But you can still tell the answer and relate.
I can tell
to
the
name,
I can tell the answer.
like without knowing the specific name.
It is technically it is Ari, and it's because of Arnold somebody and Richard or Richard or something like that was the last name. So that's let me see. Ari Wikipedia. I'm gonna see if it's or I still say Ari. I still say Ari. Let's see. Okay, by August Arnold and Robert Richter. So R-Ri. R-Ri. That'd be R-I-C-T-E-R. Richter. Richter is what I would think. So R, Arnold, and then Richter. So R-Ri. R-Ri. So I guess none of them are right. R-Ri? R-Ri? R-Ri?
I think I have a selective memory because I also remember her saying it depends on where you live. Didn't she say that?
She did say that you can pronounce
it.
She said in America, people use Ari more. And over in Europe, they use Ari more. So,
yes, that's what
you're right.
That was the only thing I remember, though. But you're right. There was also the name conversation that she told us, too. So, good memory. Yeah.
Well, that's a first. My memory is sucking. The older I get, as soon as I hit 40, man, I forgot everything. I walk downstairs in the morning on a Saturday. I'm like, who are you? And there's like, your daughter? I'm like, oh, that's right. Jeez, it's bad. SD-WAN generally requires 2 connections and magically searches for the best path for all packets. So it's kind of like, what is it? True diversity, I guess, almost, it sounds like. It's a miracle for streaming. You can even back up your broadband with cell service. Wow, that's crazy. SD-WAN. That's kind of cool.
That is above my pay grade.
Yeah, I have no idea. I heard Gerald Undone. How are you, man? Yeah, we're joking, of course. We know who Gerald Undone is. I even he's contacted me a few times. It's been a while, but asking me, like when he did his video, I think on the MixPre 3, he sent me a bunch of messages back and forth. He was trying to find out some information, and but that's the last time I had any communication with him. I have fiber at the end of the driveway, but no company offering to offer service. That's so annoying, man. That's like you want to just go down there and you want to just cut the wire and route it to your house. I mean, I would so want to do that.
That's what you should absolutely do.
I mean, just go to. I mean, it's got to work, right? You just jam it in your computer. It'll work.
They put it in front of his house for a reason.
Yep. I mean, they want you to do that. It's self-serve. It's like a buffet style. Just meter it up. So there you go. And if Cali closes again, they'll leave New York, Atlanta, Chicago as the new meccas of cinema. Not necessarily, Alejandro, and here's why. Where do most films and TV shows originate? California. A lot of the studios still start there. Warner Brothers, Stars, BET, all the money basically still comes from California. So if they close again, the studios will probably, not open because they're going to watch after their own. That's what California has always done. They understand that there's what they call runaway production that runs to Canada, that runs to New York, that runs to Florida, that runs to the Panhandle, that runs to Louisiana, to Atlanta, the Carolinas, all these different areas, the UK. But the thing that they always do is they watch after California because they want to make sure that it stays close to home. So as much as they can keep runaway production from happening, they do. Now, LA is losing, they've lost a lot of movies in the past, but they still have it when it comes down to television. They still have television production. It's still going strong. And those are like multi-month long shows.
They're the king of the commercials too.
Yeah, they still do a lot of commercials.
Mm-hmm.
And especially because there's so much streaming content now, a lot of that is coming from LA. So, and there we go. Reichard? Is that the way? Rye?
Yeah, he's
phonetically spelling it?
Yeah.
Reichard. So that's Rye. R-Rye. R-I. Still doesn't work for me. However you spell it.
Two Georgia boys trying to spell.
And then we have Curtis Judd in here. Well, thanks to StreamYard that Curtis Judd introduced to both me and Michael Wynn.
That's right.
We are here tonight.
Whatever Curtis does, we take.
We have
Thank
to
you,
copy
Curtis.
him. We have to copy him. I'll be using the SM7B in the next thing. Actually, I'm going to have to get the Earthworks microphone that he used in his most
he's not.
recent.
I don't think he's using the SM7B
No,
as
he
much.
used the Earthworks microphone last time.
Yeah.
So
I think like me, he saw way too many YouTubers doing it, and he was like, "Nope, I'm doing something different."
I tell you though, Curtis has the most amazing stream. He has the ability to change cameras and overhead, various different other things, and then it always looks great. It sounds great, and he's a cutting edge, amazing. And I tell you, it's just awesome that he's popped in here. Thanks for popping in, Curtis. Says Curtis Judd, don't be jealous, guys. My other idol. No worries, man. I certainly get it. Sweet lighting there, Michael. I tell you.
Thank you, sir. And Curtis, I mean, I'd be straight up with you. He is the one who taught me how to light, hands down. Watching his videos, I highly recommend if you're doing anything streaming with the lighting situation. I was like, and I asked him questions. He was always cool enough to answer. So thank you,
And I tell you what's funny to me is my lighting is still set up. I need to do something better if I'm going to do all these live streams. But my lighting is set up for me standing up there and doing an episode. It is not. That's the reason why you have this hot spot here, right there.
Yeah.
And I should, and like this is falling into shadow down here, my Limelight shirt. So what I need to do is
dude, your space looks epic though.
Oh, well, thanks. You know what this, I mean, you've seen the video and you've worked on sound stages. You know what this is.
Yeah.
This is the whole, insole quilt look with the what's it called? I mean, you can use chicken wire like we had on the American Soul stage. But this is hardware cloth, and that's what they use in the sound stages.
It's kind of like sound jail.
It kind of, but I tell you, it looks the part now. When I first started the channel, I did not know if I was going to do more than 100 episodes, and I used them as an accent to the classes I did in the real world. And then I needed to upgrade when I decided I was going to keep going. I needed to actually upgrade, and then finally I did.
Yeah.
So we have Curtis greeting, and then we have promises. Curtis Chet, thanks for getting me hooked on this guy. Don't know if that means you or if that means me or maybe both.
I'm
Who
pretty
knows?
sure we're on the Sound Speeds channel.
Well, but both of us are here. Sorry, Eric. Thanks, Curtis. Chris, I love your videos as well. Oh yeah. Yeah. Curtis does. His videos are pretty good. Of course. I mean, yeah. What is this? ATEM Mini Baby. What is that?
Oh, that's the new switcher. That's the.
That's the switcher that Curtis uses.
I don't know. I think, but that
ATEM Mini.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. I've heard of that. I just don't know anything about it.
Well, it's a live switcher, and I'm trying to think who makes it. I mean, that shows you how much we know about this. Oh, Blackmagic. We should know that.
And then we have Podcastages in here. We have Bandrew. How's it going there? And then we have you're still not off the hook to come. My luck's not okay. Dude, Curtis, all you have to do is just give me an invite. I'm not doing a thing in the world right now. So it's just all I have to do is schedule it. So just tell me and I will come be an idiot and answer questions wrong. Wrong answers only the entire time.
All right. Can you elaborate on this? Because this is new information for me. This sounds very interesting. Stump the chump.
I should almost, add Curtis to this and ask him if he wants to join in, because that'd be really funny. Just to throw Curtis in here too. That'd be a lot of fun, actually. Curtis, if you want to, or Bandrew, if you want to, since you're here too, if you want to, I will gladly send you an invite. But it is basically, me and Curtis and Bandrew and Kevin Basic Filmmaker were joking around on Twitter, and Kevin threw out a hashtag of Ask Curtis Judd Silly Questions. And so we all started asking really, crazy questions. And Curtis, being the amazing guy he is, he started answering them. He was like, okay, guys, I'll play. And he started answering them. And he was, giving us every bit back that we were giving. But of course, in his very wholesome, 1950s television, style, just completely wholesome. And it was awesome. And I asked him a trick question. I said something like, if you were on Mercury, which would you oh, I forgot the question. It was like, if you were on Mercury, what would you think of first? I forgot what it was, like a dynamic or condenser microphone or something like that. Which would you think of first? And he said, and his answer to that was, well, I would probably be thinking about how to breathe. And then I said, well, you presume that I meant the planet. What if you were standing on Mercury? Then he's like, well, that stuff is toxic. So he says, I see what you did there. You asked me a trick question. That stuff is toxic. I'd be thinking if I was, I should find a doctor. And anyway, that started this whole thing of Curtis getting feisty and saying, okay, guys, I'm going to have you guys on. And it's going to be just hilarious. It's going to be funny.
You did
if he
this
does
to
it
him on a stream?
I don't know exactly what Curtis has planned, but it would be fun. It would be fun. I don't know if it's going to be a trivia thing or if it's going to be
It could be. You might be inventing a new genre of YouTube video bomb.
I don't even know. It'd be funny though. Andrew here too. It's a party or what? I think he means Bandrew. And then we have Podcastage is Bandrew is here and Podcastage. Hey pal, greetings. And that's Nick. And then we have Bandrew's here too. The party or what? I'm 28 minutes behind watching at 1.5 speed. Well, geez, you're going to hear me talking like Mickey Mouse. Let's see. Please bring him on. Please bring him on. Oh, Curtis says, give me 5 minutes to set up and he'll jump in. Man, all right. Look at that.
He's not going to turn down that invitation.
I tell you, man, that would be so much fun.
Yeah.
Andrew, do you want to join in too? You want to come in too? Just to have too much fun.
Yeah. Benji, he probably just got settled. He's chilling out, and he's like, "Why did I even comment that I was here?"
He's probably just popped in to say hello, and then he left.
He should have done lurk. He should have done lurking.
He should have lurked.
I did last.
He should have lurked. He probably did.
That's the best when you can just watch one of your YouTube, friends. Just watch and judge. Don't comment.
And let's see, it's on now. And then it keeps getting better. So let's hear Soundspeed's Curtis, Kevin, Banju, and Mike Delgadio. All okay. You know what? I'm game. And Andrew Jones. And so,
wow,
listening.
It's a party. I mean, listen, nobody has plans right now. We are in lockdown. 201 right now. Just think about it. Alan and I were talking earlier, and about. If we had to hang out in person and wear the mask, it would be a big bummer. And we couldn't really, couldn't be doing what we're doing now.
Yep. Let's see.
I love silence. It's like the magic between the dialogue.
It's going to be totally awesome.
Yeah.
So anyway, I just send a message. So we'll see what happens. We'll see if it's accepted.
So they did some new updates on it looks like the MixPre 3 came out with new firmware.
It did. And 7.0?
Yeah. Yeah, dude. So I was talking to Paul Isaacs because I was trying to figure some things out with this particular application, StreamYard, and because I wanted to do some fancy stuff and I was getting a bit stumped. And he said, well, I think the new firmware actually does that because I wanted to do output delays on the MixPre 3, because the 6 series recorders and, all my other recorders can do it. And I was like, where's output delay, And he's like, I think we added that to the first generation MixPre 3. I was like, you did?
You did. You can add up to, what is it, 10?
No, you're thinking input delay.
Delay.
Yeah, it's, he said, and then he was like, oh no, sorry. It's MixPre 3 version 2 only.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, you got to be kidding me. And at one point I had my 633 in front of the MixPre 3 and then it had an input delay, trying to put an output delay into an input. And I'm sure you guys realize how great that worked out because then you can't monitor your guest. You can monitor... you could maybe monitor from the first recorder in line, but, so I don't know. I might have another Gen 2 in my future from them. We'll see.
It's one of those things where if the MixPre 1 was not such a solid machine, I might have to upgrade.
It's so
But
solid.
it is
Yeah,
solid. It
it's
is
so solid.
really untouchable. It's awesome.
Yeah, yeah, and it's like you can't break it. And I mean, I put it on the bottom of my Panasonic GH5,
Yep.
and when I was working with that MS microphone, the Sanken CMS 50, and creating a video for that, it's an amazing microphone, Alan. A hefty price tag, but an amazing MS microphone. Everything was just right on the MixPre 3, right under the GH5. And, the only thing you got to worry about with that MixPre 3, though, is that unbalanced 3.5 millimeter stereo out. Is anything you plug it into is noise central. Because but they have these little ground lifters that Paul told me about you could get. But on the camera, the point I'm getting to is on the camera, I have to put a spacer between the MixPre 3 and the GH5 if I want to run a double system and also record to the camera.
Huh.
But it works. It's just I use one of these little really small stuff, RSS or tiny rigs, or I don't even know what the name of it is. But
small rig?
Not small rig. But there's another company that costs more for no reason. But it's before I discovered small rig. And now I love the small rig stuff. That stuff is great.
It's really awesome. I must have about 5 of their.
Okay, so do you use their different kind of stuff on your setups, or?
Yeah, I mean, I used to have them for my 2 main lights up there, the bounces. I used to have them right over here, and there's one. Yeah, there's still one right up there on the backlight. So, it's
and that's hardware for your lighting from that company. Because I just know them for their camera cages.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am adding in Curtis Judd. Welcome, Curtis.
Hey, Curtis.
It's a pleasure to be here.
And he does have the
thank
Earthworks.
You too much too.
He is using the Earthworks.
Too well. I'm honored to spend the evening with some of my very favorite sound guys. Thank you.
Oh, that's awesome.
Thanks, Curtis. We are so glad you're here too.
And let's see. Let's play catch up on
mine.
chat here. It says, "Give me 5 minutes." He's talking about noise assist and blah blah blah. I'm at least gonna power through them. Could get input delay, separate device. Could. What would be the best best piece of advice you could give for a novice mixer? Hey, Michael, want to take that?
Run while you can. No, just kidding.
Okay, there you go. Moving on.
I mean, gosh, just wherever you're at, just do the best that you can with wherever you're at. Don't try to look too far ahead on any project or thing, and use the stuff that you got, the best that you can, and no matter what you're working on, give your all 100%. That would be my advice.
And it's also, a lot of the times people don't hear the difference between, don't get caught up in, I need to upgrade because I feel like I need to. If you're using sound devices, Zaxcom, and it's legacy stuff, if it's a 788, if it's a 688, if it's those are still fine pieces of gear that do great work. I know some sound mixers with over 40 years experience that still record on a 6-track, on 6 tracks. I mean, they don't think you need to upgrade to the newest and best because it's going to make you better as a mixer. It's all about those two things right there, your ear and your head.
Yeah. Very true. Good point, Alan.
We don't need to go through those.
That's such Zen advice. I really like that. Thank you.
Which one?
Don't get too wrapped up in the gear.
Yeah.
Well, especially the way Michael put it. Just kind of focus on what you're, what's in front of you, what you can do right now today.
Yeah.
It's kind of tearing me up.
says the guy that loves to geek out with audio stuff, just like Bandrew. I think Bandrew is the one that is
guilty.
Is probably the guy who needs to be put in a straitjacket.
Yeah, I mean, we all give this advice, but all of us have 15 saved private lists on B&H and different audio sites of, okay, if I put this piece of gear together, how much will that cost? It's maybe I'm the only one.
No, I think you're spot on, Michael. I think that what happens is that advice, my guess is that advice is coming from experience, where you've been around the block enough times, that, look, 90% of it is this the kind of the experiences, the things that I've learned, so I know how to deal with these different situations, because I'm sure you guys are put on, on the bigger sets in crazy situations.
Oh yeah.
You've faced most of them, although I imagine you're facing new ones all the time too.
Yeah,
a
Alan,
lot of
we-
fun challenges.
We should tell some stories, Alan.
Dude, I tell you, you are wearing a P Valley shirt, and
We should
it's
talk about it.
you should talk about it. They've heard me talk about it. You give a little bit of a backstory and talk about that.
Well,
You talk about P Valley.
absolutely. I mean, when I interviewed for the show, and I'm sitting in there with the, they didn't have when I first came in, it was the UPM, the production supervisor, and the line producer. And they were just like, okay, we're going to be in a room, and there's going to be mirrors everywhere, and there's not going to be a lot of wardrobe, and not really any place to put the wires, and a lot of people talking.
Every red flag you can imagine.
How do we do it? And that's where it started. And I said, we use some ingenuity and some creativity to start, and gosh, I mean, there was, probably if it could get thrown at you on a show, that show did it, Alan. I mean, from wardrobe, and the challenges that, we had to work together with, our fabulous third in utility, Rachel Smith, and everything she had to do to get the microphones and the hair and just these really delicate wardrobes. And from Alan on set, everywhere there was a mirror, and Richard Valet, who's just an extremely talented,
And Nancy,
and
just
yeah, that's right, Nancy Shriver,
alternating
'cause-
VPs
alternating
for episodes.
VP, that's
Mhm.
right. And the style and look of the show was just a lot of hard light and a lot of mirrors and
smoke. And
smoke
what's
and
on,
haze.
and
Yeah.
Michael, what is on a lot of the intelligent lights that they have in clubs?
Oh, fans, yeah, a lot of fans.
So
And-
we had to, if it was not
Yeah.
on camera,
yeah,
we had to get them to kill the fans, because
Yeah.
it's not enough for them. They could kill the lighting instrument, but the
Yeah.
fan's still on. So we had to manually kill those, and I would have to go over to the guy on the board. I think his name was Trey or
that's
Troy,
right. Yeah, Trey. Yeah,
and we would go over and say, "Can you kill the fans?" And he would radiant.
yeah.
Are we using the movers right now? No. Okay. Yeah, I can kill those. Oh, I got to let them cool down. I'll kill them right before we roll. And Mike will be like, "I'm still hearing him, Alan." I'm like, "He says he wants him to cool down," and
Yeah.
he's like, "I don't care. I want him gone." I'm like, "They're gonna be gone." And then we would hear him cycle down last minute and be like, "Okay, there we go."
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we had a lot of help and collaboration from all of the departments, and that's really what made it work. And I'm very excited. That show airs on Stars, and what's the
Next
July
week.
12th? Or
Next week,
is it next week?
I believe so.
So yeah,
I-
because next week, and I got to get my free trial.
Yep. I think
But,
they're gonna drop one episode per week.
Okay,
And-
yeah, which sounds about right.
Yeah, I mean, and his premiere is July 12th. So yeah.
yeah.
And I
Because-
tell you, it's
Mhm.
it's one of those things where, so it's going to start on a week from Sunday, and it's one of those things where when you hear us talk about it takes place in a Mississippi strip club,
Mhm.
that is not what the show is about. It was actually a lot of fun. There are characters in the show.
Yeah.
That we were laughing so hard on the characters. I mean, what was the name of the girl that it wasn't peanut butter. What was the name of that girl? Rachel and I were joking around. We had Cinderella there that day as an additional.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
What was her name?
I can't remember.
It was so funny.
Yeah.
Because she would just, I mean, we can't use this language here in the live stream, but, she would just start yelling out over the soundstage.
Yeah.
You're going to put a microphone between you can imagine. And she was yelling it. and it was so funny. And she was just loud, obnoxious, and a trip. And Rachel, and she would just walk right up and start dancing up on somebody because she was, dancer.
Yeah.
And it's funny because we were laughing around. Michael, you had your wife and son out to set that day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And for lunch, and they had just left, and you walked back in on set. Thank goodness you didn't bring them by because we were laughing so hard at her, and she was just dancing up on everybody. And we're like, oh, you need to do that to Michael. And it's like Michael, yeah, sound mixer. It's right here. And she instantly goes right up and starts dancing on him like he's a pole. And Michael just puts his hands up and just freezes. He doesn't, he's like, I'm not going there.
Yeah.
And we were laughing to the point where he couldn't even breathe.
Yeah.
And he was just laughing. It was hilarious.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of fun that you have on that kind of a show. But the writing was actually really good. It's a really fun story. And I think it's going to do really well. And the girls that they had on the show were absolute athletes. They're amazing.
Yeah.
Every single day we were mouth dropping.
Where do you hide the? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Where do you hide the body packs in those kind of situations?
Well, it depending upon the wardrobe, we had a system in place where we were actually putting them on the necks because most of the performers on the show who were playing dancers had long, kind of big hair.
Teased, poofy hair.
So, using a layer of different types of tapes and moleskins and so forth, it was actually able to hide directly on the neck. And what's amazing, Curtis, is that some of the performers who were giving dialogue were also doing these performances and then giving dialogue. And then so these rigs would stay put when these actors were performing upside down, twirling around,
spinning, flipping.
Even I was amazed. I mean, I couldn't believe it. And we never had one transmitter fall.
Nope.
Not once.
The hair department would have to pin it in. They would
the mic
secure it. Yeah, the microphone and the pack. I mean, if it was not on the back, sometimes they would put it up into the hair. They would actually put it up here.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
that's
so
true. Yeah, there was moments for that. Yeah.
And I tell you, I mean, and Rachel would work with wardrobe and hide it along a spaghetti strip if that's what they were wearing or something, or it would come in right through here at the front and center. And those sounded really good. I mean, those were awesome.
Well, yeah, we used a lot of the Countryman microphones just because of their low profile, the B6, and we
used the DPA too, didn't we?
I don't think
6060 that we put on Don Cornelius on Soul Train.
I'm not sure. But yeah, I mean, I think we may have used that in some instances, but most of the hair stuff, I think, was the B6.
Yes, B6.
And and the beauty of the B6 is you can just put it right in, right in the hair, and you don't have to worry about clothing noise or anything like that. And, it worked really well.
Yeah.
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 And every single day it was, Rachel was looking at a program that she was on with the wardrobe department that was as they were adding new wardrobe, she was on that program with them. So she could go, okay, that's nothing I can wire. I'm going to have to get with hair on that setup. That's something I can wire. Let me see that. So she would contact the wardrobe department and say, let me see those clothes. Let me see if I can hide a wire in that. And they would bring it. And she would say, can you sew in a little pouch or something right here?
Yeah.
And they would do it. And I mean, it was, they were fantastic. They knew going into it that it was going to be a sound challenge.
Yeah.
And they met it, and they were just A+.
Yeah. Wardrobe was in costumes was very helpful, and sew-ins aren't that common in television because, just the nature of things moving so quickly, but, it was just one of these shows that we really had to take it to that next level because some of these costumes just were unmikeable, without all of that help and collaboration. So,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Alan. Yeah.
I was going to say that's where some of the challenge is, and that's where I would have to, as a boom operator, go to the director. And I would have to say, we can't get a lav on this girl. She has 2 or 3 lines.
That's right.
We cannot run the wides and the tights at the same time on this. We have to run the wides separately. And in those circumstances, I would throw a plant someplace behind a table. I would put it behind a desk. There were times that I would it was ridiculous sounding, but if we had a wide shot from a side and a girl walked down and sat down in front of the stage, if I was going to be out of the shot, if I laid on the ground, you're talking about me laying on the ground underneath the girls, miking them from underneath to at least have sound on the wide shot. Not the most glamorous of things to do. And I'm sure it was odd for them, seeing a sound guy laying underneath them, but you got to do what you got to do for the sound.
Yeah.
I mean, they understood just like we all did that we are all professionals doing a job. There was nobody on that set that would question whether me, Michael, or Rachel were professionals and pros at what we did. Every single one of them was wonderful, and they would say, yeah, absolutely, let's do it. And they were very patient about making sure they gave us the time we needed because they understood the challenges too. And so part of that was also, in addition to the wides, as soon as we get into the tights, if it was still going to be very difficult, I would go to the director and say, this one line right here where she's way back, I see that we're doing a whole bunch of other shots in the front and it's driving up my headroom. Where is that dialogue? Where's that line going to play? And they would say, we're gonna owe that in a tight piece. Okay, so I would go and relay that to Michael and say, we're gonna get a separate piece of coverage right there, and then he and I would be on the same page saying, we need to make sure we can get a microphone over for that line if that's where they're going to use it. And when they would start to set up, and they would say, okay, well, we're going to do this, and at the same time, it's going to be another shot with 4 feet of headroom. No, you're not. And me and Michael would both start shaking our heads, and I'd go over there and talk to the DPs and say, I need to be able to get that line. So if you want to run like that for the whole scene, as soon as we get towards that line, I'm going to charge in there, throw the boom over her for that line on that other camera where it's going to play, and then I'll yank it back out and retreat. Yeah. And we'd work out details and deals like that. And they would say, okay, sure, yeah, break the camera for that one shot, then bail. And it was funny because I showed up all over the place in the off camera, what's not going to be used, from running in and doing exactly that.
Yeah.
Charging in, because when you have like 15 cast members and 10 of them are talking or 12 of them are talking, you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah. And that was really, an excellent thing about Alan's work is, he's very familiar with, not only memorizing the dialogue, but also understanding how the action is happening when you're dealing with 3 cameras, and you have to know, what camera is getting what, because, at the end of the day, they're only going to be using one shot, and a good and an experienced director knows already what it is that they're going to be using. They're not just shooting haphazardly, like I'm just going to figure it out later and see what, and the fact of knowing that, hey, I can break the B camera frame here and then get over to get this line, and then I can be out of the way of B by the time B takes over. So that was pretty amazing work, Alan, on your part. I mean, that's a lot of it's a lot of using your mind and also acrobatics at the same time.
It was a lot of fun. I definitely appreciate you bringing me aboard on that. And it was a lot of fun, and we made it
without you.
We had so much fun on that show.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, we had a lot of fun on American Soul too. We were talking earlier today, back and forth.
And Nancy Drew in the Hidden Staircase.
And Nancy Drew in the Hidden Staircase. Yeah, we always have fun together.
Now, I saw that one in the theater.
I did too. Yeah. And I actually had fun, and they made it look so much bigger and better than we thought it was going to be when we shot it. Yeah. I mean, we were shooting in the middle of a rural town in Georgia, and I remember, you remember that freak thunderstorm that came through?
Oh yeah.
And just annihilated everything. It was right before lunch, and it blew over the entire catering setup.
I do remember
and
that.
It just started, the just rain just blew over everything. You have all these catering guys running out there trying to grab the tables and keep it from blowing into the highway, and just, it was nuts. And we were told, no, don't go out there and help them. And in the meantime, we're watching all the food just get blown around and get it flying everywhere. And then we go out there, and as soon as it passes, we start shooting again. I mean, that's the way film is. But it was a lot of fun. And I mean, I still, one of the best times that Michael and I were recalling, and we recall this all the time, and it's almost like anybody out there who knows what Crystal is. And we're talking about the place that sells little burgers, kind of like White Castle, the little Crystal burgers. Do you have out there, Curtis?
Is it White Castle or Crystal?
No, I've heard of them. I've heard.
And I tell you,
I don't.
It's whatever they put in those things, it puts you into an alternate mindset. We were on set this one day on American Soul, and it was most of the stuff that we were doing for about 6 or 7 hours was different cameras shooting a band and a performance. And it was playback, John, that was doing playback for us, who you interviewed on your channel. And so it was just us chilling out, and had a microphone up on my boom caddy pointing at the set, and I would just yell out sound speeds. And it was a lot of fun because we just were like, hey, we should get some crystal. And so we had a transpo guy go and get us, what was it, 40 crystals?
Yeah.
10 for each, for you, me, Matt, and John.
Yeah, like what's a sack full?
Yeah,
how many crystals is that?
Maybe it was 48, because I remember we gave a few to the transpo, and a couple of other people were coming by, and they were like, wait a second now. You where'd you get crystal? And we're just like chowing down on these things. But I tell you, none of us were hungry, and we just powered through them all. I think Michael, I was on set finishing up a scene that we had with dialogue. Michael and Matt and John started, and then Matt was like, I'm good right now. I'm going to hold off. And then I went back there, and Michael was like, you got to catch up. And so I caught up with them, and then we were like, let's just power through them. And so by that point, we were so full, could not even hardly move.
I think Matt ate his share as well.
He did, but he didn't have them all back to back like we did.
Yeah.
He had like 6, and then he gave it some time, like a little wimp. And then it was funny, because we were just laughing. We were in a state of just laughing at each other, not saying anything, just laughing, because we were all like, ugh. And then we went outside. As soon as that scene was shot, we go outside. While we're setting up for this sequence with gunfire and stuff on the side, Crafty brings out KFC chicken and biscuits. And we're just like, no, we're not going to eat this at all. And then we're like, yeah, we are. Matt, go get us some food. And he comes and he's like, he brings us, a whole bunch of food. What do you want? And we're just like, we don't need to eat this, but we're going to. And we ate all this chicken. Then I look over and I see a Wendy's. We need Frosties. So I go over there. I walk across the street and get us Frosties. And at this point, it's like chicken, and it's crystal, and it's just milkshakes. And we're all like, we feel sick, but it's just so funny.
That was probably the most I've ever eaten ever on a film set, or the I can't even recall.
And I tell you, it's when you have a bunch of guys that are eating and trying to out eat each other, just with nothing to do except earn a paycheck for watching, a band perform and being on camera and your sound, so you have nothing to do. It's just funny. It was a lot of fun.
Well, and really at the core of that, and if and thinking about it, like especially not working now, with everything that's happening, really it's food that drives all of that energy and everything that you
and caffeine
that makes you and caffeine that allows you to even work that long day in the first place, and because it's crazy. I couldn't even imagine doing that right now, but in that moment it made perfect sense.
We have a couple of questions we can play catch up on here. And here's a fun one. Alejandro asks, did anyone of us see the weird looking Zoom release? That's the H8 that people online are saying, I hate it. It's so funny. But it seems to have a lot of the features that you would expect it to have on a Zoom product. It's got some modules on the top where you can even set it up for 360 sound, and it automatically integrates in. It's got up to 10 channels, because if it's 6 on the core, and you can add an extra module to add 4 more. Is that correct, Curtis?
Is it a tetrahedral array for the?
It looks like a centipede.
An ambisonics, Curtis, is that? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think it's 10 ISOs and then stereo mix too. Isn't
Well, one of
that
the things
that
I thought was cool
it
about
is a
it is it
funny
has
looking
different
thing. I
modes.
mean, I the first thing I thought is, yeah, the mode. So it's really definitely kind of aimed at the pro, the consumer prosumer kind of crowd. But the thing that was, yeah, it's kind of a unique thing. The thing that, in terms of its look, I thought, I used to think, Ton Kantar is the most unique looking mixer I have ever seen.
Yeah.
Right. And then this comes out and I'm like, wow, that's giving it a run for its money in a different sort of way.
Yep.
Yeah. Did you guys see the diagram with the legs?
Yes,
Where
where
people
somebody
drew the
drew
legs?
legs
Yeah.
off the side and it looks like an ant.
Yeah.
That's cool. Somebody, what was it? They one of the pictures, Andrew Jones from Deity, he posted a picture of a close up of the video that they released, I think on B&H, and it showed like the most terrible looking XLR connector you've ever seen plugged in the side with strain relief that looks like one of these off-brand terrible microphones that just is terrible. And it looked hilarious when you look at this and you're like, wow, I haven't seen a cable like that in a long time. But
Like, how much does something like that cost?
$399.
400. Yeah,
Yeah.
$400.
Does it have any time code on it?
I don't think so.
Or
I could be
no?
mistaken. I didn't look at all the
Okay.
specs yet.
Not aimed for not for that audience.
Okay.
No.
Maybe like music recording. Is that kind of the audience? Like, I'm
Yeah,
genuinely
so
curious.
the different modes, there's like a field recording mode,
Mm-hmm.
there's a music mode and a podcast mode, I think.
Okay.
Is that right?
That's right. Yeah. And the podcast mode looks pretty cool. I mean, a lot of companies are gearing gear now more towards home recording for obvious reasons, COVID-19. And I tell you, it's cool because it has like, I think it said 13 different soundboard type options. So if you go on the screen, you hit podcast, you can actually program in, different sounds for the little button. So you can press it and it's going to be your intro music, or you press another one and it's going to be a bumper, something like that. And then you also have controls where you can do a noise gate, you can do compression, you can actually control the different channels that way too. And each one of the channels has a 20 dB pad. I mean, it's pretty cool. I love the fact that it's 24-bit, 96K. I mean, it can go up to. So it's some people were poo-pooing the fact that it doesn't record 32-bit floating point, but you got to keep in mind that's a lot of data. It's a lot of data that goes through, and you had 32-bit floating point on that. You're not going to be able to get 10 channels, and you're opening a can of worms as soon as you say there's 10 channels here on this Zoom recorder that's $400, and you're trying to do 32-bit floating point, because people are going to say, why can't I record in 32-bit? It ghosts out when I add and enable the 10th track. You're opening a can of worms. So it's better probably for them to just stick to the 24 bit.
Call me a rebel, but I like the idea of the dual and triple stage converter design. I mean, when they first came out with the 32-bit float, I kind of had that thought of, well, it only matters in post, like you got to get it in the front end. And once I started to understand the technology more, I realized that by having the triple stage converters, that one converter can handle the very low stuff, and the higher one can handle the higher stuff. So therefore it lowers the noise floor. Because I had no idea that most of that noise floor was coming from the converter itself and not the preamp. So, I mean, what do you think about that, Curtis? Like, it's to me, it's like if someone whispers, just and you've got the gain set at a level that's more, for not, it seems like it could. I wouldn't mind seeing it on professional recorders in the future.
Yeah,
at least as an
my
option.
guess is, and this is just a guess. Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. And I think if I had to guess, I almost feel like maybe Sound Devices with their MixPre 2 series is kind of floating the technology, and they want to do it at the top end. They wanted to float it at the more prosumer end and let's get it out in the field and test and make sure that things are solid, is my guess. I really don't know, but
yeah,
that'd be my feel. And I don't see any issues with it. I think you can still all of the major DAWs that the film world uses can support 32-bit float. That's not a hang up at this point, I don't think. So you're not going to see any problems with post being able to handle it now. But I guess it probably blow some people's minds when they first, when they first get it and they say, "Oh man, this production sound mixer didn't know what they're doing. Look at this stuff," and then they go, they call this maybe. Do you get calls from post a lot, Michael? Like, do they call you up and say, "What happened here?" Or what can I do with this, or anything like that? I'm just curious.
Some of the post relationships that I have are usually, if you're going into season 2 or 3, you already usually know the established people, and yeah, you do talk to them pretty regular because those relationships are pretty important. And most of the time, you do a sound report and everything's communicated that way. But it's as long as things are going well. I mean, usually there's not any issues. I think most post people understand that, like, if there's an issue somewhere, they get that, okay, that was something with a wire or maybe or something like that. There would have to be a big thing for them to, like, go, hey, to really grab your attention. And I find that assistant editors, however, populating tracks on timelines when audio post is not yet involved will typically have more questions about what stuff is or how that is. And, because the assistant editors also are usually the newer in that post pipeline. They're based, they're doing assembly and so forth like that. So oftentimes some of them have never even been on a film set. So they're like, hey, what's this here? But most of them will know, because you'll do post workflow calls before you go on a show. So you'll have the assistant editors, the editors, you'll have dailies, you'll have everyone there. And you agree upon, well, here's the workflow, here's what we're going to do. So everyone kind of knows what to expect and how to navigate what it is they need to find.
And do you foresee any issues where once you're adding over 32-bit float files, do you foresee any kind of issues or like speed bumps in the post process at all?
I mean, my guesstimation right now is that they would not want you to deliver 32-bit float files because
they don't.
Because the standard is 48K 24-bit. And, it could have advantages. I mean, there would have to be a very specific reason to do so. And, but in the future, it could happen. We just don't know, But,
also, one of the things you have to keep in mind, sorry to jump on you there.
Sure.
But that 32-bit floating point means you're not setting a lot of levels. You're not setting your preamp, because it basically doesn't even use them. It bypasses them basically to record the entire range. So, does
it on the Mix Pre though?
I thought it worked the same way.
Because I think on the Mix Pre,
that's actually
on the Mix Pre you do have
that's if you're recording the 24-bit simultaneously though, right? It records 32-bit by itself.
No, I think.
Really?
Let's check.
Because the reason I was mentioning this is because if you want to control, if we have a scene that's whispering, you always know, Michael, you're going to gain the thing up. If it's 32-bit float, then it's not going to be able to gain up unless you're manually driving up the Comtech volume to Video Village louder. That's one example.
You should. I believe, and I could be wrong because I don't use 32-bit float right now for my process, but I believe you still have the preamp stage before the, because the converter stage is after the preamp stage. So you should still be able to give the same adequate gain staging and all that stuff.
For the mix track.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. I think what changes is the file
So here
itself.
I'm in 32-bit float mode. This is in 32-bit float mode, and we do have gain control here. I think Zoom implements it differently. So on the Zoom F6, you do not set gain.
Yeah.
It's basically a unity. Yeah, it's just the Mix Pre you actually do. And what was interesting is that I found that you would get a different character from the preamp. So if you do gain up more, you're going to start to hear a little bit of that analog character. But of course, it's capturing a much wider range. So,
oh, interesting, Curtis. So you're saying that
it's kind of cool. I actually like the way that Mix Pre.
So you're saying depending upon your gain setting, on your mix pre that you're hearing different characteristics in the preamp, which may be related to which AD converter stage it's using for that level,
Or both. The combination of the two.
or a combination of the cashmere and the I mean, it's been on Pro Tools
The
and all that
three-stage,
for a
yeah.
while. I just have never used it. But I'm glad to see the technology there.
I,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good to see it move. I think what's interesting to me is that, you see the demonstration and you go, "Wow, amazing."
Mm-hmm.
But I think that finding use cases for it, the use cases to me seem still pretty narrow. Where it really is going to shine, where you're really going to see a difference with something like 32-bit float. But I mean, like the example you talk about, if you're shooting a horror piece and there's whispering, and then suddenly there's screaming.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard for a mixer to deal with that in 24-bit, I would think. That's where this is going to come in. But and I guess where it does become pretty valuable too is if you have the solo shooter who's operating camera, they're gaffing, they're the sound guy as well. In those cases, I think there could be situations where, where it's going to save their X. But
Or
yeah,
even
I think it'd be nice to see it in the pro level mixers.
or even a sound designer could be a good application too, like field recording and
for sure.
sound effects with very high dynamics.
I'd be very surprised if a lot of these recorders that we have, the high-end ones, for example, probably the Scorpio 888, those, I'd be willing to bet you that it's a firmware update away from unlocking something like that. And
Maybe for 32-bit, but it has to have the converters, I believe, in the hardware.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But I'd be willing to bet you that because the Scorpio came out a while after, I would be willing to bet you that they have the ability to, at least some of them. Maybe the Kantar X3 wouldn't, because it was released years ago.
Sure.
Probably not the Diva 24, but perhaps the Scorpio is what my guess would be.
Yeah.
Because it came out a few months after. That would just be a guess. I could be totally wrong, but we'll in the future if some firmware comes up and all of a sudden you can unlock that, because that would be a really cool little hidden. Oh, by the way, here's a little feature we're going to unlock on this firmware.
Yeah.
Yes. And and then I'd say I have no regrets buying that 888.
Yeah.
that'd be a delighter for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Hey, I have a question for you guys. This is kind of a separate one, different direction. You guys were talking earlier about this show that you worked on, and it's going to start airing next week or the week after. What's the experience like for you guys to see these, especially if you get to see them in a theater? What's it like? What's that experience like for a project that you worked on? Is it, because I imagine myself sitting there and going, "Oh man, why'd they use the wire on that one? I wish they would have used the boom. The boom sounds so much better." Is that what you run into ever?
I mean, I think for myself, I mean, I love the experience. Most of my work, Curtis, is TV. So doing Nancy Drew and the Hidden Staircase, even though it was like a tier 1, which is a lower budget film, was still done on the Warner Brothers lot and Warner Brothers post. And so we had really amazing teams on the back end. So going to see that in the theater was an absolute pleasure, because I felt like Alan and Matt Thierry, our third, and myself, work on set was extremely well represented. Like, I didn't hear anything that I was just like, oh my God, this is amazing.
Nothing caught my ear. Yeah.
And, so you're really at, like you say, Curtis, like at that mercy of post. TV is a little, you go, okay, yeah, it is nerve-wracking. I mean, if it's the first time you've worked on the show, or it's a season 1 and you don't know where the post is going, because not all post is created equal, just like not all production is created equal.
Right.
So,
Right.
You hope it's at Formosa Group, like that's, for those of you who are not familiar, Formosa Group, that's the biggest and probably most prestigious post house in LA. And they hunt down all the biggest shows. They just, when Atlanta season 1, for instance, did really, really well, and as a result, it was a hit television show. Then Formosa Group took over season 2. So there was a huge difference in the quality of season 2 versus season 1 from what I heard in post.
Interesting.
Not that season 1 wasn't good. It just wasn't done by the Formosa Group. Yeah.
Wow.
Now, from my perspective, one of the things that I usually have to find myself not doing is saying, that was they played the plant right there. Oh, I was standing to the right. Now I was standing to the left. Now I was standing over there. The walk and talk drove me crazy. Why'd they use that take? Yeah. And I'll, I was like, they pulled the lava on that when I boomed it. I know I boomed it. Why did they use that? I mean, that's what goes through my mind usually. I have to get out of that mode. I have to stop myself and enjoy it. Now, Nancy Drew was no problem. I was able to enjoy that.
Yeah,
and
that was a great film.
It really was. It was a lot of fun. And I took my older 2 daughters to that, and they had a lot of fun with it too. They were like, well, it's kind of cool to actually see something that you worked on, Dad.
Yeah.
Because most of the time it's stuff that has a lot of profanity in it. It's got, adult themes. It's got all kinds of different things, and they can't see it. But that was one of those that it was a kid's show, so I could take them to it, and they had a lot of fun with it. And that was really, really awesome to be able to take them to.
Very cool. Yeah. Well, let's see what questions. I apologize. I think I cut you off. You were working on a question in the chat there.
Yeah, it was this one right here. Oh, wait a minute. Nope, that's the wrong one. I am not as beautiful at doing this as you are, Curtis. If this show has a gag reel with off cameras, maybe we get to see you. Maybe. A lot of the times, some of these shows will put together a behind the scenes thing. There's actually, the only time I can recall ever really being featured was on Walking Dead. On Walking Dead, they were there shooting every single episode behind the scenes. If you watch behind the scenes for season 7 and 8, you'll see me all over those because I'm always on set booming, and you see me in head to toe. As a matter of fact, the Talking Dead, for the celebration of the 100th episode of Walking Dead that aired, they actually gave me a shout out on Talking Dead, and they said, Alan wears his cooling suit. I was talking to one of the EPK guys one day, and I told him, well, it all wicks away. I wear the SPF 50, long sleeves, and everything wicks, and so it cools. I sweat a lot, so it cools. The more you sweat, the more it cools. And he was like, oh, that's really cool. So they said it was a cooling suit on the air. It's not technically a cooling suit. We had Jeffrey Dean Morgan wearing one of those underneath his jacket on really hot days. He plays Negan. But it didn't actually cool the way they seem to imply that it did. But if you watch a lot of the behind the scenes on shows, you'll usually see the boom operator and or utility, not usually the sound mixer unless it's pushing a cart through or they're in the background of Video Village or something. And that's part of being on set versus hiding and listening. So,
and supervising, right? Supervising what's happening there.
I'm changing a battery real quick, guys. I'm not going anywhere. Right back.
Now we get to talk some bad stuff about him, Curtis. What should we say about him?
Yeah, what do you think about this Eitan Kantar investment? Do you think that was a good move? You haven't worked with him since he's had that, right?
I haven't. And I tell you, he was talking about it when we worked together last.
Okay.
And I'm glad he pulled the trigger and got that, because there were some challenges that we faced that was coming from not having enough channels, or we had an issue at one point where I think it was the control surface he had was underpowered or something. He was using all the AES out. He was pushing that device to the limit. And it's funny because when he called Sound Devices, they're like, we've never had someone do that before. And we never expected anyone to be pushing it to the absolute limit. He can give more details when he comes in, but it actually threw I think an IO error or something like that. Michael's coming back. He can tell us more about that, but I think that's it. It was really funny because he had a couple of lockups, I think, between when we were, and it wasn't like during takes. I think it happened like one time during a take, but it was like a rehearsal that we should have not rolled on anyway. So there's
Yeah.
nothing really lost. But I think that we would be talking, and all of a sudden you'd hear the lockup sound, and it's instantly, whoops, I know what that is. Got to restart the thing. And Michael, I'm
Wow.
sure, can provide more information. But he was pushing. He is a master of learning the gear, and he
Yeah.
was able to figure out what needed to be. No signal. Here, I tell you what, I'm going to remove him for a second, and we'll add him back in a moment. But he could tell you a lot of details more about it. But it was a lot of fun.
Man, I would have to imagine he was sweating at that point. Can you imagine being in that situation? Well, yeah, you can because you were there, but I can just imagine.
Well, one of the fun things is production always loves to ask a billion questions when something happens. They'll always say to you, "What's the problem? Can you talk to me?" It's like, look, do you want us to stop fixing the problem and tell you what's going on, which you're not going to understand anyway? Or would you like us to go ahead and just fix the problem? How long is it going to take? Don't know. Could be a minute. It could be 5 minutes. And that's the nature of what it is. Michael, we're talking about when there's an issue. I was talking about how you mastered that 688 of yours and how you called up Sound Devices and you would say to them, why am I experiencing random lockups on it? And you explained that you were using everything, AES and everything. And they were like, we've never had anyone do that before.
Oh, you're talking about season
and
one.
so I was very
American Soul.
pleased when I heard that you had upgraded to the Kantar, because and we were talking about what happens when there's a lockup or something along the lines, a sound delay, a genuine sound delay due to hardware overheating or something. Would you care to talk about it from your perspective?
Yeah, absolutely. I had a 688 that was the first one they gave me was a lemon because it kept locking up, and fortunately it never locked up when we were rolling. It's never. It was always when it was sitting idle, and then it would lock up. But the hard part is if it did lock up, then it would lose time code. So we got so used to it, and it was so aggravating because it just took the level of stress to like another notch up. But we just kind of, so we'd have to pull the power from it because, or do a hard reset or pull the power, I don't even remember, and then regen the time code, and then all was well. And then from there, I remember I called Sound Devices one time. I said, well, here's what's happening. It happened. It locked up actually, Alan, one time on us while we were rolling. Now,
yes.
So, and we were doing an exterior, and I called Sound Devices, and because there was a multifold problem, then it wouldn't generate a sound report, and so I took all the media off of the card, and I did the sound report directly from Sound Devices software that they use where you can generate. I can't think of what it is right now, but and I called Sound Device. I said, "Here's what's going on specifically," and I had gone through everything on that machine, but I always did a redundant system on it because I didn't trust it because it was a new recorder for me at the time, and the only reason I picked it up because I was on the 788 before that is because I needed the extra tracks. And at the time, there wasn't the 8 series or none of that existed yet. So I said, well, and some mixer friends of mine were using the 6 series recorders that I trusted and on big shows. And I said, well, this is a good recorder. I mean, I've heard these shows. They sound good, so I know I'm going to get good results. And finally, I just, I called the dealer that I used for Gotham Sound, who's amazing, and I really like working with them. And they said, hey, we'll just take it back and just get you another one. And they did, and they changed it. And how I did that is because they gave me a demo. And what's really great about the Sound Devices 6 series recorders, and I'm sure it's the same thing with the 8 series, is that you can literally load your preset in one click. So I was able to pull the card, I was able to save a preset, pull the card out, put the new 688, which was a demo unit, because I didn't want to, because we still didn't know what was going on. So plug in the demo unit, load it up, and we were ready to go. And it was perfect, no problems. And I was like, So I called Sound Devices and I said, here's what happened. And they were wonderful. They took care of me. They determined it was a lemon. And I got the replacement. I've done, I think, 3 shows with the replacement. Maybe had like 1 lockup one time, but that's going to happen on any machine. You know, it wasn't the same kind of thing, you know, the gremlin that was in it. But I will tell you this. I mean, you know how it is, guys. I mean, both of you guys know when you're on set, you know, the equipment, things are going to happen. You know, you got to be ready for it. You can't, it's going to happen at the worst possible moment, or what I'll call the most opportune moment for that sort of thing to happen.
Yep.
And you got to say, you know, and it's hard, you know, it depending upon, you know, your experience level, or, you know, like, you know, I think when Alan and I were working together on this, was Alan, we got a technical. You know, if I told Alan,
I knew the noise. I knew that lockup
because our
noise.
comm systems were through the 688,
Mm-hmm.
so we couldn't communicate. But fortunately, it was all usually idle time. But even that is distracting because the crew's trying to work, and they're, you know, I was apologizing to the crew, guys. I'm sorry. I know this is not normal. I'm really trying my best to hunt this down. and we tried but you know, that's what you do. That's what's part of the job, I think, is just you get the tech, and you know, the tech is never going to be perfect. You know, if you go into this thinking all the tech's going to work all the time, you're going to be really disappointed. You know, it's
You
best
sure
just,
will.
It's best just to go, okay, all right, this isn't working right now. What's going to be a workaround, and take it a step at a time. Because, you know, guys, you know, it's like we see online, and we see it so much in the forums and everything. I can't believe it. I've been betrayed. You know, I don't know. It's kind of,
I heard somebody contacted me the other day and said, "Hey, I'm thinking of moving to an 888 and I'm going to sell my Nova." And I'm like, "Wait a minute. The Nova started shipping what, 3 months ago at most?"
You know, like, get rid of the Nova. The Nova's awesome.
But to your point, Michael, I mean, I know it's that same thing, and you're right. You can feel that way sometimes, just like, I haven't been betrayed.
yeah.
This thing let me down.
And the truth is that these guys, all of these manufacturers, work really, really hard to make sure that their products work, and there's going to be things, you know, especially now that it's more software based than it ever was.
Yeah.
You know, because really the 6, you know, well, that's not true. I was saying that's probably one of the first real software based recorders they had, because they had the 7 series, which was really their first, you know, software based, you know. So yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, interesting stuff. It's going to be interesting to see how the Kantar works once you get it out in the big jobs.
I hope it works. That's all I can say. Yeah,
I'm sure it'll do great. That thing's field tested. I mean, it's
it's
may not be
beautiful by this
perfect.
point.
Yeah. I'm very, because that a lot of it, like Curtis, like exactly like you say, you know, it's a lot of it is how many firmware versions did it go through? Because, I mean, but here's a question for you, Curtis. Like, how is your experience? You know, I've got almost none with the 8 series. You have the 888. I mean, I envy you for that. And what a beautiful machine. What's it been like? I mean, how's it been stability wise for you?
Well, there's COVID, so I got to use it on one job so far, and it was beautiful, and it was a pretty straightforward job. I mean, it was overkill for what I was doing. I had 3 channels of wireless and a boom, so it was like, you know, that's like a slam dunk for that kind of machine. But you know, the thing that I like about it is that I know the Sound Devices ecosystem. I'm used to operating the 633. Moving to the 888 was just pretty much seamless. I mean, it's just really straightforward.
Yeah.
So that, for me, that was a big advantage, because I knew how to get around that thing really pretty well already. And that's what I'm curious, like, because I guess in some respects, I mean, if there's a silver lining, you haven't had a chance to use your Kantar on an actual job, but you have had a little time to kind of get to know it, because you're coming from a very different system to this new one. I imagine.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
That's a big leap potentially.
It really is. And, you know, I've just been doing what I can just to get familiar with it, but I am definitely looking forward to just getting in the field, and because there's only so many technical acrobatic maneuvers you can do, but but right now the cart, once I was feeling like, okay, are we gonna get back to work? I had it out of the cart for a while, and I was working with it, and I shot some videos with it, and just did some different. Was really with the intention of, I got to learn this. That was the whole idea of everything I've been doing with the X3, is trying to learn the machine. And, but there's something about that day in, day out being in the field that is really what makes it, I think, for all of our gear.
Yeah.
How is that for you, Alan, like with just different types of boom poles and action and shock mounts? What's that like?
Well, it's the tools that you use. And you get a chance to figure out your preferences. If you grab a shock mount, technically I can use anything. If you know what you're doing, just like how you could, as long as you know how to adjust the user bits and how you make the settings right, you could sit down and operate anything and mix, because it's not about the gear. It's about your know-how. It's about what your skill is regarding mixing. It's about how good you hear, all that kind of thing. I can grab any boom pole and make it work, but I still have my preferences. If you give me my exact gear, which Michael, I bring a whole bunch of gear and I load up the trailer with a whole bunch of things, and I'll say, I want this for this and I want this for this. Mm-hmm. I'm very particular. Yeah. And if I have what I like and what I need, in my opinion, it makes me happy. It makes me do a better job. I instantly know I have a mount for this right here. I can throw this in here. I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. And I know exactly where things can be based on what I have. Yeah. And so for me, I've gone and day played for people and grabbed their boom poles and run with them. And usually I'll say, oh, geez, why is this cross threaded? Or why is this? And I'll start picking it apart. Or I think I said last night that I've day played for people before, and I have been driven nuts because no, don't use that microphone. I'm like, why? Well, it clicks. And I'll say, well, let me look at it. And then I'll say it's cross threaded. That's where that was coming from. Same mixer then said, yeah, don't use that shock mount. I'm like, why? It's like, it clicks. I'm like, was it with the same mic? No, it definitely clicks. So I would say, okay. And I grabbed the shock mount and I put the microphone in there and I shook it. And they're like, yeah, you hear that click? I'm like, yeah, it's because it's a Sonella and you're routing the cable wrong. It needs to go here instead of here. And then they're like, all right, shake it around. I'm like, dead quiet. A part of it is knowing what you need to do and how you need to do it. And from there, you can pretty much use anything.
Yeah. On that note, though, Alan, if you have options out there and you're a Sonella guy, why is that? I'm just curious.
What do you mean?
Well, Sonella's your preference, right? If you're going to be outside, Sonella's the one you're generally going to choose.
Yes. I personally like the fact that they are mindless. I don't have to think about, like, some shock mounts, you can only move them along a certain axis and they'll be quiet. Some of them, if you move too quickly, they will snap and they'll do this, and they'll wobble, or they hold a microphone weird. Okay. It could also, if the cable's not integrated, it can also create some cable noise, and depending on the actual connectors that you use and how you do things, it could also perhaps generate some noise through a floating ground on your microphone. It depends. And so I have my preferences, and I bring my gear to it. I have some Rycote and Vision Lyre 6s, some 7s. I have Sonella shock mounts, OSIX 8, OSIX 3. I have the EOSIX hard and soft for the MKH50. I have all these different things, and I basically know when I want to use them and how I want to use them, because I've used them enough and I know at what point they're going to be ideal. And I don't need to worry about them. I don't need to think about that. That way, Michael doesn't say, I'm hearing a weird noise here. And I say, oh, that's because I'm using a garbage shock mount. Or I don't need to make an excuse. I don't need to say, oh, that's because I did that wrong. I know from my own gear what its limitations are, what I can do and how I can do it, and how to get the best results with it.
Yeah. Confidence. You've got confidence with that.
And I don't have to worry about it. Like some shock mounts, if I put a microphone on there, I'm like, geez, I can't move fast with this thing because it's so stiff. And some of them, they're almost too wobbly, and then I have to worry about a microphone that if I move too fast, it's going to go banging on the side of it. Some shock mounts also, if you get too close to a ceiling and you hit the ceiling, it makes a pop noise. So you might need to add padding in certain places in the foam, like foot foam or hush heels, along certain things. You might need to add various different things to a shock mount to protect it from accidental hitting on a ceiling or something. But, I mentioned last night, the McDonald Mount N5, it comes with some silicone O-rings. And if you put a microphone through there, it could very easily have too much out the front. If you add a softy, a super softy, a wind killer, a wind bubble, something like that, and then you have to add either more O-rings to it, or one of the things that's popular is a broccoli rubber band. So you'll add that to the front, or you'll double up certain types of rubber bands that you like better, and you'll figure out the tension that you want for different pieces of gear. That comes from experience.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah, I've been really interested in the Cinela stuff lately. When I get back to work, because I have found I actually have one of these. These things for these Rycote softies and other designs. I typically don't use these for wind on film sets. I'll use the Zeppelins because they have more air around them, so they sound better acoustically. But the problems I'm having with these softies, because I do have a few of these, is that this part tends to wear out here. I don't know if this camera is going to focus on it.
It's a rubber gasket is what he's talking about.
Yeah, it's just the rubber gasket. And I find that a lot of, so this is, especially on the smaller microphones, like this is the Sanken CSM one. Mm-hmm. And I really struggle with wind getting into the rear of the microphone on this. So Alan, actually, he has a video on us really good, and on the Cozy.
Only one video.
Yeah, and the Cozy that's his only video that I enjoy. So the Cozy it goes all the way around the mic, just like you would have with a proper windshield. And then, of course, they've got the piano for the larger short shotgun microphones. But you're talking about a $700-800 wind rig. But without a doubt, they will outperform, the Cozys will outperform these, because it's fully suspended around the mic. Plus, you've got more air around the microphone rather than whatever's inside of this.
I just added the video for the Cozy into the
great
chat, cool. So if anyone wants to watch it.
And so I definitely want to get some of those Cozys. And the other experience I had with my Zeppelin recently, because I got the Rycote Zeppelin for the short shotguns.
WS
what is it?
or something?
Exactly. The WS7, and then the long one for the MK70, whatever model that is. So
11.
I was doing... really becomes a problem with MS, especially. Yeah. These shorter ones are going to be more difficult, the shorter mics, and then MS microphones, because there's just more opportunity for air to get around the mic and interfere with the diaphragm. But I was noticing I was recording some MS wind, and I had a stereo not Audio Technica.
It's the Sanken CS50. Is that the one you're talking about?
No, that's the one I just did. Mm-hmm. But there's a Audio Technica.
Oh, the other microphone in your kit.
Stereo MS. Cord. I couldn't tell you. BP4029. That's it. Anyway, so this microphone, I wish I had the CMS50 with me when I was doing the MS video, but the wind was getting underneath the rig, and I had it fully sealed. Everything was installed correctly, and then I said to my viewers, I said, well, I should have put some top stick. I should have done a better job with this rig. I said I took the blame, and all of these guys from the UK were like, no, you need to buy the Cinela, or the Cinella, so like the piano mount. And so then I started researching, and so anyway, I'm really excited about what they do, and definitely plan on replacing some of the stuff with their.
Philippe out there, I've known him for a long time. He's taken really good care of me. He asked me if I wanted to be one of his the people that product tested the cozy, or did I want to receive the first real version of it and review it that way? And I tell you, I almost took the product testing, but then I said, you know what? It'd be nice to have the full-fledged version. And I'm glad I did it that way, because it is just such a gem of a device. It basically uses the fur that you would normally find on the Sonella, and it's the short fur, and it doesn't wrap it in the regular acoustic membrane material that goes around the outside.
That's like the Rycote.
It doesn't do that. It just puts the fur around it. So if you can imagine the regular frame, and I mean, I actually have the cozy over there. I could go grab it if you want to see it, but just watch the video right there.
And then you can interchange your
the
mics,
holders for the different mics.
They're like $30 for the so you can use different mics, and they change.
And there's
out
a small,
quickly.
medium, and a large.
Yeah. Wind
and they're great.
Wind
they're
is
great.
a big deal. Wind is a very important thing.
And also
with the sound
transparency with wind.
Huge.
You can't just throw something on a microphone and it kills a third of your high frequencies. You can't do that. It's got to sound acoustically transparent as close to. And one of the first things that you start losing is the really high frequencies, the air frequencies. And then you'll start to cut in the presence too. But the higher the frequency is, the more that's going to be cut out.
Yeah.
And so if you want to preserve those, if you look at like, I actually have, it's literally right here. I could grab it. It's on the back of the Rycote Windjammers, the modular series. It will show you a graph, a frequency response graph, but unlike a microphone, it will show you where the frequencies, how much it kills and cuts off at each different frequency. And it's really cool when you look at that, because you can read it the same way as you do a frequency response graph and know how it will generally perform, plus or minus. So it's still got to be sealed correctly. That's actually a point I will say about the Sonellas. If you get a piano or a pianissimo, then you or an Albert or anything, you have to be careful about how you seal it up, because if you don't seal it just right, it will click. You have to put everything on there the right way, and there's a right way to do it. Now I will throw this out there too for anyone watching this in chat. If you get a new piece of gear and you're not 100% sure about the way it works, don't think you can't ask how it works. There is no harm in the world about asking something that you don't know. Don't just think you have to be a tough guy and I know everything about sound, I'm too good to ask questions. Don't be afraid to ask questions. It is extremely important to learn the right way to do something. That way you don't go 3 or 4 years before someone says you're an idiot. Why have you been doing this when all you had to do is this right here? And you're like, oh, geez, that makes so much more sense. And it would have suddenly removed this issue I've had. Technology moves fast. It's important to, if you're going to upgrade, you got to understand the gear. If there's something you don't understand about it, by all means ask. Cannot state that enough.
Yeah, agreed. I actually use the Rycote Cyclone.
Yes,
and the Cyclone, it's really good. I've never had an issue with wind blowing across a capsule, obviously, but it does cut those air frequencies more than I would like. If I had any complaint about it, that's the one complaint I have about it. I love the system in terms of being able to get in and out and swap out microphones quickly.
Yeah.
That's really nice. I did have a cable fail, the little cable that runs up underneath. I don't know, Alan, is that something you have to basically replace those periodically? Mine lasted about 2 years, maybe 2.5 years.
Not normally. I mean, so it depends on how much you use it. It depends on, do you leave a microphone in there all the time because you use it every day? Do you go in and out and in and out and
I
constantly?
store it empty.
Yeah.
So I probably used it more than anyway.
But even then, I mean, you have good cables, and I have good cables that have lasted me. I'll only change them because they have a couple of nicks in them, and even though they still work great, I'll replace my cables periodically. I know guys that have internal coiled boom cables, and they'll change one out every single show. They just want to make sure that it stays tight and everything. And those things aren't like $125.
Right.
Curtis, does the Cyclone have the cable isolator? So where the cable comes in and then there's the little top. Okay.
Yeah.
So you just buy those parts, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I could buy a new one. It was a $75 new cable. It just kind of caught me off guard one day, and I was kind of I had backup, so I was okay. But it was one of those
Sure.
situations where I'm like, what is going on?
Yeah.
And it took a while to troubleshoot and figure out what was going on. I thought maybe it was the coil inside my boom, but it ended up being the little. It was up near the connector that actually connects to the microphone. It looks
I
like
see.
not bad. So I'm curious too, Michael. How many do you run a lot of cables when you're actually out in Video Village? Are you all wireless? Is because I know Alan, you're using the A10 on the boom, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not when I was with Michael. Michael, do you have an A10 system now? Did you upgrade to that too?
No,
You're still
no,
with the
I'm not.
MM1 and the SMQV?
HMAs now.
HMAs. Okay.
Yeah. The HMA is what I still have the MM1 system, but I decided to pick up a A1B1 HMA just to make things easier, especially going back into kind of the world we're going into. I really want to kind of make things as light and as simple as possible. So that would be, I love the sound of the A10, and I've heard it, and I'm just kind of, going through my paces with upgrading wireless and trying to wait as long as I can to see something. Well, you know how it is. It's a game of waiting with wireless because it's probably the most expensive gear we buy. So I feel like the most I can get out of my investment, the better. I'm going to keep squeezing those wireless. But I mean, I spent, probably, I don't even want to say the number just in reblocking and stuff. I mean, just way over 10,000 just in that. And, not even, I was like, wow, I didn't even buy new wireless. But to answer your question, Curtis, cabling is, I do cable to get picture. And then typically, if that cable also has a built-in XLR inside of it, because I just made it with like one of those webbing materials.
Okay.
So if we have a VTR or video assist on set who's also recording picture and sound, they can get that feed from me at one cable. And then the other cable that I run is for the LPDA antenna systems. So that will typically live on the edge of set, and that's really it. I mean, there's cables in the cart because my IFB IEM system, like for the for the crew, and also context for the the public and director and everybody, those live on the cart. And sometimes the antennas live on the cart too, because they can be remoted or be on the cart. So the only real cable is that, and then power is the other cable you're going to run, So, but like boomed, I've had to go to cable before because of a lack of availability of wireless. I was in a situation on Atlanta season 1, and it was the middle of the night or 2. I couldn't even tell you which season. It was 2, I think, now that I remember. And I at the time I was mixing on a 788, and I maybe had I think one venue full of wireless, or it was a very minimal system. Maybe actually 2 venues, but not fully spec'd out, like 8 channels of wireless. That's what it was. And for my talent, because it was in the middle of the night and 4 in the morning, and everyone's dead tired, we're at base camp with transmitters on their ankles. And on where we were, which was in the city, there was the wireless on the blocks that I had available was just destroyed. And without even thinking about it, we just ran 2 booms, 2 cables. I wasn't even going to mess with it, because I think we got through a rehearsal, and I'm trying this, and I realized that we are completely screwed. And it just, that's where cables will save you every time. I mean, I always have 500 feet plus of cable on my cart ready to go, because you can't go wrong. I want to say, Alan, you and I had to do a cable situation because the MKH50s were RFI
it was
interference.
I was waiting to actually say that, but yes, it was on P Valley. We were shooting in
They were shooting in
that restaurant, homegrown, and we ended up running into, when I was booming people at the table, if I brought it too close to this one wall, for whatever reason, there was RF issues there. And so he said, grab the CSM1, let's try that.
We tried the other 50 first.
And we tried the other 50.
And then we tried other...
We tried a few different microphones.
It took us a moment to get to the problem, which was the mic.
Unreal.
Yeah, and those 50s, Curtis, you got to be careful with them because they are RFI prone. And
it's amazing. They are very solid.
They are solid
most of the time, but occasionally there'll just be a little something that will catch them.
I think it was that neon. I think it was that neon light.
The neon that was built into the clock right there.
Yeah,
it may have
That
been.
would explain it. Yeah,
may have been. I thought it was too far away, and it didn't. When I brought a microphone right up to it, it didn't make any noise. But if I got a little bit farther away, maybe it was just because it was a wavelength out.
You know what it was? Here's what it was. We hardlined the 50.
We did.
And it was still there. And we were like, shit, it's the mic. And then we were just like, okay, just put out the other CSM1 and it solved it. And it was gone, but it drove us crazy.
Yeah.
And
it's unacceptable to happen. But to have a microphone mid scene suddenly, like, what's going on here?
Well, we had two of them, and they were both doing it. We even switched to the other one. Same
and
thing.
People were just like, "Can we just roll?" No, we're not. We're not gonna just play the lav. I need to boom this.
Yeah.
And Michael's like, "We're gonna figure this out, people." And I'm over there saying the same thing. I'm like, "No, we're not rolling. I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying sound speeds. Until we get this figured out." And they're like, "Okay, we're down for a moment." It's like, "Yes, you are."
Yeah. Wow. That's right.
We have a couple of questions that have been asked a while back. This is a good one for you. Michael, did you work on the Teddy Perkins episode of Atlanta? If so, how was that experience?
Yes, I did, PJ. I mixed that episode, and that was probably the most amazing sounding house that I had ever worked in. The house was so old that it had a carriage height entrance on the side. And it had all of this beautiful wood and architecture inside of it. It was I don't know how old it had to have been pre-Civil War. And so everything in that room, on those rooms, acoustically speaking, told a narrative story. So it was magic. Everything was magic that happened on that episode, from the performances of Donald Glover and Keith Stanford, and who plays Darius, and just and of course Teddy, and that was just amazing. And then also Donald never broke character, not once. I think we shot that episode for 4 days, which was actually extra time for that show, because believe it or not, we did those episodes in 3 days. And it was a very for a very popular show. We definitely did that very quickly, and just, it was amazing how efficient, and just how, what's the word? I don't know. There just wasn't as large as a crew as you would think. And but yeah, it was amazing. That was such an amazing experience. And and that one, not for sound mixing, but for sound editing, I believe won a Primetime Emmy for the sound on that. So that, I was very happy for them. And of course, we had the Formosa group for that episode, so that helps too.
Yeah.
So it's every once in a while you get on an episode of a show and everything just aligns, and it's a magical experience, So yeah, thanks for the question.
What's the Formosa group for the people that don't know?
A Formosa group is a audio post. I think we talked about this earlier, but it's an audio post house in LA, and it's probably the largest one for audio post, in the world. And I believe they were, at one point, there was a company called Sound Deluxe, and then around 2012 or 13, this company was formed. And so they really specialize in building just creative talent, and really investing into their mixers and post people and stuff, and really specialize in building the best, probably, the best audio post stuff you can get really for, television, providing they can afford it, So that's it. You could just look them up online. It's probably even easier than my description.
So that's a pretty good one. Another question for you, Michael. Give us a funny story about Alan making excuses.
Oh my goodness. The funniest story I could tell you about Alan on set.
Wonder if it's going to be the same one I'm thinking.
Of course it is. The funniest story that I could think of Alan on set was when we were doing Nancy Drew, and it was, what a wonderful show it was. But we show, Alan is always there in his car, 30 minutes early, 45 minutes early, even to the point of the script supervisor was worried about Alan because she came to me during the breakfast, and she's just kind of got hush hush with me. She says, "Do we need to be worried about Alan?" And I was like, "I don't think so. What do you mean?" So I just kind of lean into her, and she says, "Well, I think he's homeless." I was like, "You think he's homeless?" I said, "Well, what makes you think he's homeless?" I mean, I'm at this point, I'm thoroughly entertained. I'm just kind of listening. I said, "Well, what makes you think he's homeless?" And she's like, "I think he's sleeping in his car." because Alan always sleeps in his car.
I go in very early to beat traffic, and I always want to make sure I'm there on time.
That's exactly right. That's a better description than him always sleeping in his car. So he's there early. So to finish the story, we were there. It was just another, that movie we shot in like maybe 30, 40 days, if that. Mm-hmm. And we're there on set, and it's a busy day. We're ready to go. It's in the morning. And Matt, my third, and I are there, and we're at breakfast. And I was like, "Well, where's Alan?" He's like, "Oh, I don't know. I haven't seen him." I was like, "Oh, that's odd. Usually he's here early." And this was the first show that Alan and I had ever done together. So I wasn't quite, the alarm bells didn't really go off in my head yet. I didn't know. I was like, "Oh, okay, well, maybe he'll be on set." And we get to set, and there's no Alan. So I told Matt, I said, "Matt, grab the boom. I'll wire the talent." So Matt is like because at this point it's coming to my attention, and I was so worried about Alan because I was like, you got to understand that Alan, he's Mr. Sound Speech. This guy lives, breathes, and eat like this is his world. And I'm thinking, I'm inside of myself balancing two things. I'm like, okay, we gotta start work, but I'm worried about Alan. So I'm texting Alan, and I'm thinking, okay, what do we do? Do we notify the authorities? Is he okay? And then all of a sudden,
it should also be noted real quick. Call times on that show were usually 7:30, but this was a rare occasion that they brought in the entire crew at 6.
So anyway, I call. I finally pick up. I'm calling, texting, and then I go and I call again, and he's like, "Hey." I'm like, "Alan, where are you?" He's like, "I'm in my car.
I'm in my car, crew parking." Good morning.
I was like, "Come to set." But anyway,
my alarm didn't go off.
His alarm didn't go off. But he told me, to Alan's credit, he said, "Michael," he says, "I know this is our first show together, but if you don't ever see me at there 30 minutes early, just know." And he was right, because it's a funny story, and it's worth telling. So that's my Alan story.
But you'll also remember when we first started the show together, I said, if I'm ever late, I'm usually very late. It's not like it's like once every 2 years or something, some crazy thing will happen, and my alarms won't go off. Something will have happened. I did a movie called Kill the Messenger a few years ago, and there was we were shooting down in that Douglasville prison, the one on the other side of town, the other side of the world from me, and our call time was something like 8 a.m. and I'm just sleeping, and I think I was so tired the night before that I forgot to set an alarm. And so I wake up, and it's the sound mixer, Aaron, and he calls me and says, "Hey, where are you?" I'm like, "I'm at home asleep. Why?" He's like, "Well, we have a call time." I'm like, "Oh crap!" I suddenly hit me as he called me because I wasn't there. And I instantly look over at the clock and I'm like, freaking out. At this point, I'm like, call time was, 15 minutes ago and I'm an hour and 45 minutes in traffic away. And so I jumped in the car and I was lead footing that thing and just screaming at everyone that was making me slow down to 20 over the speed limit. I got there, and as soon as I got there, I'm telling the utility, all right, I need this, and this. I'm just like in dictator mode because I'm so crazy. And he's like, it's all right, it's cool. We got this. They're still lighting. I'm like, oh, that's right, this is a feature. It's one of those things in feature world. They'll light for 2.5 or 3 hours.
Right.
And that was, and I got there and we still didn't shoot for another hour after that.
I actually think those are hard because it's like you're waiting and you're like, oh, maybe I have time to go do this. And then you go do whatever it is. And then suddenly, okay, we're ready to roll. And you're like, oh crap. You're running back. Those are hard, I would think.
Yeah.
They are. That's where I've gotten bitten before.
Okay. Well, we have another fun little thing right here. I'm going to remove that question. And we have Bandrew.
Excuse me, that is Blandrew. Get it right.
Whatever. You know what? I'm going to change your name myself.
Why is Blandrew no cam?
I wasn't planning on jumping in or doing anything, so I don't have anything set up.
Amazing. I would have figured you're in your beanie hat and you got a flannel shirt on.
I'm in my
exactly
bikini.
Like this. He looks exactly like the little icon there.
Okay. No more questions, Your Honor.
Yeah.
We're done.
Yeah. I don't want to blind everybody.
It's an honor to have you here.
It's an honor to be here, Curtis.
I sent him a message like an hour or two ago when I sent you a message in here. Yeah. I said, "Come on in, Curtis. Come on in." And I sent him a message, and he responded back to me after about half an hour. I'm playing Minecraft. I'm like, "Come on into the stream. Stop."
You told me to take the day off, so I wasn't looking at this stuff. I was watching movies and Minecrafting, and then you're saying, "Get on camera." Come into a live stream.
But guess what? It's now the next day and you don't have tomorrow off. So there you go.
He decided when we started telling the crystal story that we would need help. I think when that went on and on, he said, oh God.
Oh, I better help.
I better come on.
That's a lot of fun.
Bandrew, it's nice to officially meet you. And I've been really enjoying your videos.
Thanks, Michael. Nice to meet you as well.
He was telling me
that
go
sounded
ahead.
very insincere on my part. It was not, I assure you. This is just me when I'm not in my persona. I'm just dry and kind of a dick.
That's one of the reasons why we get along so well.
I don't know if I buy that.
I'm pretty friendly.
Just the animation that he has here when he speaks,
it's pretty cool, isn't it?
The circle expands has personality in itself.
It's pretty cool. I like it. Let me see. I think we had another.
We have some speculation in the chat.
Speculation. I'm still way up above. Let me see. Where are you? Which?
Greg, my friend Greg Palmer here.
This one right here?
Let's speculate.
Does Audio Limited have something new on the way? I saw that they've discounted everything on the A10, maybe an A20 soon. I said like a year ago that I really hope that they would release an A20. I don't know if I was on your team when I mentioned this. I may have been right when I joined Aaron's team. I said, I'm waiting for them to release something like, let's say, an A20 that it has internal filtering. So you don't have to worry about the external filters. Because that, to me, it drives me nuts. Having to build a special cable that has the A10 version 3 filter in there. And then what I end up having to do when I do a wireless boom. Are you still using yours as wireless packs, Curtis, and not as a boom
packs.
yet?
All packs, yep.
So you haven't had the fun of building an XLR and hearing the high pitch digital noise, and then having to add a little loop into almost like a very loose knot into it or looping it around upon itself in order to get the self noise to go away off of that noise. When you do though, dead quiet, completely digital, dead quiet, beautiful. But if you don't do everything just right and you don't have the right filters and you don't have everything, it's going to make a little bit of noise. So I really do hope that they release an A20. It's funny you said that, Greg, because I actually said to my sound mixer, Aaron, I said, if we start seeing the A10 prices drop and it's close to NAB time or IBC or one of these big trade shows, expect to see a new product launch or something. And you could be onto it there. I haven't been looking at the prices because I've just not been paying attention to it. But that's a very good point there, Greg. They may be.
I figured that it was a sort of a pandemic special pricing kind of thing, but it could be a new product. I know they said, I remember Kish, that's his name, right? Over at Audio Limited.
That's right.
Kish?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He was saying, when I remember when they were interviewing him about the original A10 development, and I was astonished. He said that A10 was in development for something like 7 years or crazy amount of time. I mean, it's a great system, don't get me wrong. And they were, they did it. It sounds like, with the exception of the using it for Boom, it's been a great system for me. But it is maybe it's an iterative. Maybe they're going to kind of move into iteration mode.
Alan, let me ask you a question. Is that just with certain? Because technically, that's microphone noise that we're hearing, right?
No.
Because you're telling me that there's self noise from the transmitter, that it's
No,
not coming through the microphone as a result of interference.
It's something on the cable. It's something on the cable, because I can take one microphone off. I can take the MKH50 off, and I can put on the Neumann KMR82i, and it makes the same noise. If I take that off and I put on the DPA 4017B, makes the same noise.
No
if I take that off and put the 416 on, same noise. It's something on that cable, and if you simply loop it around, and it's also the antenna. The antenna sticks up and the cable comes out. If I take the antenna and if the cable comes out like this and I simply loop it around and kind of tuck it underneath, no sound.
Okay.
If that cable grounds to the antenna, even though it's rubber casing, it still is enough to make that background, that noise go away. Now, sometimes the filters are solid.
Yeah.
But usually what I've run into is once the system warms up, after a while, you can suddenly start to hear, I'll say, wait a minute, what is that noise? Do you hear that? And suddenly, because we'll all be chit-chatting, there'll be a lot of noise on set, and suddenly someone will say, hold on a second, and they'll bring down my level a little bit, which brings down everything. They'll bring down anything else that's up, and I'll move into a quieter area, and we'll listen and say, oh yeah, that's that noise. Let's try another cable. So that is what I consider to be the tragic flaw in the A10 system if you use it for wireless boom, is the fact that it does not have it's not Zaxcom with regards to filtering. It's Zaxcom, you can plug it in, and it's a beautiful piece of machinery. Electrosonics, same exact way. A10s, you got to get the filter right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we'll definitely see a 4-channel slot from
that's
Audio
actually
Limited.
Something that Levi says right here.
With the
An
super
A20
slot.
quad
Yeah.
channel would be awesome. Amazing.
What about, did you guys see that video on the WizzyCom system where they walked like 3 miles or so? There's a video floating out there right now on a WizzyCom system from a dealer overseas, and they do this incredible walk test, and I'd have to find it. And what is it? Is it? I'll have to,
But I have a question for you, Michael.
Sure.
When we're talking about that, how much reach do you really need on the jobs you do generally?
I mean, realistically, for most stuff, if you're able to live on the edge of set, I don't need any more than 300 feet.
Okay.
Yeah, that's and I'm not going to risk any, taking any chances of being far away. So I see what you like, kind of because you hear a lot like, oh wow, it's flexing when they do that, because it is flexing.
No, I think it's understanding the limits of your gear is what it is.
Yeah, but there's something special about the WizzyCom systems, I think, that are really worth looking into. and I know there are new slot mounts that have 4 channels.
Yes.
Are
Right.
going to be compatible with Super Slot.
Mhm.
But yeah, so yeah, the video is it's by Raycom, Raycom TV, the Wizzycom MCR 54 walk test. And it's stupid silly how far they go. I've never seen an Electrosonics system do
Now-
what that did.
Oh, go ahead,
Yeah.
Curtis.
I was just going to ask and maybe for both of you, do you usually run the packs at full power, or what do you do?
100 milliwatts for me.
Yeah, 100
usually.
milliwatt
Yeah.
usually. We'll go to quarter watt if we need it.
If there's issues, where we really run into trouble, Curtis, probably more often than is not necessarily the range like we talk about with these crazy walk tests, but like when, for example, like on American Soul, Alan and I did season 1 together. All the picture cars are metal because we have all these period cars, and then if the utility, Matt's usually pretty good about it, but you would never put it on an ankle if they're in a vehicle because you could be 20 feet from that view and it's
Right.
going to disappear. And with some of those cars, I've had to have LPDAs literally shooting down 15 feet from the car just to keep the range, because there's certain, multi-path reflections that happen that really make the biggest difference with RF performance. And a lot of it has to do with, you got to remember, it can't be seen on the actor.
Right.
So it has to be hidden in a place, and our bodies are like big sacks of waters, and then we got to put the transmitter right next to it. So a lot of that really interferes, is probably more of the challenge, And then if you put these small transmitters on quarter watt, which you can't even buy them like that anymore, with the new FCC rules, then they get so hot that the talent feels like it's burning them.
Yeah.
Days away actually is when the new
Yeah.
law goes into effect.
Is it July 12th?
July 13th.
July 13th, 2020
Yep.
is the new FCC. No more
Yep.
600 after that.
That's correct. After 608, there's
Yeah.
a couple of transition bands that you can get an FCC license and transmit in there.
Yep.
But
Part
aside from that,
74, I have one. I have a part 74.
very good.
Yeah.
So you can hide in that little pass band, that little transition band.
Yeah, there are 2 guard bands. One's consumer and one's professional. The consumer one is actually wider.
Yeah.
The professional is a little more narrower, and I couldn't tell you which ones. But the issue is that the transmitter power limit is 10 milliwatts. Or is it 15? 10 or 15. Either way, I've got no equipment that can run at that low a transmission power. Now the A10s, how low can they go, Curtis, transmission
Ooh.
power?
5, I think.
Is it? I thought maybe it was 10. It's 5 or 10, something like that.
So it
yeah.
can go to
I
10
thought it was like
milliwatts on
I
the
thought it was
A10.
wait a minute. You might be right. It's a 10, a 25, and a 50, I think.
I think so. Yeah.
Because we usually run them on 50, I think.
So you could technically use the A10 system in the guard band.
okay.
Because
I
it'll
believe
be
so.
You could tune
below the trans. See, that's awesome.
Yeah. And you would you would never do a bag drop then, right?
For
Like for when you were talking about in the cars,
No,
you would just
You don't
stay
want to
away
have
from,
to do that unless you really want to. I think you
Oh.
did do one of those at one
Yeah.
point. You put it in auto
if you
mix,
have
and
to.
you've done
If
that.
if you have to.
But he'll
I mean-
negotiate every trick in the book to say, like, "Can I get in the back seat?
if-
Can I get in the trunk? Can I
if-
get
if-
anywhere?"
I
He likes to mix it.
did a bad drop on Atlanta because it was a self drive. It was a self drive of they had they call them day zeros. I don't know. It seems shady. I don't. It's just, but 2 actors self driving the car, and then we had a camera op sitting in the back. So he was in the middle seat or something, and then they had a director with a monitor, and then a focus puller. So you got 3 in the back too, and they're like, "Okay, what are you gonna do?" And so I had to do like Alan says. I mean, preferably it's not the way going to be the best idea. But in that situation, I said a backdrop, and then the camera operator, you know him, Alan. Wish I could think of his young guy. Anyway, Jarrett. Yeah, he used to work for a mixer here in town. And because he started as a sound utility. So I put the bag in there and I said, hey, could you just roll and cut? And all you got to do is just do this and stop. He said, yeah, I can do that. I said, cool, thanks, man. Here's a slate. Have at it. And I bag drop it. And that was a 633, which I still have. I love my 633. I'm never getting rid of it. And I put Dan Dugan Auto Mix on.
First class, love it.
They drove around, did their thing. I had a cup of coffee. And they came back, and Jarrett says, he looks at me, because I said, Jarrett, you wear the headphones. I said, I just need to make sure, if a mic fault, something stupid happens, I just need to know. He said, okay, yeah, I can wear the headphones. So I convinced the camera operator to wear headphones, and he comes back and he goes, that was amazing. I was like, what are you talking about? That was amazing. He's like, it was like I could hear everything perfectly. I was like, oh, yeah. I said, cool.
Michael was sitting there on his phone mixing.
No,
he was doing this number.
No, it was
I'm joking.
It was.
I know. I'm joking. Come on.
I should have took the credit. Yeah.
I was remote mixing.
That was Dan Dugan, baby. that auto mix technology is amazing. Brilliant. When it's used correctly. Mm-hmm. And I've only in corporate, especially these round tables. Oh my God.
Yeah. Why would you not?
It's just like, how do you not do that? Like, but the auto mix technology is extremely useful, and it can be used in some narrative senses, especially once you get past these 16 track. I mean, forget it. I mean, come on, no one's mixing that much. I don't care who you are. You're not doing it. So if you can group things together,
if you are,
yeah, and if it's just another tool, But yeah, if you got to drop it, Curtis, drop it. I mean, you got to get the sound, man. Yeah. And even if there's no auto mix, who cares? I mean,
you got ISOs.
It's a bag drop.
Right.
Just write it in post. It's a bag drop.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a magician. I mean, but I can give you Dan Dugan, and that's nice. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I had a piece, and it was just a small piece, and the director basically gave me no options. So we, I was ready to go in the car, a follow car, and he's like, I don't want a follow car. I don't, because I don't remember the reason, but so I said, okay, we're doing a bag drop.
It's perfect. Yeah.
Came out fine. Actually.
And as long as no one's riding in the trunk or doing something silly, that's the other thing is.
Yeah.
I've seen it even on union shows, and I was doing second unit on a what was it? It was a playback. It was a video assist, and he's jumping in the back of the car to ride along with the self drive on the thing, so he can make somebody happy and give somebody a picture. I say, hey man, what are you doing? Get out of there. They don't need that. That's not safe. You can't do that. That's their problem, not yours. Get out. Sometimes you got to tell these young guys because they get real eager to please everybody. And they'll, safety is obviously a huge thing, a very important thing. I know Alan knows that.
Alan knows that for sure.
You've had some pretty intense experiences, right, Alan?
You've heard me straight up argue with people. You've heard me argue with directors.
Yeah.
I mean, there's two directors that we worked with on American Soul, I believe it was. We said, I had asked early that because it's a period show, everyone's wearing these really loud shoes.
Yeah.
And we had a scene where Don Cornelius was walking through his entire house really fast, and I could boom only part of it. So it played on the law for part of it, and he was yelling so I could kind of, point the microphone into the room anyway. And when we punched in for coverage, I said, I want to drop carpets here because this is a point where he's entered the room now. He's not as loud, and I don't want all those clip clops over it. And they said, sure, no problem. The first AD told me that. And I told Matt, the utility, I said, have the carpets right there at the edge of set. So that way, as soon as they say swing a lens, drop the carpet, drop it. Let's add tape and we're done. That way we're not delaying production. That's a thing that you do not want to do, is waste too much time. And the director, who you absolutely love, and I grew to like him too, Peter.
Oh,
he
yeah.
says he's like, no,
O'Fallon.
just forget it, just go. And I'm like, no, these are not taped down right now. We have an actor that's moving faster here. I don't care, roll. I'm like, I'm not going to, no. And at that point, he like raised his voice and yelled at me, and I'm like, I'm not going to cause an unsafe situation here. We have an actor running through here at a fast speed. Yeah. I'm not going to let him slip. I'm not going to let our Steadicam operator that's backing up, or a handheld operator backing up, potentially slip. We're going to do this the right way. And I was very strict about that. And at that point, you hear silence for a couple of seconds. You say, all right, then be fast. And that's the way you do it. Yeah. There was another scene that we had where it was later in the season. Lady gets mad and she slams a door and at a guy that's leaving the house. And when we did the first take, the vintage door they had that was period 1971 door, it actually shattered the glass. The glass that was sitting in there, it shifted down in the pane, and it revealed on the top about that much of it sticking down. And there was a crack that was going across it in a couple of different directions. The director didn't know this. He was sitting at his chair. You remember this now. We were rolling. And they're like, all right, back to one. And I'm like, wait, hold on a second. No, clear out. I'm like, no. And I put my foot in the door and I said, hold on a second. We have a safety concern here. And like, what safety concern? It's fine. Just back out. I'm like, no, we need to address this right now. The glass is broken. If she slams the door, it could hit Aaron, who was the camera operator. I said, because they basically did a shot where she slams the door and it goes right into the lens.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that at all. And at that point, they were like, the director comes in. He's like, "What? What's going on here? What's going on here?" I'm like, "Look at the glass. Look at the glass." And that's when he looks at it and says, "Oh, I didn't realize it was broken."
Yeah.
At that point, that's when they finally paused and they looked at it, and they said, "Okay, yeah, let's cut." And then at that point, they actually cleared the set for 10 minutes while they safely dealt with that. And I think they actually removed the glass, which we were very annoyed by because we had more scenes inside. And we were hearing the outside noise and the generator and the cars driving by and stuff. We're like, why are we hearing all this stuff inside? And I said, Michael, they removed the glass, if you recall. He's like, that's right. And he was annoyed by that too. So what we did do is we talked to the grips. And when we didn't see that, we had them block it up with a piece of dance floor.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
So that was one workaround that we did. But yeah, I've had to go head to head against people before. And you can say two things that make sure that everybody on set knows. You do not say, this is unsafe for me. You say this is an unsafe situation for everybody.
Yeah.
If you say it's unsafe for everybody, you're not just saying that I have a problem with this. This is an unsafe situation. And then you can say, you have a liability. If you tell DGA, the production department, you say, you have a liability. This is an unsafe situation. If you tell them that they have a liability and it's an unsafe situation, and if they push on past it, they could lose their insurance.
Yeah.
It's extremely bad. That means that if you tell a first AD, or you tell a director and producers and anybody that they have a liability and an unsafe situation and they choose to ignore it, then they could potentially face jail time too, depending on how bad of a situation it is.
Yeah, it's and I think that the point, especially I think for a lot of, just viewers and stuff like that is, I remember, when you're younger and you're starting in the business, you feel like you need to, just do whatever to make it happen, or just, it's going to be fine or whatever. But yeah,
go with the flow.
Yeah, safety is extremely important, when filming anything, even if it's a YouTube video. I mean, it doesn't matter. You just want to be, when you have a microphone, or, I guess a story that I'll tell is I was doing an indie movie some years back and called Sons to the Grave. And it was McKelty Williamson, who's Bubba Gump Shrimp. So anyway, I was in such a hurry and a panic to fix this wire on the talent. They didn't have a street closure on the road that we were working on. They had the sidewalk and they had the walkway, but they didn't have the street. And there was no ITC, which is called intermittent traffic control. There was no real safety thing put in place because it used low budget, and it was in Indy, and they were cutting corners. And so me, and just a very kind of a frenzy to fix a wire on an actor, because we were doing a 2-man crew on that. I ran in, and the director's trying to talk to this actor, and I'm trying to also adjust the wire because they're about to go at the same time. And I'm just moving, they're just with the flow of everything. And I step back, and I feel, and my shirt kind of brushes. And I realize that I just came probably, 6 inches from death. Trying to fix a wire on an actor, because a car was speeding by and I was in the road, and I almost got hit by that car. And, and it didn't really hit me until much later, in the moment I was like, oh no, oh God, it was just shocking. But it took experience. The point of the story is to says it took shows down the road and doing union shows for me to even understand that what they were doing was unsafe. Yeah. That's the thing, is like, because you don't know what you don't know. To me, I'm just like, hey, we're making a movie here.
It's exciting times. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that grows in experience.
Yeah. So that, but those are the kind of things you have to just kind of, roads are important. Cars are, I think, a lot of, those are, I think, the most kind of dangerous stuff, because, when you're working on a creative project, you're focused, you're in the moment, you're not paying attention as much as you would in your normal everyday life, that this is a street and I'm crossing. Because when you're out there on a film project, you feel like you have this ownership, but you just want to always try to watch your back and ask questions and say, hey, do we, if you're on an indie movie, everyone on these indie movies want to work and excel their careers to bigger movies. So the people in charge usually will have enough common sense. You could say, hey, would you do a safety meeting? They're, oh yeah, I'll do one of those. You just got to, make sure that everyone is, explain, hey, do we own this street? Do we not own this street? I wish someone would have told me that when I first started. Say, hey, be careful in the street. It's like, oh, because sometimes,
and it seems like common
movies,
sense.
Yeah, it seems like you already, wait, you don't tell me that. I'm a grown up. I know that.
Yeah.
But I almost got hit by a car. Yeah.
Because what happens is you get so focused on what you're doing, and you just expect things to be safe in certain ways. And you'll miss somebody yell, the street's now open, or because you will have had your headphones on or something. And so it's very important to also keep track of other people and to watch other people's backs. You'll have a lot of, especially younger people, when they're on set, they want to do a good job and they want to do something fast. So you'll see somebody put up a 12-step ladder and go flying up there and stand on the very top.
Yeah.
Nope.
Remember,
nope. Do not do that.
Remember when you first joined my team and you would catch Matt running?
Yeah. I would
say, don't run.
I'd tell him off. I'd say, don't run. I would tell him, do not run because that's
another thing. Don't run. See, it's like these little simple things. You're like, what? What do you mean don't run? Because it's dangerous. Yeah.
Well, I actually, on Black Lightning, we have the safety lanes, the 4-foot safety lanes, which now they're going to be expanded to 6 for social isolation distancing.
Explain to them what the safety lanes may be for those who don't know, Alan.
It lines the edge of the stage. There's nothing supposed to be within 4 feet of the edge of stage. They draw a line around, and nothing. You're not supposed to build sets. You're not supposed to put carts. Nothing is supposed to be there, because if there's a fire and you need to get out of the building, what you need to do is find the edge of the wall and walk, and it will carry you to a door. And so that's what the purpose of them is. And you do not put anything in the safety lane for that reason. And it's something that you need to be strict about. Well, they had, on Black Lightning, they had just built this set and built it fast, and they had finished it right before we entered. And they had run some air conditioning vent tubes out of the big air conditioning unit, the 3-ton unit that they had. They were running it outside. Well, one of the things that happens is those have condensation on them. and they had blocked off the safety, the fire lane. And I said, wait a second, we shouldn't have those going across there. And I looked at it and I said, that's bad because we're trying to get gear across and people are stepping across. Well, I ended up getting into a point where I needed to take a step across because I was trying to pull a cable. When I stepped in a pool of that condensation and I slipped right on my side, fell hard on my arm. And as soon as that happened, I stood up, I put down what I was dealing with. I walked to the UPM and I said exactly what I just got through telling y'all. I said, all right, we have an issue here. We have a liability and a safety concern for the crew. And you instantly see her, all eyes were on me. The first AD, the producers and the UPM that were there, their attention was on me. And I said, you have a fire lane over there and you have an air conditioning hose going across there. I just stepped over and I slipped and fell. And instantly they were like, let's get a medic over here. I'm like, I'm fine. I just wanted to let you know that's unacceptable. And they said, we're going to get that dealt with right now. They said, all right, everyone, they stopped the crew. They said they didn't realize that was the case. They said it shouldn't have been that way. And we're sorry about that. Glad you're okay. They stopped everyone from work and they said, do not work until we get this addressed. And we handled it correctly. And that is the right way to handle it, to make sure that crew, they could have technically blocked it off. And I think ultimately they did because they actually called in construction from the next stage over. And they said, you're going to build, you're going to extend this over and we're going to change, an area of this. And they had construction build something. And that was something they had done in 15 minutes. They instantly called. They said, let's get somebody from construction over here. This is what we need. We need railing added here and here. And this has got to be rerouted. And they did it real fast. And that's the way it should be done on a professional show. And I was very pleased with it.
I need them at my house.
Construction.
Don't you guys ever get jealous, like on a film set? Like, God, wish these people would just come do my deck or something.
Or somebody will say, it'd be really awesome if we had this, if we had a hole in the wall right here. And then 20 seconds later, somebody comes in with a 2-inch drill bit. Zzz, there's your rat hole.
Yeah,
and you're like,
exactly.
Oh, thanks. I mean, our wives wouldn't go for that, but still, it'd be awesome. I wouldn't have any internet issues here, hardlining to the modem in the front of the house.
Well,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. In 8 minutes, I turn into a pumpkin.
No, you do not. Is the 816T worth getting in 2020? And if yes, what price is reasonable? I love this question.
The 816T, that's the Sennheiser long mic, right?
That is
the T-powered, right?
T-powered version. That is the father of the microphone you had, the 70 MKH 70. That was when the 416 came out. The 816 was the long version of it. That basically was the 416 was the short version. 816 was the long version. If you look at a lot of the vintage pictures back in like the 70s, Midnight Cowboy, there's a picture of an 816 on the end of a long boom, and the boom operator is wearing like a nice like suit, which is what people used to. It was a gentleman's industry at the time, and you see people dressed like very nice and holding.
I don't know about that, Alan. Didn't God rest his soul. The boom op for Star Wars, the original Star Wars, wore
Ken Nightingale
short shorts. Yes.
Yep. Ken Nightingale.
I love this guy. I mean, anyone looking at a true shotgun microphone to me is an interesting person to me. I mean, it is worth mentioning. It's Alec Rowe. The only true shotgun microphone I have is an MKH 70, which is a long mic. But most of the microphones that you see on set, especially since there's so much as wireless with lavs, are short shotguns. So I think that's worth mentioning. I can't. It's so. But if you are truly looking for a long reach microphone, I mean, can you run just regular phantom power to a T-powered microphone? Oh, does it mess it up?
It's a different creature. Here's the difference. Phantom power is, as you know, 48 volts phantom, and it's very low amperage.
Yeah.
T-power is usually 12 volts, but a higher amperage. and you cannot. Now you can get an adapter, and that's what if you're going to power it off of a modern recorder, depending on what it is, you may have to get one of those power converters to convert it from fan to T.
Now one of the things you
can do, no, I mean, they're not that expensive.
Yeah.
You don't want to necessarily put them on the microphone end. You would want to put it coming out of the input on the mixer, because one of the big things that's going to annoy a boom operator is having an extra 4-inch adapter sticking out of the back, that all that weight's going to be on the microphone and that kind of thing. It's much easier to stick it on the back of the mixing console.
Yeah.
Don't some people swear by the sound of the T-powered 416 and 816?
Really?
They do. Now, I'll tell you this, and part of that is because of the voltage and amperage. It does change the sound of the noise floor a little bit, and therefore it changes the timbre of the sound. Not enough, honestly, for me to really notice it and be geeking out over it. I have heard a 416T and a 416P side by side. It could have been the difference between the actual microphones, though. I was like, it's not really anything worth noticing or freaking out about. Now, granted, I was on the side of the street. It was in the winter. I was on the side of the street in Atlanta, and traffic at the time, so it could have just been that I couldn't hear the noise floor and couldn't have heard everything, isolated. But nobody is going to be saying, when they watch a movie or a TV show, that's the 416T. I know it is. I know that sound. They're not going to be able to do that. It's never going to happen. Now, what I will tell you is that if you get certain T-powered microphones, you can convert them. Sennheiser can convert a T over to a P. I know with Neumann, older like KMR 82 and 81, those short and long shotgun microphones, you can send those to Sennheiser. You can send those, I believe, to Sennheiser, and they'll change those. They'll convert those over for you. So that is an option you have as well. You can buy it and switch it over. Now, as for price, I'm not 100% sure. Yeah. I have seen the Phantom Power versions go for around $800, and that's on the low side. I think that normally they were going to be a little bit more expensive, but I cannot speak exactly to that. And then, of course, but next question is also for you, Michael. Do I see an AKG C414?
Yes, the C414 ULS, because there are different models. I bought this in the late 90s. So that was the one they were making.
It's a beautiful microphone. And I used it in the mix of
voice.
Gas mics. Yeah. Which pattern are you using right now, Michael?
Cardioid.
You're using the cardioid?
Oh,
it does
what?
have
I
a
say
super,
that
right?
I might be using the super cardioid. Now I have to look. I can't. My vision is not good enough to see it, unfortunately. But it is some form of cardioid, either a hyper or cardioid. And I'm thinking it's a tighter cardioid, like a hypercardioid, because I messed with it, and
I just heard you put your face on the side of it and you fell off kind of quickly. So
it must be hypercardioid.
I would guess that if that was I'd put my money on that one if I were a betting man.
Yeah.
Let's see here. We have another question here. With the SL2 to being dual slots with 4 channels each, I could see a 4-channel receiver unit next, and hopefully new transmitters. We will see.
Curtis is nodding like he already has one.
Curtis probably has it already. He probably already has. He probably has tomorrow
like, yep.
morning. He has an H8.
No,
I can't tell you guys, but it's
no,
now.
I'm just agreeing with Levi. I'm with you, Levi. Definitely. I'm ready to buy that SL2, and I'm like, I'm invested in the A10 system now, and I'm like, it'd be really nice. An SL2 with 2 4-channel receivers would be a beautiful thing. 8 channels and a little tiny, it'd be nice.
What are you hoping they're going to make for that 888 though, Curtis? I feel like I want to see something the size of that.
Yeah, but what could you do with that? Because you can't really get 3 transmitters across in the standard super slot size, can you?
I don't think so.
No,
I don't think so, because it's not as wide as the 688 was. So I don't know.
Maybe a toaster. Something to warm your hands. I don't know. Just thinking out loud.
Yeah, we got to hurry. We got only 1 more minute before this guy turns into a pumpkin.
Oh, he's nonsense. It's fine. I got to find a good question for him and keep him on here for the next hour and a half.
Oh, no.
Let's see. Let's see in the future. All right, let's try this one. In the future, more and more good technology will be accessible in cost, but the production of content is increasingly independent.
He's
So
right.
that's, I'm sorry?
I was just saying he's right.
Yeah, he is. And that's one of the things we've also noticed about a lot of sound stuff. Cameras are getting smaller and smaller. Sound people are carrying more and more. So it's quite often that you'll see a camera guy grab a camera that's a little bitty thing, and he'll jump and run up a hill and then quickly start recording. And the sound guy has a bag and 10 channels of wireless, and he's like, I can't jump up that rock and climb up there and be there to throw a boom over him. I'm like, you got to stop this guy, stop this fool. I'm gonna throw a bolo and trip him up. I mean, it's really, it's one of those things that sometimes you're like, that camera person is nuts for running out there and doing that, and you have to stop him. And we're getting to the point now where sound is getting to be much more complicated, and you're going to, and you do a lot of these kind of,
it's not just booms. I mean, I would love to just do a boom, but it's not what's happening. Lavs, unfortunately or fortunately, it enables some new things, but man, wires are so critical to most shoots now.
They really are. Yeah. Especially because of the dynamic of a lot of reality shows. If you do one of these shows that takes place in a hair salon, and all of a sudden they have 3 or 4 cameras, and they'll say, "Oh, I see you in a reflection. Get out of the shot." And because they'll rent out a spot next door, and they'll say, "Okay, we're going to have a base station there," and they'll live mix it, even though it's they have ISOs and stuff. They will. They'll have the ability to mix it, and they're going to do that for the show, and they'll still direct it as if it's live.
I mean, I like this comment. I don't know if it's just because it's late, but I like this comment because he says, in the future, more and more good technology will be accessible. I mean, I think that future is already here. Like, meaning that it's just really more technology really do we need? I mean, it's just, to me, in the sound standpoint, I mean, it has moved so far in just the last 5 years, and the tools that we have are incredible. I mean, look at what we're doing right now, and in a sense of streaming, and just the ability to hear each other, and just these mix pre-3s. I just think at a certain point, there's going to be the guys or gals or folks who get stuck in the I gotcha products, because there is a line where you just get too low, too affordable, and you got there's and to me, like, the mix pre-3 and products like that are really the middle of the road. And I'm blown away with some of this microphone technology that I'm seeing. It's just
microphones
nuts to me.
Yep.
I mean, because you're really, a lot of times with these high-end stuff, you're getting, it used to be that was the only option, but now you have all these other options, and you're getting maybe 5% more. It feels like sometimes, or 10% more. And a lot of, I think, film, and when he says, the other thing I like about it, when he says the production of content, I mean, I think he's talking about YouTube. I think he's talking about other forms of, video and live streaming. We're in such a big world now, and film and television is one very small part of, I think, a very big picture that is just starting to unfold.
Well, I'm sure you saw it recently, Michael. They just Netflix released a thing saying looking for new products to shoot. They were basically encouraging amateur writers, even, to submit stuff to them. Now, Netflix has been one of the shows that or one of the networks that's been producing some really awesome things. I mean, they do Stranger Things. They just got through buying Cobra Kai. They did Bird Box. There's a lot of really amazing things that come out of the Netflix studios. That's one of the reasons why they've gotten so much attention.
And they're doing shorts too.
They're doing shorts. But you got to keep in mind also, now Hulu is doing it. Apple TV just got in the game. There's now and we're not talking about little productions here. We're talking like HBO did Game of Thrones. Now, anyone who is around in the 80s will remember seeing TV shows, and they would shoot a show and it would take forever to come out, and there was no CGI in that. In the 90s, it was the same exact way. In 1992, when we had Terminator 2 come out, or 91, whatever that was, it was like, wow, that's amazing. And that's only going to be in a movie. Then by the aughts, we were seeing some minor special effects start to show up there. And then in the teens, they started showing up at big time. Now in 2020, it seems to be like, you see fan films that are more amazing in some ways than you see the big time productions. When The Irishman came out last year on Netflix, there was people questioning the de-aging process and the way that they used it. And they said that, you have old men playing their younger selves, and they should have done deep fake or something on their face because they walk like old men. And then somebody goes online and he does a deep fake where he changes Robert De Niro and Joe Pesci and makes them look a lot younger. People can now do that with their own home studios. The stuff that and Curtis, you will know this because you were there at the start of the pandemic. People on YouTube have been mocked by networks by you just want to be a little, you want to be big time and you're not. Well, as soon as the pandemic hit and newspapers are not newspapers, but news outlets are suddenly putting most garbage camera and sound equipment on people to do live television from their homes.
Yeah.
We turned around and we were like, you need help, guys? One started teaching, people how to actually produce good content.
So
we've been doing it.
Alan, should we reveal to the audience that Curtis is actually a deep fake? Or
well, I think you just did.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, I wish you hadn't have done it right now, man.
He's not even really here. It's kind of creepy if you think about it.
So, you've been fooled this entire stream.
Yes.
Wow.
That would be the real reason why Michael turns into a pumpkin, because he's trying to save face with the deepfake.
I want to hear Curtis Judd's opinion on Lesme has a comment at 12:29 that says 2.4 gigahertz or UHF.
Oh, UHF, absolutely.
1,000.
I mean, 2.4 gigahertz is going to be, if you have the luxury of doing retake after retake, or maybe we'll shoot tomorrow instead, that's fine. But if you're on a set and you have to deliver and you're earning money, definitely UHF. Am I wrong, Michael?
No.
Am I wrong?
Absolutely not. You're absolutely correct. It's just a very, to me, if one is really just maybe YouTubing, videographer, low risk, real close, doesn't matter if, the 2.4 seems fine, but anything if any film set is congested RF, and that's really where the 2.4 is just, there's so much competition.
Yeah.
From everyone's Bluetooth to Wi-Fi,
microwaves,
everything.
Yep.
And it's just, or even VHF is a good option. It doesn't have to be UHF. VHF, I think anything that's,
we don't have very many VHF professional. I don't know if they have licensed and unlicensed, or if they have a licensed band that would be available for professional use. I don't even know that off the top of my head.
I'm not sure either. I know Lectrosonics has got some VHF IFBs.
Yeah, they're
one. I say they have some. I think there's one.
I think it's licensed though, isn't it?
But,
I'm pretty sure.
But they also, if you recall, they also did the 941. They did the 941 to 965.
That's right.
They released that too, and they ran into an issue where they could not take that above 100 milliwatt. Otherwise, it would not pass FCC.
Yeah.
They would not pass FCC licensing, and the reason why is because if you put it up to quarter watt power, it actually melts the skin. It's like a microwave. It actually can burn the skin. So they said can't do that.
Yeah.
And I was talking to Gordon over at Electrosonics, and he told us that.
Yeah,
and it's very interesting.
I wonder
because
go ahead, Alan.
I was going to say the thing that people don't realize is that waves are not waves, not equal to other waves. UHF waves are much wider than 2.4 gigahertz, which are much more narrow. And if you think about a wall, and then you think about the amount of waves that the wavelength that goes through a wall. If the wall is this thick or it's very, very dense, it's going to cut in on those waves and make it so that way you're losing some of that information.
Yeah.
Even if you have the strength to get through there with powerful transmitters. But with UHF, it's a longer wave. Therefore, it's not going to be messing up as much of that information in the wave, because once you've kind of removed it,
And that holds true not just for movie sets, but for corporate work too.
Yeah.
There was one, we did a piece for Honda, my brother and I, and they actually required us to be mixing from a separate room. And I don't think I could have pierced that wall with 2.4 gigahertz. There's no way.
Yeah.
No way at all.
But what is it? Submarines. They use what is it called? Not low band. It's
Is it VLF or?
no. It's way low. It's a short band.
Okay.
They use short band. We're talking like very low frequencies because they're in water. I mean, any of us that have shot in water know that even if you have it wrapped up, you drop a transmitter into even an inch of water, your RF goes choom, straight out the door. So if you're talking about wanting to get something that will punch through water, where first of all, one of the issues that you'll run into is going from water to air or air to water. That's going to be a big area of loss because your medium changes. But if you're talking about a submarine, transmitting through water is going to be much better and over longer distances if you are using short band, shortwave.
Yeah. I mean, you think about it, if someone's playing music in the next room over, what do you hear? You hear mostly the bass. It's the lower frequency stuff that makes it through.
Yeah.
And
that makes
the
perfect
same
sense. Yeah.
And the same exact thing holds true with your voice. If I turn my face away from this microphone, you're hearing the lower frequencies. You're not hearing the higher ones. My higher frequencies are going that direction. My lower frequencies are still being picked up. Anything below 50 hertz is completely omnidirectional. And it's closer and closer to omnidirectional the lower you get, which is fundamental vocal frequencies. Higher frequencies are more directional. That's one of the reasons why people always say that you don't want to speak, too far off axis. You don't want to, if you don't use a pop filter like I'm not, you don't want to just start blasting with plosives, but you can speak right next to it, and that way you still get the highs from right here.
Yeah.
Because if you start to direct those too far away, it's going to sound off axis, which is right now. It's off axis. So.
By the way, that NT1 works nicely on your voice.
Oh, thanks. I was, I don't like to have a microphone in my face. I'm actually thinking about changing it up to another microphone. I might do that next week, but we'll see.
I like it in the frame on you.
See, I don't.
You don't
It's
have,
like,
I told him it doesn't have to be in your face. Just back it up a little bit. Yeah.
yeah.
Well,
It's
We have
gentlemen,
another.
right at
We
my
have
mouth.
another good question from PJ down there, and actually Mikhail has a question too about
Yeah,
CMC 641.
Yeah, I was looking for it. I did see that one. How far up is that one?
It's close to the bottom, actually. It's like the fifth one up from the bottom.
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
There it is. Yeah.
Recently had an RF issue come through a CMC 641. That's a Sheps microphone with an HMA. Interference came through booming over a laptop. Hard to cable. Have you experienced this before?
I mean, the Sheps are known for not being as RF proof as some of the other counterpart microphones like Sennheiser and so forth. So it's just kind of the nature of the microphone. You
got to keep in mind it's also a very old microphone.
Yeah.
Sheps has been making microphones for a long time, and they follow the same design. They are very good microphones, top notch regarding modularity and the different compatibility with accessories. The CMR, the GVC, all of these products are wonderful. But if you start to run into RF issues, it's very common that one thing you can also look at is look at your HMA. And sometimes what you'll be missing is that little ground ring that goes on the inside of the XLR pin on the top of the HMA. Sometimes those will come off. You can get replacements of those, but what that is that's what ground ties it to the casing. So it may be that your HMA has no little grounding, that little grounding ring right there. And so look at your HMA and see if that's the issue, because part of it also is just like with Microtech Gavel or Neumann microphones, they have floating grounds sometimes. And those floating grounds can introduce RF to your microphone line. And so what you want to do is on the female end of your cable, ground tie it so that way it is tied to the casing. And that's one of those things that the HMA will actually do if you have that little grounding, the little round disc thing sitting on top of the XLR. Now it's very easy for it to come out, because if you unplug your microphone and you lift up too quickly, it will sometimes spring out while you have the release, twisted. So just be aware that could be one of the issues right there. And I've seen that happen before on Schoeps microphones. Interference came through when booming over a laptop. Okay, so that's probably some sort of RF spray, and it might be coming in the microphone, exactly what I was talking about. And so if you use some sort of a cable that would ground tie it, actually you're using the HMA. So look and see if it has that little grounding disc on there. I don't know what they call it, but I know what it is. And sometimes you run into RF issues like that. And the big thing is
you just do on an all. Well, your MKH 50s did.
We were talking about that earlier. Yeah.
I mean, they're probably not as prone to that sort of interference. I think humidity issues was the big thing with the Schoeps too.
It is
not necessarily the RF.
If you manage it correctly, though, it's not a big deal. But the big thing you just got to keep in mind is that you cannot go from a air conditioned building to outside when it's hot. Because you're going to have condensation. It's like with the old cameras in the 90s and the aughts where they have the dew sensor, and you'd take a cruise in the in the Caribbean, and you'd have your camera inside a wonderful air conditioned stateroom, and you'd walk outside, instantly it would give you like a C413 code. You're like, what is that? And it would be the dew sensor. And you're like, well, now I have to wait until this thing calms down. What was that you were just holding up? Is that the capsule?
So this is So this is the MK. The CMC 641 now comes with this, and it's actually, you store the capsule in here, and then you let it adapt to the temperature where you've gone to, where it's more humid. Once it's kind of acclimated, you pull it back out of here, pop it on the body, or the preamp, and then you're ready to go. So they've essentially set, they know it's an issue, and now they're shipping the mics with this thing here, so you can address that.
Does it have a little pressure release hole in there, like a pinhole someplace in the top?
Not that I see. No.
I didn't know if it would have it on the top or the bottom.
No, nothing that I see there. It just it does have the foam just to keep the capsule in place, so it doesn't jiggle around inside there, but no holes.
Okay.
Anyway, it's not so PJ asked a little bit lower down, are the Schoeps RF biased? And no, they're not an RF biased design.
No.
They're a different operating principle.
Made the mistake of getting a Deity Connect first, horrible dropouts, and all the time, short or long distances. I use Electro now and happy with it. Yeah, I mean, Electro is UHF and the Deity Connect is 2.4 gigahertz. Deity has done some pretty cool things with the Connect system, but you cannot beat physics. It's one of those things that they've created the latency system, which is low, medium, and high, 19 milliseconds, 30 milliseconds, and 40 milliseconds to try to overcome that. In my testing, in my video on the HDTX, I came to what I did is I played the exact same file played out of a friend of mine's Zoom F8N, and I played out, and then I changed the setting, and then I played it out again, and I recorded it. And then what I did is I took the recording, the file that was perfect, and I compared it to the recorded file, knowing it was exactly the same. I inverted the phase of it, which allows it to cancel out everything except for what's different. And when they aligned, I was able to hear that the higher the latency was, it may have been able to punch through walls better because it gave it more time to correct the dropouts. But what it ended up doing is slightly reducing the quality of the signal. Slightly. you don't really notice it to your ears, but you notice it when you invert the phase. So it's a very minor thing. I don't know if you saw that my video, Curtis, or if you didn't watch it because you didn't want to have it skew your opinion of the HDTX. I don't know what your.
No, I actually do. You're right. You're actually right. I don't like to watch other people's reviews first because I want to be able to come at them with fresh eyes. You know.
Yeah.
Smart. Yeah.
But that was one of the various different things that I found in my testing of the Kinect system, and there is some very good technology built into those, and I'm very excited to see that they are very quick about fixing issues, and they constantly release a firmware update that fixes things and makes it a better user experience. But still, it's still based in a world that there's a lot of 2.4 gigahertz. Even your Bluetooth devices are 2.45 gigahertz. Microwave ovens, you fire through that, and because it's a higher frequency, it's going to have issues going through walls. So,
agreed. Alejandro's. Nobody here can confirm nor deny that Deity is working on a UHF system.
Yeah, I mean, right now they are concentrating a lot on what is in the market. People right now doing home studio podcasting stuff. That's one of the reasons why the firmware was recently updated on the HDTX in order to make it into an interface. And there's going to be another firmware update in the future, which is going to make it even better. So a little bit of, I'm not going to go into what that is, but
teaser.
Yeah, teaser for you. I mean, as if that's really a surprise. They're constantly coming out with new firmwares that do awesome things.
Yeah.
So, there you go. Here's an interesting one. Probably due to the cost issues and just making it easier for regulations as airports don't allow UHF. I mean,
there's a registration process if you are creating something that's UHF, right? I mean, that just regulatory work would have been a longer runway for them, is my guess.
Well, you got to also keep in mind that, and you might have even run into this experience sometimes too, Michael, that when you are using UHF at like a sports event, try going to a dome, try going to a big, a football game, and see if they'll let you use your wireless. Everything is frequency coordinated, very, very fine tuned. They will not let you turn on a wireless anywhere near a game. They just do not allow that to happen. They don't want to mess with frequency coordination. They don't want you to turn something on and suddenly the referee mic goes out. They don't want that to happen. So they are extremely strict about what they allow. Now, that may be what he's referring to. I don't know if there's regulations about 2.4 gigahertz. I could imagine that maybe that would be something that if somebody was familiar with it, but chances are, I would imagine that if you start talking about wireless on game day, they're going to say no wireless. I don't care what frequency it is. I don't care. Now, one of the things that I personally have been telling people that you could use the Deity Connect for beautifully is as a hop from the bag to the camera, because usually a bag mixer is not very far away from his or her camera. So I think that since you're going to be from here to there, someplace close, a hop is not critical. If it goes out, they would like it to work, but no production post team should be using that audio anyway. It is a courtesy track that's given for dailies if they do that, or for producers to look at things. And if it happens to cut in and out, they're gonna maybe wonder, but then they'll talk to post, and post will say, no, we got all the files just fine. So it's not an issue. So if you're talking about wanting to save a little bit of money with regards to hops, I think that from the get-go, if you do reality and stuff like that, you can easily get away with using Kinect in that realm.
Maybe. Yeah. Speaking of just the robust, I'm still speaking of not the Deity system as much as just the robustness of the 2.4 gigahertz system. I just think is not, because I mean, even on
it's not going to be on your jobs, Michael. It's not going to be on your jobs. It's going to be on the indie films, right?
Sure. Yeah, like if it is like Curtis says, like, an indie film, and it's just a reference to camera for, dailies, and it's understood that it may or may not work, then that could make sense. But, there are situations where the hop to camera is the mix, and they will never sync the ISOs, and that could be in commercials or other type things. So, Yeah, so yeah, 2.4 is tough.
It is
tough.
Yeah.
It's really tempting, I think, for manufacturers if they're aiming at the, certainly if they're aiming at the consumer market, but even the prosumer market, because,
Yeah.
it's just, I just have to think that if you go to the FCC with an application, that it's going to be a lot easier to get a 2.4 gigahertz system approved than it is to get a UHF system approved.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt. Because it's considered, it's not something that has to be regulated the same way as UHF is.
It's the garbage frequency. You can do whatever you want in 2.4.
Real quick, Shirtless Logger, I put a link down below to Michael's channel, since you're wondering what his channel's called. It's just named after him, Michael Wynn. And
Yep.
Curtis has a channel as well. And if you go on the front of my channel, Sound Speeds, and you will see that they are both in my recommended channels, my list of channels that I recommend people to check out. Michael Z says, "Thanks, guys. Is a newer model Sheps with RF shielding? I found adding a cable between the Sonella and the TX help reduce the interference. That may be because of the wiring of the cable. It may be that the cable, the pigtail, ground ties it, and the one that's on a Sonella might not. I don't know. That would be one of those things that I would look at the wiring of the cable itself, because with my Sonellas, I don't have an issue with a floating ground or anything like that. I do not know if the new blue microphones that they've released, if those have any kind of extra RF shielding or anything. But what I can tell you is that I'm sure it's gonna probably, unless they made some sort of a change, I would assume that it's probably not.
This guy's got nice gear. I mean, he's got the I'm jealous of that.
And real quick here, I'm going to add to the stream another special special guest here. We have Kevin, Basic Filmmaker. we've had a lot of a lot of fun here.
This is the time when people ask silly questions and we give them to Kevin.
I wanted Kevin to come in. We were talking about the joking and asking Curtis silly questions earlier. So that was something that I sent Kevin the message a while back, and I said, you should pop in. That'd be fun.
Hey, Kevin. Nice to meet you, Michael. Thanks for joining us.
How you doing?
Good, thank you.
Good. I think, Ellen, I think you're the king of silly questions.
Oh,
I don't
man.
even understand half the stuff you're saying anyway. So,
That's one of the fun things about, your camera, Curtis's camera, and then me and Michael are sound, and Curtis talks the sound game too. So you two could probably have camera conversations that Michael and I would be like,
I got to go to bed. I'm tired.
oh, come on, Curtis.
Oh, that's messed up. You can't do it now, Curtis.
No, that's what I'm just joking. That's what I'm saying.
yeah.
Listen,
that
I
was
love
really
watching-
nice. Thank you.
Yeah. Kevin, I've watched your channel. I enjoy it. Thank you for and I like the camera videos. You
I do
guys
too.
would I'm glad I can't show all the channels I subscribe to on mine. I'd like to keep that hidden.
On the down low.
Your little secret.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like candy for me. I see somebody reviewing a camera, looking at a camera. It doesn't even matter if I want it. I'm there watching.
Yeah. I think I've watched every review possible on this C300 Mark III.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that's your next
Yeah.
camera, Kevin. I think that's it.
I have been looking at a C300 Mark III, and I've also been looking at the C500.
Oh.
See, this guy is he's a YouTuber and he's a millionaire. So these decisions are very easy. Like for him, it's like, well, I guess I'll skip the caviar lunch next week one day and just buy a new camera instead.
No, I wouldn't even get out of bed in the morning for $1 million, Curtis. I wish.
Okay.
I like
Here
to
we
spend
go.
money.
We got.
I like to spend money.
We have a
can I
fun
say?
question from Banjo at Podcastage, and this is for Kevin. It says,
What?
silly question for Kevin. what do you think a viable exit strategy from the Middle East would be?
Well, I think the way to get out of the Middle East would start a YouTube channel, spend a few years building it up, and then say really nasty things about Middle East people, and they will get you out of there. That's my advice.
One way or
that way.
another. You would be out of there
you
one
may,
way or
you
another.
may not
You
leave
may not like it.
alive, but hey,
You'll get out of there real quick.
but you'll be out of there. Yeah. Wow. What a question.
There you go.
I've never been in this. This is StreamYard. I just found that there are comments.
Yeah. Well, I'm clicking them on the right hand side. This is something that I was introduced to over on Curtis's the stream that he did a while back between me, Bandrew, Mike Delgadio, and Bandrew. And I tell you, it's really cool. Tonight, I called up Michael on Skype, and I'm like, why can I not get this to work in And I was like, wait a second, it's tying up my camera. And I was like, are you fine not seeing me? He's like, just use StreamYard. And he starts telling me about it. And I'm like, real quickly, I'm like, okay, log in, do this. And within, a few minutes we were up. So it worked out great.
Look
I have
at
a
all you
theory
guys.
about the duck, though.
Yeah, the duck up there.
It is.
I like that it's over Curtis, though. I
Well,
mean,
it's their best attempt to get you to
the
spend
duck.
$99. They said, okay, listen, we need a logo that is the most ridiculous. Because if it looks good, no one's going to do the paid for service. Use a duck.
You know what? But the duck is wearing headphones. Check that out.
yeah.
He won't get any sound guys money.
And he's
got
looking to the
headphones.
profile like I am.
He is wearing headphones. I want to know why we all don't get a duck. What makes Curtis so special that he gets a duck?
I want to
want
see
a
if I can
duck.
move the duck.
Oh,
I could wait a minute. You know what though? I could remove Curtis and I could put you
when
back. I
Curtis
could
does
put you up
this,
there.
it means when I said I was joking about I should just go to bed, I should have just gone to bed.
I could remove Curtis for a split second and throw you up there so you get the duck, Kevin. if
Oh
you want it that bad.
no.
I've been trying to leave for 30 minutes, but Alan won't let me.
But we
It's not
do
gonna
have
happen.
we have some good questions. Alejandro has a good question here.
Okay,
Yeah, we
yep,
segued.
there it is. Here we
Yeah.
go. On the camera hops for the new Deity RTX, have either tried the camera hop option? I'm considering replacing my old 72 series Comtech units. No experience with the RTX.
I would keep those Comtex on hand, but I think you're talking about the BPTX, Alejandro, the new system. They have not seen the light of day as far as I'm aware. I think they're in early manufacturing at this point, so we haven't tried them yet. But those are pretty cool. I mean, that's a good example of where Deity is doing some really interesting things. It'd be great to do something like that in UHF as well. But it's an interesting system because it's for all of the kind of prosumer systems out there. At least for amongst let's go back to 2.4 gigahertz systems. It's probably the richest 2.4 gigahertz system out there that I'm aware of at this point. Once they start shipping that BPTX, that'll be cool. What are you laughing at?
I just realized Bandrew's in here. And I just found the comments, and you were talking. I'm sorry, Curtis. I was not laughing at you. I saw what are the headphones that?
Yes, that's a question for Curtis. What are the headphones?
They have a big S. Clearly, they're Sony's.
Oh yeah,
yeah. It's fun. Oh, look at that. Oh no, Bandrew. Heard it only takes $5 to force Alan to take a Zip Fizz late in the evening.
Okay.
You know what?
Are you hosting this?
Yeah. I tell you, it's not all it takes, Bandrew. But you know what? Greg also said, have you had your Zip Fizz yet? No. Last night when I took the Zip Fizz at 1 a.m., we got off the stream at 3 a.m. and I still had a project to edit, so I was up until 6 a.m. and I could not get to sleep. I'm like wide awake, laying in bed, like watching the sun come up. I'm like, this sucks. And then my wife says, would you mind getting up with the 4-year-old? I'm like, absolutely, dear. So I'm right now running off of about 2 hours and 15 minutes of sleep from last night.
No, I'm going to
good times.
But
since you want Zip Fizz so bad,
I ordered some Zip Fizz because I want to know what this stuff is like. I was
Unreal.
up with him, it was midnight my time. So that was like 3 a.m.
Oh, so it's 3 a.m. when I took the Zip
Why-
Fizz? Oh, that's even better.
Why does
think
this
you took it about
remind me of
2:30.
the Tide Challenge?
Dude. Well, Michael, you'll remember me on set. I mean, he would remember very clearly. I would
think
be
they ask people not to do that.
I would be amped up. I would be totally, and Michael used to say, Matt, get him a Zip Fizz. And I'm like, no, I don't need a Zip Fizz right now. We're on our last setup. He's like, Matt, give him a Zip Fizz. And I remember this one day that you were like, you should take 3 of them. And I'm like, no, I should take, if I take more than 1, I should maybe do 2. But I remember Michael was really insistent this one day. I think we were in Soul Train. And you just wanted, and we had like walk and talks, Steadicam stuff all over the place. And you were just like, hey, do 2 Zip Fizzes. And I think I did it. And I had like 400 and some odd milligrams of caffeine. And,
oh my gosh.
ThinkGeek.com used to have, and they used to sell what they referred to as Stay Puffed marshmallows that were caffeinated. And each Stay Puffed marshmallow had enough as much caffeine as 1 cup of coffee. So each Stay Puft Marshmallow, and I used to always say, I'm going to get one of those, and I'm gonna offer to make a Steadicam operator some hot chocolate and put like 3 or 4 of them in there, so that way he'd be there with the Steadicam, freaking out. I thought that'd be hilarious. But then they discontinued him. So
I have a safety concern here on the set.
Uh-oh.
There's a liability.
What were you saying?
There's a liability.
There's a liability. The camera operator can't hold the camera.
Yeah.
He's like freaking out.
So
all right.
This is all kind of awkward. Do we just watch you, Alan? I'm trying
wait a
to
second.
remember how this works.
I heard it only takes $5 to force Alan to take a Zip Fizz this late in the evening, and he only did $4.99. I don't have to do it.
Oh, thank goodness.
Somebody give the man a penny. He shook.
I Penny's in the other room.
Can I just show you one on the screen? I think.
I could give you one of my thoughts.
Yeah, there you go.
Penny for your thoughts.
Actually, that was one of the things that last night after the stream, since I had 2 donations specifically for Zip Fizz, I did buy them, and they should be arriving tomorrow. So expect to see in the community tab on my channel a picture of me holding up some Zip Fizz. I ordered the 30-pack, which is going to be amazing.
I think you're right, dude. I think with all the Zip Fizz talks you have, you should seriously reach out to these people and go, hey, I
should piece together, like, what was the program, Bandrew? If you're still in chat, what was the name of that? You just talked about it in the BSP. It's an automatic subtitles program or a titling. It like looks and scripts out what your entire podcast is, and so it gives you the log of it. What is?
Oh, sorry to interrupt.
the
but
dollar.
You just got the 99 cents.
99 cents.
Oop.
You want me to do the Zip Fizz that bad?
And dollar.
It's over the top.
You didn't tab stuff until 6 a.m.
Sorry
now.
to interrupt. Yeah.
He was drinking. He started drinking that Zip Fizz. I asked him if he had any opinions or recommendations about a shock mount. Of course, he asked me for what, and I said for a shotgun mic. Now he was jazzed up on Zip Fizz. He spent 25 minutes going. I didn't know so much
my.
about shock mounts,
Oh,
about
my.
microphones. I was like, what? There are the things that hold the microphones, and they have, you got rubber bands, and you got these, and you pop them in. No, there's this whole technology called shock mounts, and he spent 25 minutes talking about this stuff on top of Zip Fizz, just firing at it, and I was like, it was amazing.
Well, thank you, Levi.
I learned
Thank
so
you.
much, man. It was awesome.
Okay, so now I'll get 0 sleep tonight also. Thank you, guys.
We should all sign
It'll be
off
nice
right now.
to- these guys,
Okay, gotta go.
Gotta
It's
go.
been a pleasure.
See you later. Nice
Good
hat.
stuff.
Just into the stream. Thanks, guys. $10 if you snort it. It's a great comment.
Nobody
no,
give him
I
any
can
more
do that.
money.
that's
Podcast
dangerous.
says
Really?
the
Wow.
script. The service is
Yeah.
Descript. So there you go. Descript would is the service that we were talking about. Maybe it would be able to. I could use that, stream together all of my live streams, and pull the word Zip Fizz from each one of them, and then put that together in a thing and say, "Hey, Zip Fizz, sponsor me," because that's actually one of the very few very few things I probably would actually consider taking a sponsorship from because I love it. And Mike,
Sorry, I keep
recall-
seeing the comments. It's just so funny. Bandrew's just so funny.
Oh yeah, well
Alan will talk about shock mount for 25 minutes without ZipFizz.
I'll tell you, there's a class that I teach that at our union hall, and I've taught it twice now, and it's called Cables and Cabling. And I start the class out because it's it was 3 hours the first time, and it was 4 hours the second time because I didn't have enough time. And so I started off the class and I said,
Wow.
raise your hand right now if you think there's no way in the world I can talk for 3 hours about cables. And no one's hand goes up. I'm like, okay, you're right. And
Wow.
I had to basically cut the class off because I was talking about how to clean them. I was talking about, how to coil them. We basically, I went to Gotham Sound and True Audio and I said, send me all the 100-foot and 50-foot XLRs that are cabled really badly. And I'm going to make the class do it right as I show them how to cable an XLR. And so we did that. And it was so funny. We got all these cables wrapped up for him, and Gotham and True were like, oh, this is great. And anytime you need cables.
Now, I know Alan's a audio guy. I know Curtis is an audio guy. Well, Curtis is an everything guy. And then Michael, are you also an audio guy?
He's the ultimate audio guy.
Oh,
He's the guy you were talking about, isn't he? Is it Alan? Is he the
Last
guy
night?
you were talking about? Yeah.
I
Last
am-
night, yeah.
yep.
He was the sound mixer.
So
I worked
you're
on
that
Miracle
guy.
Soul, P-Valley,
I am
and
that guy.
yeah.
That audio guy.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know what we could do? We could have a really fun live stream here where people ask me audio questions and I answer them, and then the three of you get to laugh your asses off when I give all the wrong answers. It'd be awesome.
Just do a question answer session and have Kevin, with a straight face, give the wrong answer. Yeah, and that
That's great.
people would be watching this and be like, "What's wrong with that guy?
Yeah, what?
Why did they bring him in on the stream?"
No, if you take the fourth pin on the XLR, and then I could just blow people's minds with wrong answers. It'd be awesome.
Actually, if it was a 4-pin,
And you guys
XLR,
could
what
do
would it be?
Oh, you got me there. The sixth pin
Power.
on the audio XLR. No, it'd be great because you guys could all sit there and go, yeah, shake your heads, yeah, like I knew what the hell I was talking about. But now everybody knows, so it wouldn't be fun. Wow, you just got $10, dude.
Yeah, I was gonna say thanks, PJ. It looks like I'm not gonna do another ZipFizz. No way. But you can already tell that there's probably a fire behind my eyes. I'm actually, you can't see it, but my legs are bouncing right now underneath the table. So,
Hey, Greg's got a good one.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
yeah, I was just looking at that. I'm looking for an upgrade for a rack mount tabletop mic preamp under $600. Any
I think
suggestions?
that we should throw this to Kevin first.
You're looking for, let me see, from Greg, I'm looking for an upgrade for a rack mount tabletop mic preamp under $600. Any suggestions? Yes. If you go to Lowe's and get some foam core and some hot glue, you're in, baby.
Okay, moving on.
No, you guys are supposed to go. You guys are supposed to go like this. Oh, that's brilliant, man.
Oh,
See,
wow, yeah. Wow. Michael, I think this is really in your domain because Michael is, he recorded in music studios for years.
That's right.
Now he's out on set in Video Village,
Oh.
moving the faders around. What would you do?
I wish I was still buying channel strips. Gosh. A rack mount or tabletop mic under $600. Gosh, that's a hard one for me to really think about. It's been a long, in 99 I bought a something called a Joe Meek VC1Q
Ooh,
for around that price.
yeah.
And I still have it today. It's sitting right here. You can't see it. But gosh, I'm stumped. Curtis, do you have anything? I wish Bandrew
This is
could answer
Bandrew's
that. This is
domain,
Bandrew.
really. Yeah.
I am failing on the channel strip front.
Yeah, I would say I don't know if any of the Universal Audio comes in at $600. I think that might be, that might not be. I don't know, Bandrew, can you help us out here?
Doesn't Focusrite make some midline stuff?
They do. Yeah, I think there is maybe probably the 18i8 or whatever it is. It comes in rack mount, and it's probably about that price range. It's decent.
Yeah.
I think it's a pretty decent piece.
I think that's what Bandrew uses, the 18i10 on all of his
Yeah.
reviews.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
He says, Dakine, here's one that says, Dakine 1 is a popular one, and the Focusrite ISA is a popular 2.
There it is.
Focusrite ISA. Yeah, the ISA.
ISA.
Yeah, and
That's-
I think the Focusrite ISA is a tube, if I'm not mistaken. And in fact, I'll go look that up, and while I'm looking that up, maybe go back to Podcastage's question for Kevin, because
Yep.
he's got a good question there.
Do you have to rebuy it?
What's
Do you have to rebias your tube preamp if you replace the tube? Please provide detailed instructions, Kevin.
Do you have to rebias your tube preamp if you replace the tube? Please provide detailed instructions. The answer is yes. Get a tube, pull the old one, put the new one, and you're done. Use pliers.
Does it need to be needle nose or is it just regular?
Oh my!
I use the
I-
regular. You know the pliers where they come apart and normally like this, but they give you the big one. That way you can get around the tube.
Yeah.
And you got to make sure you rock the tube back and forth like this in the socket so it loosens up like that.
I feel a liability here.
And
This feels like a
and
liability.
hold the tube on the other end
Not
while
your
you're
string,
rocking.
Curtis. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, hold the tube on the other end while you're rocking it back and forth to make sure that you hold that glass tube in place. It's really important to have your good contact with skin.
Bandrew might be sending something to you for a
this?
repair. Yeah. And actually, you know, cloud lifters and those kind of devices. Curtis,
Yeah.
there's a product I'd like you to test. Just for adding gain. It's it's something that you probably do really well with.
Oh man.
Wow.
Wow.
Let's see here. Here's a general thing. The DBX 286S is limited, but considering it's only 220, it's nice for the price. Yeah, I don't know of anything else similar to it. I know the DBX 286A is the predecessor to the S, and it's black. So you can get that usually. If people don't know about it, you can probably get a pretty good deal on one, and it's basically the same exact technology. I reached out to DBX, probably 3 years ago, and I asked them what the difference is, and they said we changed the color of the face, the faceplate on it. It's now silver. That's it. It's still the exact same thing. And I said, so there's really nothing else. And let's see, it's the UA Aero is under 600, I believe. PJ says.
Okay, so that would be my first shot.
Greg says I was looking at the Presonus USA. I'm not familiar with that. He might have said ISA.
Oh, I,
It's-
I see. Okay, yeah. That's a kind of has a vintagey feel to it. I don't think it's a tube, but in any case, yeah, it looks those are pretty popular.
Leave the device plugged in when you pull the tube. That's a pro tip there. Bandrew asked
I
another
really
question.
am. I'm seriously starting to feel uncomfortable.
It's all right. Do you need a zip fizz? Yeah, it'll calm you right down, Curtis, if you had a zip fizz. I'll send you one.
Okay, all right.
There are also a few 1073 clones under $600. Warm Audio has one, and a Golden Age has a few as well.
Yeah, I have the original right here. I don't end up using it a whole lot. It does have a nice sound to it, but it's not the cleanest. A lot of people buy these and then actually get a custom transformer to put in them.
I'm going to say something that's really cool. We're talking about random things, and Curtis just happens to, within his arm reach, grab.
Yeah.
Oh, I have this right here. I have this right here. I have this right here.
He does
Bandrew at least needs to lean back in his chair to grab something.
Yeah.
Curtis is just like, oh, it's right here. Oh, you need one of these? It's right. This is the capsule for the CK41.
I have a channel
Sheps.
strip in my
This-
pocket.
Yeah, you know what? I think I have an app for that. It's right here.
He does that. He does that on his live streams. It always blows me away. He's
Wait,
like,
just a
"Oh
second.
yeah, well, I once rode a gray elephant. Here it is." And he pulls in his elephant.
here's
and
a
all of us
picture.
Like, what the heck's going on?
It's like he has one of those, like when you go to the laundromat and the dry cleaners, they have everything on a little the little thing that brings it up to you. I think he has one of those for gear, and he just presses the button, and it and brings him whatever he wants.
Or he has a Mary Poppins audio bag or something. I don't know. He just reaches in and pulls out whatever he needs.
He has a house elf right next to him, and they hear and quickly goes over and
try it, guys. Name something.
Name something.
Yeah.
Wow.
Name a piece of let's say this. Let's put some boundaries. Name a piece of audio gear. Let's see how we do.
Okay. Michael, what you do? What you go first?
And we're just naming something random
that I'm supposed to that I can supposedly just pick up.
I'll be easy. I'll be the easiest guy, and I'll go first. Sure, SM58. That was easy.
Okay.
Oh, look, he had to move.
He moved.
Fucking rookie. Had to move.
that.
Oh, yeah, that's an SM58.
That could be anything.
Is there like a pile
That could be
of-
anything, Curtis.
Oh, you know what? You got me. I'm gonna have to dig a little bit more. This is a 57.
Mm-hmm.
That works. I'm
That's
okay.
impressive.
I figured you would pull that out anyway. So
He is a deep fake. There's no way he could pull all these things out.
he does.
Kevin,
right,
you, Kevin,
here we
you
go.
missed it earlier that we said Curtis is not really here. This is the deep fake version.
It's there you
Oh,
go.
there you go.
There's
Look
an
at that.
SM58. I would at least have to go over there. Mine's right over there. How about an SM7B? Andrew is asking.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
How about this one then? A ribbon microphone. This is gonna. We should rename this to Go Fetch Curtis. Jeez, this is pretty amazing.
This is hilarious.
Show and tell with Curtis.
Let's see. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Nice. What is that? Is that a MX? What is that?
No, it's a Golden Age project.
Project One?
R1 Active Mark III. It's an active ribbon.
Oh wow, that's nice.
Wow.
All right. We're unable
Let's
to stump this
see.
jump.
What was this other thing that was? Let's see. At Kevin. Now it's time to try the Zip Fizz with the coffee chaser. And I have to do that.
Really?
That'd be fun.
Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Okay,
Yes.
here we go. Here's a question for you. Modded Octava NK012.
What about it?
Do you have one? Sure,
I-
show us. That one. Are
I
you
don't-
kidding me?
It's
Oh.
not a mod. It's not a mod. It's actually
Not a
just
mod.
the original. Yeah.
but that's still
Sorry.
pretty
He
good.
still has it right there. How big is this desk? this is the most amazing desk ever. Badger, you need one of these things.
He's so honest.
He's
Could have
right
easily
here.
been the modded version.
Okay, I actually know something that would stump Curtis.
Okay, hit me.
Okay. Sony C800.
No, I don't. No, you got me. You got me.
That was a ridiculous one. In fairness. Okay.
A Neumann U87.
Oh gosh, darn you. Bandrew keeps trying to get me to buy one of those, and I have not yet. I have actually been to the factory where they're manufactured, but I do not own one.
Of course.
But I'm betting maybe there's a TLM 103 in there.
Nope. I'm not.
I was trying.
Now
to help.
here's the thing. Here's the thing. If we did the same thing if Bandrew was on, we could name almost any large diaphragm condenser, and he would have it.
You
Am I
know
wrong?
that. Ooh, this could be something fun for Banjo sometime. Banjo, we should do a live stream with us in here, and say that for like if and you pledge like a $1 to charity or something if someone can lay their hand on that piece of audio gear within a minute or something, and see if we could do something like that for charity.
Mm-hmm.
And see and all of a sudden everybody goes scattering real quick to see if we can grab it and come back. And if so, it would be do that as a charity. We could get some fun, have some fun stuff happen with that.
Yeah, for sure.
Do that as a charity thing.
Well, and we could even do some things like this. Let's try one on Michael real quick.
Oh, my mic closet's in another room.
Oh no, but you can just tell us at this point because we didn't prepare you for this. Do you have a figure 8 microphone?
Go fish.
That one right
What
there.
I feel like it's gonna be
Easy.
Yeah.
I would have
in the
to,
frame.
to,
Didn't
to,
even have to touch
to
it.
flip the switch, but yeah, I'm doing good so far. I want to keep
Yeah.
playing.
Yeah, let's
You're
get
100% accuracy so
I
far.
feel like he was helping me there, though.
Yeah, as it came out of my mouth, I'm like, wait a minute, that's a C414. Oops.
What else?
Let's see. What else? Do you have well, let's try this. Do you have any Neumann microphones?
Any Neumann? Like just none?
Any a KM185 or
No.
no? Oh wow.
I think
He used
gonna
to.
cry in my pillow right now. Yeah.
Didn't you? I thought
Yeah.
you just seem like the kind of guy that would have had some
Yeah.
Neumanns back in the music days, at
I
least.
did. I
Okay.
had an M147, and which is a tube microphone, and a U87.
Okay. Oh, a U87.
Yeah.
And what did you sell it for?
Oh, hush, Alan. I sold it for a computer. I traded it for a computer.
It's probably a
Wow.
That's
doorstop
probably-
or something.
Yeah, that's in some sort of, trash lot somewhere now. But,
All right,
you know what? Yeah.
How about
That's
ribbon mics? Do you have any ribbon mics, Michael?
No.
Have you ever owned a ribbon mic?
No.
Okay. Interesting.
Here's one for Curtis. Do you have an MKH 416 within reach? Of course.
What's amazing is he has it all in reach.
That's what I'm
I know.
saying. I mean,
I don't
it's-
get it.
Look,
He does this during live streams. I don't
What
ever
looks-
get it. Somebody
I
will go,
mean-
"Hey, do you have a vernacular 642 from the east side of Mars?" And he goes, "Sure."
One moment.
I'm like, "What? Where is all this stuff? Where is all this
Well,
stuff?"
I think, since he's deep faked, we've already talked about how Curtis is deep faked. He's just grabbing the same thing over and over again and holding it up, and it's being deep faked on the fly.
Totally.
Right.
I mean, I got a ton of stuff, but it's like 40 feet away in cabinets, or
Yeah.
it's down in a storage area. I don't
Hey, guys.
have stuff.
You got to be prepared. If you need to act,
is
if you need to swap out mics, you got to be able to swap out mics. Don't.
Oh, come on now. That ain't even bullshit. That's horseshit.
There we go with demonetization. ZipFizz fun for non-privileged people. Well, all right, here you go, Curtis. Samsung Q2U.
Nope, you got me. I do not own that microphone.
DD mic D2. Is that is supposed to be a Senko mic D2, or is that going to be a DD S mic 2?
Well, S mic 2. I do have. Where is that one? That's in the shotgun drawer.
so he'll
Which
have
is
to
about the
lean-
size of
he'll
the
have
casket.
to lean over 6 inches more.
Curtis is pretty tall.
No.
He's probably got 15 feet arms.
Deity is special. Deity's in hard cases, and so those are actually out in the other room. My apologies, but I do have one.
Okay.
Yeah.
We know he has at least the 2 and the 2S. Let's see.
True.
Oh, wow. There's a question in here for me. What is this?
Where
From
is it?
TJ.
I don't see it. Oh. What? Is this it?
No.
Oh no! Wait a
it's
minute.
not.
What happened?
Way up-
I'll
way
flip
up
around
there.
and eventually find it. Not just in reach. Curtis has everything in his pouch, box back. Okay, and then it's the first thing to go for me. Everything lives in Ziplocs. What is the question?
I'm trying to read it. Oh, from PJ. Kevin, what's a bell and light system?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. He asked the same thing of me last night. I looked at it and then I didn't answer it. I could.
Is he
I
talking
thought-
about? Are you talking about the generator with the bell that it starts the light systems and the whole 9 yards? Like the person's okay, go, starts the bell, starts the light, automatically turns on the light. That whole thing. That's what that does. It's a loud bell and it starts the lights. Usually automatically. You can chain them up. There's a lot to it, but yeah, I know what that is. That's what it is. I could tell you more, but it's boring.
There's one.
He actually
portion
asked
that
the same
was
question
correct.
last night.
Yeah.
He asked the same question last night. I think he was meaning it seriously this time, but then he asked
Well, it
Kevin.
wasn't an audio question
not
because I'm
prepared.
hanging out with
It
all
was-
the audio guys.
It was not a prepared question anyway.
Tell me something else. Ask me something other than audio. Hey, you got a lapel mic? I do. You got a dynamic mic? Mm-hmm. You got a shotgun mic? Way over there. I got a recorder. Okay, I'm done. Next.
I bet you, do you have any accessories for the Sheps CCM 6 series? Like, do you have a CMR or a GVC?
Nope.
No?
Nope. Can I confess something about my Sheps CMC 641?
Yeah.
I don't love it. I just don't love it.
Let me give
I
you my
crazy?
mailing address, Curtis.
Go ahead and shoot that over, Michael.
Yep, no problem.
There are a lot of voices that sound horrible on those microphones. Now, I get it. The idea, the whole philosophy behind it is, capture something as true to life as possible. And yeah, it'll be harsh and nasty in a lot of cases, but you can fix, you can do whatever you need to do with it in post. It's like getting a raw, I guess a raw capture, and then you can mold it however you need to in post. But man, if I'm turning something quickly on a corporate piece, I don't have time to muddle around with that. So
Yeah, as long as you're, recording in 32-bit float.
did I? Well, no. Well, the question I was gonna. I don't know. Maybe not. But I was going to ask
no, I
Michael
just
and
tweaked.
Alan. Am I
I
crazy?
just tweaked. Ow! I just
What's
tweaked,
that? The
Alan.
CMC 641?
Am I crazy thinking about it that way?
Well, I actually, it's funny you say that because Michael says it sounds like his childhood. A lot of shows were, and I mean, I should have let you say that, Michael, but a lot of shows used to be done with the CMC 641. That's one of the things that he told me on P Valley when we did that last year. He said, it sounds like my childhood, and I feel, didn't you say, Michael, that you kind of feel like there's other things that you prefer to listen to now? Those kind of sound like your childhood, and you kind of would prefer to hear hear different microphones now?
Are you saying I don't like my childhood?
No, it's not
Okay,
that.
Okay.
It's more like you said that
Yeah.
those were the mic that they were very common microphones used
Yeah.
when you were a child, and so it sounds like your childhood, but you feel
Yeah,
like microphones. There's a lot more other that you prefer to hear on TV shows and movies in a more modern.
Every microphone has a personality, and or a sound to it. And I think that some microphones, especially like the MKH50, for instance, is a very recognizable sound to my ears. And the Sheps CMC6 is just, to me it does. It has a very familiar sound, and I think it's just one that, when we hear the same microphones over and over, we start to get used to them, So I think that's what I was saying about that mic. I don't own that microphone, and I have not had the opportunity to use it a lot, so I really can't speak to it from a lot of using it and experience. But
Yeah.
but when I have had the opportunity to use it, it was a wonderful sounding mic, But I never went that route as far as purchasing one, because so many of the mixers that I had looked up to and so forth were using the 50s for their interior, so I decided to go that route.
It is not a forgiving microphone at all.
For pattern,
You have to
yeah.
be pretty spot on.
Oh, wow.
And another thing about it is if I point it, it slowly starts dropping. I mean, it's not like a 50 that as soon as you get it right there, it drops off pretty quickly. It slowly starts to fade away. And as it does, it loses its special sound to it. It doesn't just fade out like a DPA will. It will kind of lose its coloration, starts to kind of shift a little bit. You have to be kind of careful with the 641 when you're booming with it, at least, because it's not got as much off-axis rejection, which I do know sound mixers that really like the 641 because indoors or outdoors, because what it will allow you to do is hear the actual set the way it looks. If you see a car enter your frame, it doesn't just, as soon as it enters the shot, suddenly pop into the sound because it enters the pattern of a shotgun. You're going to hear it transition as it gets louder and louder and louder. Then it enters the back and then it slowly disappears. It sounds more natural, like, what you would expect it to sound like. And some sound mixers prefer that. Other sound mixers are like, if it's not in the shot, I don't want to hear it. Stop that car the second it leaves the frame, and tell them to kill the engine. And that's usually the philosophy that I buy in on. If it's not in the frame, you don't need to hear it. But that is a microphone that is, as a boom operator, it doesn't have as much reach. It's also less forgiving with off-axis rejection. So you need to know exactly where that pattern is and how to play it just right to get ideal, to get it ideal. Kevin, here's a question for you, and I want to see if you take this one seriously or not. What guitars are on your wall? By PJ.
That's a Jackson 6-string electric. That's a Yamaha, forget the model number. It's a 4-string bass. That's a Yamaha Strix 6-string acoustic. I don't know if you can see the one over here. And then I have a 6-string Carcio. I forget the name of it. It's a well, my cells are just dead. It's a 6-string classical guitar. And then my little toy sitting down over here is electronic. I think it's an Alesis electronic drum set. You can't see the Fender bass cab sitting down here. The electric drums I got because I knew playing them at 11 o'clock at night while my wife was sleeping would not go over really well. That's currently my thing. The only thing I really want is I also want a couple of keyboards I've been looking at for a long time that I can't afford.
We have another question from Alejandro. Which Crick releases are you using for your boom poles? I'm going to go ahead and hit enter in chat real quick and throw in, if you have not watched it, I do a comparison of 6 major boom pole quick releases. I do the Orca, Sound Guy Solutions, Ambient, Rycote. Well, you can play it if you'd like to, Kevin. We'll just, hit pause on the stream. And then there you go. And then there's the Amblin, whatever, is this cheap version of the ambient one sold on eBay. And then there's the Triad Orbits. And I go through the pluses and minuses of each one of those. And if you haven't seen that video, it is up on YouTube. But personally, I own, I think, 13 of the ambient QRTs, and I own maybe 2 or 3 of the Rycotes and 2 of the Sound Guy Solutions and 1 of the others. And I'll tell you, because I kind of got invested in the ambience, I really like those, and I will usually put those tips on my shock mounts and keep those quick releases on my boom poles. And I opt to do that personally because I also use all my own gear. I use all my own quick releases on my own booms and shock mounts, with exception of the Zeppelins that I use with mixers. When I work with Michael, I think you were using Sound Guy Solutions for a while, weren't you?
Yeah, that's right. And
Are you still?
No, I switched over to the ambient for everything.
You did?
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're very, very good. The biggest issue that I run into with the ambience is if you do some sort of a mount on a motorized vehicle or an EV or something, what you'll run into is if there's any vibration, if it goes over an unstable surface, because there's a spring in it, it will get tighter and tighter and tighter. It will shake tighter, and it will get to the point where you're not going to be able to get it to loosen up with your hands. You got to use something like channel locks to get it undone. And that is an issue. For that reason, I usually suggest keeping something like an Orca. A Sound Guy Solution one is absolutely wonderful because there's no anything except pressure on the Sound Guy Solutions. There's there's various different versions of quick releases, but I definitely say that with the ones with moving parts like the springs and the ambient, you don't want to put on anything that could make it shake tighter and tighter. How about you, Curtis? And Michael, I don't know. Do you use quick releases, Kevin? On any of the sound stuff that you
for your boom mics?
Did somebody ask me a question?
He might be watching that video.
I'm sorry. I was enamored. I was raising my hand. I have a question for you. What was your question for me?
Give it a second. Let Curtis and Michael just said he uses the ambient. You should use Sound Guide Solution. How about you, Curtis?
No, I actually just bookmarked your video there because I'm in the market. So I have not been using one up until now. So I'm going to go get educated by sound speeds, and I'll be making a purchase soon.
So he can pull it out of his desk.
So I'm surprised he doesn't have, he doesn't have every one of the quick releases right there in his desk.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I come from a different world. I'm a quick release nut. And if you saw my recent quick release discovery, I love these things. I have 15 quick releases around here. Not being a sound person or a boom person or anything like that, do you find you're a boom person? Boop. Do you find you need a quick release? Are you replacing microphones a lot? Does that happen a lot to you? I really don't know. I'm really curious. I wouldn't sit here and go, oh yeah. When you said quick release for boom pull, I was like, huh, really? I didn't know that.
Absolutely. Yeah. Ask Alan.
When you take a shock mount and you twist it on the 3/8/16 thread on the end of a boom pole over and over again, on and off, that's wear and tear. It can wear down a shock mount really quickly, and it can potentially go off alignment. It could potentially, if you have somebody that does it in haste, it could cross thread. You're talking about an actual boom pole itself. Now, granted, it does add like a, few grams of weight to the end. And it gives you a little bit more length also. But personally, a quick release is extremely helpful because you can go off and on real quickly and change out microphones. And on set, seconds can really help you to get, your sound. There's been times that Michael, when we work together, and we will constantly talk, and I'll have a boom up, and I'm sitting here thinking to myself, this isn't working. I need to change to the Sheps, Cement 5U or something. And I'm shaking my head on set thinking, I'm not happy with this. I'm not happy. And then I would hear Michael in my ear say, Rachel or Matt, whoever it was, get the Sheps, over to Alan. And I'm sitting here, start nodding. I'm like, he heard my inner dialogue in my brain. And then as soon as we say cut or they say reset back to 1, the director comes in and gives something real quick. Mike would say, all right, you're down, quickly do it. And I'm already changing out that mic, and I'd go quick, and it's up again, and we're ready. It's real quick. It's real easy rather than saying, okay.
Yeah, that makes sense to me now.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's when you're rolling, just going click, 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 and it's back up. That's an extremely helpful thing.
Just like rigs, just like cameras.
Yes,
I mean, I'm familiar with that. I mean, I want, when I'm going to move a rig from here to here, I want it dismounted. I want it mounted. I want to know it's safe. I want to know it's secure. I want to know it's ready. It just never occurred to me. I mean,
it's kind of like a mounting plate on a tripod or a hot shoe adapter, something like that. It allows you to quickly slide on and off, and it's
absolutely,
and it works.
Makes total sense to me now. It's, one of those, you don't know what you don't know. It just never occurred to me that you would be replacing mics and pulling mics off, and plus the wear and tear. When you said it, I was like, oh yeah, it makes total sense to me now.
It's one of those things where a lot of people I know I don't want the extra weight on the end of the boom. It really does save wear and tear though. It really, and that's one of the things that people usually don't think about. They just think about, oh, well, the ambient one is $145, including the 2 tips, or the Sound Guide Solution one is 85 or 90, and the Rycode is 110. They look at the price tag. They don't look at what it actually. You're taking a lot of the wear and tear off of that rather than the boom pole itself or something else.
Right. Huh. That's really interesting. Thank you. I am constantly amazed at what I know and find out other people don't, and I'm more constantly amazed at what I don't know. Like the whole shock mount discussion the other day. I'm like, there is so much to shock mounts. Just the subject of shock mounts alone, it just blew my mind. I'm like, wait a second, what? You take a shock, you get a Rycode, you stick your mic in, you're done. Okay, well, that's great. but there's this whole technology to it. And when you become a sound pro, like you guys are, the boom operators, you know all this stuff. You've been doing it for years, and you know all the little nuances and what works, what doesn't work, what's fast, what isn't, and everything else. And it's just interesting to hear you guys talk. I'm just, you know, like drinking from a fire hose. Just keep it coming, baby. It's amazing.
To put it in perspective for you, I could just say, oh, you need a light? Just throw a light on top of a camera and add a piece of gel. and you're like, whoa. You know,
Bullshit alert.
exactly.
Stream just went down again. I think.
There it went again. It's now a nice solid yellow, yellow dollar sign.
Yeah, but you make a good point.
But you know, it's you know, is basically the difference. You know, there's all these little bitty aspects that dialing in on the exact, you know, whether or not you add diffusion or you block out a source or you add a neutral density filter or whatever, that's all experience. And that's basically what when you asked me about a shock mount, you opened a can of worms, and I was zip fizzed up. So of course I was gonna,
yeah,
you know,
well, it's one of those, when you ask a question, you don't know what you don't know if you're not a professional in that area and don't have experience like you do. It's something that you ask. And what I find fascinating is when someone starts answering. I mean, you're not answering like the guy going, well, you know, all my experience, if you got a D462 and you take the 14 today, it's like, no, you're not like that at all. When you answer those questions, I'm fascinated. I'm like, wow, there's this whole area over here that I don't know about that I'm going to go look into and research and learn about. That's fascinating to me. I'm like, whoo, new stuff to learn. Love it.
And what's funny is we all have our areas of expertise. I tell Bandrew all the time, you know, somebody will ask me a question. I'm like, I don't know consumer audio. I don't know and I'll type Bandrew. I'll say, copy paste. Does this make any sense? He's like, oh yeah. This is this. And I'll say this is, and I'll send it off to whoever asked me a question. I'll say this is from Bandrew because I don't know consumer audio or something. And it's one of those things that's kind of funny how, you know, I got a question about earlier today asking me if I could, if since we're not really working in the film world, if I could jump into the world of Foley. I'm like, that's a totally different creature too. A lot of those guys have their own studios, and there's a complete craft to it. And that's not something that you know, a Foley guy is not gonna. I mean, they're still working, and
they don't have a little cat box with, you know, some shoes.
It's not going to be the kind of thing that somebody
build
tells me to do it, and I'm going to say, oh
years.
yeah, I need to get some marbles, and I'm going to break some heads of lettuce, and it'll sound great.
Yeah.
You know, it's not that way at all.
No, not at all. I mean, you look at some of these Foley houses. I mean, these guys have been 10, 20, 30 years, and you look at, I mean, they almost, like literally almost have a warehouse of crap.
Yes.
And they go, oh, I need to get that sound. And out of the desk of Curtis. Yeah, it's like, like Curtis. They just walk over to their shelf and they pull out, you know, 2 metal balls, a bag of sand, a squishy ball and something. And I go, oh yeah, you wanted the sounds of a squishy guy walking. You just like, what?
Yeah.
I mean, amazing.
And it's really cool how you would think, what you know, has anybody seen Terminator 2? And there's the shot inside of the insane asylum where it's right after Arnold shows up and he says, come with me if you want to live. And she looks over and at John, and she looks back at the Terminator and is like, why is he still alive? He showed up. Then they turn and they direct their eyes over to the T-1000, who walks up to the bars and then he blends through them. It's a pretty famous shot. I'm sure that if you've seen it, I mean, it wouldn't take you a split second to look it up. The Foley artist that had to find that sound was thinking, what could I possibly do to make this sound? And he kept trying things. If nothing's working, what would make a liquid metal sound through this? He was trying to think about what it could be. And then his dog needed food. And he cut open the wet food thing and he poured it upside down and it goes, you know, makes that sound. And he's like, that's the sound right there. So he recorded the dog food sound going into the bowl, and that became the T-1000 sound of it going through. So next time you see that part on Terminator 2, you're going to say that's dog food.
It
It's
just-
amazing.
I'm laughing because I just imagine living with a Foley guy. Like, remember Close Encounters and Richard Dreyfuss? He was in the kitchen and he's like sculpting these mashed potatoes. Remember that? Into something. And he's like, he keeps going, this means something. This means something. The what was it? Devil's Rock or something like that. I just imagine living with a Foley guy and he's sitting there and he's like, and he goes, this means something.
You
This
drop a
means
glass.
something. Yeah. You drop,
a glass
you're like,
and it shatters. He's like, "Oh, did you hear the way that acoustically went through? But
Yeah,
because of
and
the open ceiling and the hardwood floors, and oh, geez.
I can use that. And he's in there
I gotta
dropping all
record
your
that now.
glasses. Boing,
Chop another
boing,
glass. I'll replace it. I'll replace it. Don't worry about it. I'm like, geez. Here's a question over here for you, Curtis. Is the SR314 your new regular microphone for YouTube?
Yeah. The only thing I wish I had the black version instead of the silver. Just a little bit, a little bit more low key. But yeah, I love this mic. When these guys contacted me, I was dancing around the house. I was pretty excited. Yeah.
Earthworks makes really good stuff.
I like the silver. I think it's cool.
You like the silver?
Yeah,
It's
Got
a
anything
really
to
neat
trade?
design.
Want to trade it for a computer?
maybe.
Yeah.
Hey, I got an idea,
I
Michael.
have the one. Yes,
I'll trade this for your X3. How about that?
perfect. At this time of the hour, yes.
Okay. This is a question for you, Michael. Any
Yep.
thoughts on the Senken CSM1 and Curtis?
Oh, anything.
I'm gonna probably stay out of this one.
No, that's
Yeah.
Michael's. That's Michael's mic. I don't have that one.
Well, since we're showing stuff, here it is.
Oh,
Right here,
yeah.
the
There it
Senken
is.
CMS1. It's a great microphone. It's a problem solver. It's got a very nice reach for the size, and it's helped in a lot of situations. Like I think, Alan, we used it when we got underneath the back of a hatch of a car on P Valley at one point because just the low profile and
Yeah.
it's good. It solves the problem. It's lightweight. I like that, and it has a good sound, and I've been pretty happy with it.
I think Philip Barrera, Whit Norris, a bunch of sound mixers they've converted from MKH50s over to the CSM1.
I think they added to the kit.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that they like converted over, just kind of added it.
Well, Whit told
yeah.
me once he got the CSM1s, the 50s went to his trailer.
Oh, no kidding. I
That's
did
what he
not
told
know
me.
That. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And personally, as you know, Michael, I'm not a huge fan of it. It's too sibilant for me, and it doesn't have the low end that I would like to hear. But
Yeah.
that's just me.
Yeah.
I'm a weird oddball.
No, it's
Everyone's
yeah,
ears are different.
Yeah.
Yep.
And what do you think, Curtis? Yeah.
I haven't used that one. So I've used the stereo shotgun.
Oh,
We were
you
talking
used-
about that earlier.
That you've used the CMS50?
Yeah, I've used that. I just I had it on loan just for a little while. It's a fun mic. I like that one a lot, but I haven't CSM1. I haven't.
Yeah.
Did you see Michael's video about it?
The CMS50?
No.
Oh, you gotta watch it.
How
It's
are you not on
How
Michael
are you not
Wynn
there every
notifications?
second when soon as something launches? The no, it shows you all of the stereo imaging samples of the CMS50.
It's really cool. It's
And
really cool what
pretty
Michael's
amazing,
video.
the performance of this microphone and all kinds of different. And Kevin, do you ever use any MS microphones for cameras or stereo mics ever? Yeah.
Nope.
Okay, this is a question for me from Greg. Have your
Mm-hmm.
arms ever fallen asleep while booming? I have a great story. I did a movie with Cuba Gooding Jr. called Firelight about 10 years ago.
I'll be right
shot-
back.
Yeah, absolutely. And we shot. That's fine. I'll throw you out of it for a second. This movie Firelight, we shot in the winter, and we ended up. It was Wednesday before Thanksgiving, and our call time was about 10 a.m. We started in an exterior. The whole movie was about a women's prison firefighting team, and Cuba was the warden, I think, at the prison, and anyway, he was really, really funny. We ended up shooting 18 hours into Thanksgiving. This is before they started going into like extreme, like now you can't really go past midnight on a holiday. Otherwise you get a lot of extra money. But on this particular occasion, we were shooting exterior in the woods. We had some firefighting scenes. It was hot. And then we did some scenes where they were running around catching CGI butterflies. And then there was some other stuff. Then we changed locations. We did a basketball sequence outside of a house. The sun goes down, and there's another scene that we did outside. Then the temperature was dropping. It was about 2 or 3 a.m. and they set up on the inside of the house we were shooting the basketball scene at. On the inside, we shot a scene between Cuba and his movie wife, and they were in a bed together, and the cameras were kind of on a low angle looking over their bodies at their faces. No wide shot or anything. It started with Cuba kind of looking side at the camera, and then he kind of leans as his wife starts talking. She kind of comes up over him, and they have a little conversation. Then he turns and rolls over, and they face each other, and we were just going to get it knocked out. 17th hour. Temperatures are in the teens, maybe in the 20s. And we then move inside. And because it was a bedroom sequence, they were laying there talking. And it was one of those things where they said, okay, let's make sure it's very, very warm in there. They put heaters in that room, and suddenly the temperature was up into probably the high 70s or 80s. You go from inside where it was, or outside where the temperature was in the teens or 20s, and they were bringing us soup and stuff, and it was freezing. We were bouncing around the heaters and stuff, trying to warm ourselves up, to inside where everything was really nice and warm. And the first thing that happens when you enter that 17th hour is my eyes could not stay open. I was set up at Cuba and his wife's feet on an apple box with my elbows like this on my knees. And I dozed off. And another thing I should also mention is that they had diffusion frames, 4x diffusion frames coming up over the bed. So I only had about maybe a foot over the top of Cuba and his movie wife's heads because to put my microphone. And I was using, I think it was MKH50. But what was funny is when I dozed off, I had the microphone between their two faces. I dozed off, and quickly I remember waking up and, instantly like panic alert, because I realized when I woke up, I had the boom in my hand. I hadn't moved, and the boom was not hitting the frames. It was still where it was. So when I dozed off, I locked my arms apparently, or did something in my sleep, and I dozed off because it was a long take. They were doing it over and over again until restart, back to one restart, because they were just laying in bed and they were just rolling, trying to finish this before Thanksgiving. We finished at 4 a.m. and we wrapped. But that was a time that my arms had, I fell asleep while booming, not just my arms.
Wow.
And I have boomed before where my hands get really tired, they start to fall asleep, and that's when you end up doing something just to try to hold the thing up and to keep the circulation going. Now that does happen too. But anyway.
Well, gentlemen, this was amazing. I'm trying to look. I've done the 4-hour live stream, and it's been incredible. Thank you for having me, Alan.
Michael, thanks so much for being here. And, Michael and I have been on the phone for been doing this for closer to 5 hours. We started probably about 9:30 talking.
Wow.
But it's been really amazing. I love how everyone popped in and out. Tell Curtis I said thanks. Kevin, it was really nice meeting you. Bandrew, everyone
Hey, nice
in
meeting
the
you,
stream.
man.
Yeah. And you guys, don't keep Alan up too late. No more zip fizzes for him.
Nope. Definitely not.
Hey, it's only 11:30 here. I'm like,
Oh, so yeah, you good. You good.
I'll still be
good,
up until
man.
6. I'll keep going until 6 because I'm going to be wide awake until then anyway. I'll be like,
But anyway, it was really a lot of fun, guys. Thank you, everyone.
hey,
In
Michael,
the,
it was a pleasure meeting
conversation
you.
Chat. Yeah, you as well, Kevin. Take it
thanks
easy,
for
guys.
coming out, Michael. It's fun as always, man.
My pleasure.
Be well.
Good seeing you.
Bye. Wow, what a nice guy.
Yeah, he's amazing. I love him.
He's a great guy. Did you I'm sorry I had to bolt. My A, I needed some water, and B, my cat, Kitty, I call him Film Cat, because he's been in some stuff. No, he's got this weird limpy thing going on, and he's kind of spacing out and crap. And we took him to the vet, and they were like, "We don't know what's going on." So every once in a while, he very rarely he'll start doing this meow thing, which means something's going on. I went to check on him, and he was just like, so chill out, dude. I don't know.
Funny.
I don't know. Yeah. Cats, whatever. Did you answer the question about the H8 that I saw from someone?
We answered that like 4 hours ago. It's
great. Okay,
it's
next one.
interesting. It looks like an ant if you draw legs on it. It looks to me like a centipede head. It's got a lot of features on it that's cool. It does not have 32-bit floating point, which I'm sure a lot of people are kind of irritated about. It does have multiple modulars, so you can do 360 sound on it. That's kind of cool. It's probably the cheapest microphone that you will find that does 360 sound, ambisonics, because it has the ability to get that module. It's really cool how it has field recording mode, music mode, and podcast mode. And so that way you can very easily do whichever of those you want to do.
Curtis,
by being that there's a stream, by being that there's the stream mode, you have the ability to use bumper music. You can add like I think up to 13 different sound effects. You can add effects onto your audio for compression or noise gating. And there's one other thing. You can do various different things with it, and it's pretty cool. I don't know how it's going to really work out because it's kind of, you got weird things like if you plug in an XLR, you're blocking off the SD port. So you have to unplug a microphone if you're going to have to change out cards. I understand that it's got hot swappable power. So that way, if you're internally powering it and you have an external power supply die, you can unplug that and plug in something else. It goes into the routes to the internal power. I understand things like that. And it's kind of cool. The design of it is very weird to me. It seems to have
bizarre.
everything you need to actually do what you need it to, but whether or not you actually need this, what is this going to do that other things can't? Well, it's going to be the different modes. It's going to be the ability to use it as an interface. It's going to be the ability to change out the modules on top, just like with the H5 and H6, where you can change it out for different things. You can get up to 10 inputs. Things like that. I don't personally know what my opinion is of it because I haven't played with it. I don't know how clean the preamps are. If it's an H series, is the next evolution. Hopefully it's pretty good. We'll see in time. I don't really have any information about it. And I will say this, I'm not going to be buying one. I don't need to buy more gear. Are you going to get one, Curtis?
I pre-ordered this morning. Yep. And not because I need it.
Yeah. I mean, he has every single thing in the world he wants in arm reach.
Yeah. Right. So it's just for the purposes of review because it's going to be it'll be pretty popular. I think it's worth doing a review for sure.
I think it will. I mean, I used an H6 for quite a while and I loved it. It was a great recorder. I mean, it's nothing like the prosumerish Mix Pre or anything else. I loved the H6. It worked well for me and everything else. And I saw the H8 and I was like, wow, they're coming out with some new stuff. And I went and looked at it. I was going to try and share my screen and I couldn't figure out how to show other people. I went and looked at this and went, that's cool. Touchscreen is cool. Its features are cool, but what the hell were they thinking about when they designed this thing? It's really weird looking.
Well,
I don't know.
I think it's made to be, a Swiss Army knife kind of thing, and it looks a little bit like a Swiss Army knife.
It's strange looking. Maybe that'll be a selling factor. They'll be like, "Whoa, look at my hand."
It's one of the things I noticed from the B&H video that they released is that it seems to be very laggy. Like when you see him drag up and down the headphone volume and stuff like that, you see it like dragging way behind. It looks like a touch screen from a phone from over 10 years ago. How you'd scroll up and it would lag.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was lag or I don't know if you've ever filmed like on like at the angle they were at. I don't know if you ever filmed stuff, but the angle of the angle and the parallax of what you're filming, you're moving your finger, it makes it look like it's not following your finger when it is straight on. So I don't know if it's that or because I filmed stuff like this and you're moving a volume knob like on an iPad and it looks like it's lagging behind your finger moving, whereas on straight on it's not. So I don't know if it's lagging or the way
Curtis will have the answers quicker than I will.
We'll know soon enough. I think what's important to keep in mind. This is a $399 recorder, so
For $399, this thing has
It's got
a
a
lot
lot
of
of things.
stuff in it.
yeah. I mean, for people that are in that market, is it going to do everything they need to do? And the answer is probably yes. I don't know. We'll see.
And it is
Looking
kind of
forward.
cool that it has the different modes. So if you're right now in COVID-19 mode and you're looking for something that you can use in podcast mode, and then you can easily turn into a field recorder, it could serve a purpose. I know in a lot of the pro sound forums, people love to just trash audio gear, and people were trashing it pretty aggressively. But it's not for pros.
It's not. No.
Yeah.
I mean, for a
And
YouTuber, this would be a great thing for a YouTuber. And I think it would not only get their hands on it, but there's enough buttons and knobs and crap on it to where they could learn a lot and learn how to manually adjust their sound and everything else. I love that someone newer to doing this could get their hands on this and they could learn a lot about audio recording.
And not have to worry about messing something up, because anything on the whole device is literally a factory reset away, because everything is like you press a button and the light comes on. I think with exception of like the switches for the pads, I think everything else, and maybe the knobs for the volume. Here's a question from PJ. What do you think of the Q5X wireless?
I don't have any basis.
I've never used it. I didn't know if you had an
Isn't
opinion
that
about
brand
it.
new?
I don't know. That's not the
Brand
Shure
new.
system, is it?
I
Q5X?
No, it's made by
Take a look.
Q5X. I think this is a brand new
It's
product.
It's a brand.
It came out
yeah.
on the 15th.
I don't know anything about it.
Of May.
Sports audio and venue sound, location sound. Interesting.
Yeah, I know nothing about it.
Q5X.com. Interesting. I don't know the first thing about it either. So pro gear for pros, long shooting days, difficult conditions, no problem here. Bring it on. It's interesting because it looks, the marketing materials looks very much like a consumer kind of thing.
Yeah.
But they're selling it as pro level gear. We'll see.
You
Yeah,
have to be
never heard
careful when you
these guys.
market something that's not pro level to professionals, because professionals they have certain expectations and they will be brutal.
They will.
If
I
it's
mean,
not,
if you go like to the Electrosonics website, it's like a website designed by engineers. It's not made by a marketing person or a web developer, someone that's all front end. It's a different world.
and I tell you, even when you go to a website like Zaxcom, I went to Zaxcom earlier because I was looking up. I was just looking over their catalog, and somebody went into like the Neverclip, where they explain what Neverclip is and how that works, and there was like 2 comments, and one of them was ripping on Neverclip, saying, Zaxcom, you really dropped the ball because you can only use Neverclip on 24-bit 48K. You can't use it for 96K, and that's how I record all my audio. He's like, you really dropped the ball and getting all mad. I'm like, man, it's like, it's revolutionary. It's amazing technology, and they did a great job implementing it, and you can't make everybody happy. It's just one of those things that just made me kind of smile and shake my head like, geez,
Yeah, it blows my mind. I don't know what it is. This tendency or this agreement, or I don't even know what you call it. I don't have a word for it yet. Maybe I'll have to make up a new word. But this predilection to just lash, boom.
It's the internet.
Boom. It's the internet. Oh boy,
it's the internet. People like what was the thing you tweeted earlier?
Oh, I'm releasing a video tomorrow morning. I forget what I called it. I think it's called creators, haters, baiters, and agitators. And I just go through and just explain, like I go through how I deal with comments and how I deal with thousands of comments. Like I go through how I do all that and how it's a process and the different apps I use to do that and everything else. But the beginning of the video just explains to these people in not so many words that you'll have to see the video. I don't pull any punches on these people.
I'm the same exact way, man.
I mean,
I will.
I mean, like, I don't pull any punches. In fact, I talk about standing across the street. If they were to do this in real life, instead of being a bunch of pansy asses behind their computers and do this to a real person, someone would punch him in the face, and I'd be the guy on the other side of the street cheering him on. So I went a little over the top, but hey, whatever. I'll probably get a bunch of nasty comments. At least they'll come over to my channel and nasty me instead of someone else.
Well, you know what? I will fire back at people who write in my comment section. And I'm not being mean. I will give them everything back that they gave me. Like there was a guy that wrote, and for some strange reason, people don't seem to think and understand that the Sound Speech channel is operated by me. So they'll say the guy in the video, and they'll say, the guy in the video, and I forgot what it would be like. The guy in the video, has a irritating voice or something like that, and I'll fire back with, and the font you're writing in completely sucks, and just I'll fire back with something like that. They'll make people like, huh? And it's, the typical YouTube font, but still, and there's been people in the past that have written me something and I'll fire back at them and they're like, whoa, I didn't realize that somebody was going to be replying. Oh, sorry about that. And I'm just like,
it's just amazing to me. I just went
I don't
through
have a
it.
thin skin. I'm fine.
YouTube changed something, and I went to their comments, the new studio comments section, and I found out I thought it was 1,000. It was like 5,000 or 6,000 comments that I was never notified about. So the past couple of days, I decided I was going to answer them all. So I answered them all. So now when I go to my YouTube comments area and I see comments I haven't answered in 8 years, it's clean. So now when I get a comment, it's right there, right? So I went through there and going through it was already 26,000 comments I answered. Now it's close to 30,000, but it's all clean now. I went through and I just was kind of like ticking off in my mind. It really is. I don't know what the percentage is, at least on my channel. And there's been some nasty people. It really is like 1 or 2% of people who make all the noise. And especially for these new YouTubers, I've been there myself. For these new YouTubers, it hits them hard when somebody gets up there and goes, well, I'm an expert in audio and your audio sucks, man, and you shouldn't even be doing YouTube and everything else. It hits these guys hard. It hits them. They're creators, and it hits them right in the heart. I just want to, not that I would, but in my mind, I want to do bad things.
Well, it's because it's YouTube. I look at it and I mean, you have to have a thick skin if you're going to work in the film industry, especially if you're the lone representative of the sound department on set, because those guys will eat you alive if you let them. And I'll tell you, I don't have a thin skin at all. And when I see those comments, usually the thing I'll laugh, and I'm the first person that will joke about myself. I'll make jokes, me
too.
And just to make people, why is he, making fun of himself? Why is he mocking himself? I'll do that kind of stuff all the time. I just, I can't remember what the rating is of the conversation I had with Rachel, the sound utility that we had earlier. I was going back and forth with her earlier because I'm going to be we're scheduled to do a live stream with Rachel, a sound utility, on Tuesday next week. We're going to see if we can have her on there. She wrote me a thing that said, women mature faster than men because we get our boobs at 14 and men get theirs at 45. And so my response to that was, I always knew I was an early developer. By the way, did they mention anything about how long it takes for men to get a vagina? Because I know a lot of men that it would have made the shutdown a lot more manageable. And she, didn't respond to that. She just responded back with a smile, but that was about it. And but that's the kind of, I will fire back real quick with something like that.
I'm a little more, I wouldn't say I'm that over the top with my words, but I definitely, like, I've had other people
look at
I know.
He's blushing. You see that? Kevin is blushing.
He's never been in a live stream with me before.
It's a tan.
It's a tan. It's the California tan.
I'm laughing and blushing at the same time because thinking back, man, I can't. Someday when we're not on a live stream, I'll tell you a story, not here, about words I didn't know I was using all my life, and when I found out what they mean, I wanted to jump off a cliff.
Yep.
I mean, it's really bad. But yeah, I've had other YouTubers like call me or I talk to them or something, and these aren't little guys. These are big guys, and you could tell it's grated on them. They're just like, "Ugh," and I'm cool. Just get it all out, just whatever all over me. And they usually settle down because then they know it's like BS, and they know it's a small percentage, but it can be so grating when you pour your heart into this and your lifeblood into this, and you have these little termites eating away at you. It just, after a while, you're just like, it gets so irritating. And I know we shouldn't get that way, and I know we should just ignore them. But every once in a while, even I myself, after this time, I don't do it so much now. It's been a while since I do it, because now I play with them if I want to, or I just discard them or delete them or whatever. But every once in a while, man, somebody seeps in, and I'm just like,
Cut you the wrong time.
I'm all over you right now. And the minute that happens, I should go, nope, back off. It's time for some coffee or some.
Here's a question for Curtis.
Busy Fizz.
Zip Fizz.
Curtis
Curtis,
is awful quiet. I think he's one of those commenters who crappy comments.
he has various different YouTube accounts that he'll use to troll people. He's got a darker side that no one knows of. I'm
if
sure.
Curtis wanted to troll someone, I think they would just go down. I think it would just go.
No, this is how it works. If I ever decided to troll someone, I'd call up Carrie, my brother, and he'd be all over it.
Ooh. I don't ever want to be trolled by Carrie. I've gotten in a few joking arounds with him, bantering back and forth, and he always wins.
He's quick. Yeah. Anyway, Alan, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, have you ever unleashed or fired back at a commenter on your channel?
I've definitely felt what you guys are talking about. There's certain times, sometimes I just laugh it off. I've had people say things like "F you, blue eyes," and I'm like, what? what's the
Saying
point?
that to Curtis Judd. Jeez. He's like the nicest guy in the world. It's like telling a puppy that he's, telling a little 3-year-old girl a puppy is ugly.
But I have got. There was one that pushed that really got under my skin. It was fairly recently. Someone basically said, "You don't know what you're talking about. You're out of your league. You're playing up. Why in the world do you own a Sound Devices 888?" Blah blah, and on and on and on. And it was just like, I went back and forth in my mind, and I finally just deleted it and blocked him from the channel. Like he made it. That person, I'm assuming it's a he. I don't know, but left a comment on one video and then left another nasty comment on another one. Like, who the F cares what you think about this microphone? And I'm just like, this is not helping the channel, so you're blocked, and I'm deleting the comment. We're moving on.
It's really cool when you block these. I did some research on this. It's really cool. When you block these people, they end up in a little place, and you can click the system and look in there, and you can see the people you've blocked. They can sit there and comment to hell and back.
Yep.
Leave comments
Invisible.
on a video and think they're leaving comments on a video, and they never show up. But I think
And no one likes them. No one has any response. Yep.
And
It goes into the abyss.
And they're like back there going, it's just, and they think they're still leaving comments, and they don't know that they're blocked. And I think that's awesome.
Yeah, it is a cool feature.
It's sad though. I mean, if you think about it, that's pretty sad that people somehow take joy in doing something like that, or they think they're just, it's a sad story on their life. Like, really?
And that's the ruse. And I think that's the thing people fall for. And I've fallen for it myself. I just stopped falling for it, which is really, I've looked at my channel. It really is like what happens is they hit you, or they get together and they start hitting you, or they get bots to hit you or whatever. But usually it's people, and they start hitting you, and that it's like throwing mud on you, and you're just like all sticky. It's this little tiny percentage of people, and they make it seem like they're everyone and that everyone is upset and everybody sucks and they're the ones who create all the noise, and there's like 80 or 90 or 99% of the other people who are just they're nice folks and they leave nice comments, or they're too busy and they don't have time to leave comments. If you look at your channel, I don't know what you have now, Curtis, you're at like 130, 140. All the people that watch your videos, I mean, somebody watches one of your videos, you get about 20,000 views, you get 500 to 1,000 comments, and you get one person leaving a crappy comment on there. That's a really small.
That's a good ratio, actually. Yeah.
Such a small percentage of people, but they make all the noise, so it comes off like. And creators fall for this. I have myself. They fall for it. People are nasty on YouTube, and people are bad on YouTube, and there's all these bad comments. Once you fall into that, you've fallen into playing their game. Don't play that game, because it's not true. It's this minuscule pile of little gnats, mosquitoes that bear. They bear like. Don't feed them. Don't water them. Let them die. Colloquially.
Yeah.
Just wanted to say that colloquially because I
don't feed the trolls.
Because next thing I'll know, it'll be like, you said die on YouTube, and you're shit.
Yeah, it's on my stream though, so you'll get my channel striked or whatever.
No, that's fine.
Yeah, exactly. No worries.
You made money. You made enough money tonight to go buy a Maserati. So
yeah, sure I did. And I paid for my ZipFizz addiction. Here's a couple of comments here. Q5X waterproof to 10 meters. That's cool. We use them in sports broadcast, and it says the NBA and NFL are using them too. I think, is that the system that they make a transmitter that's very flat and it folds?
Yep. And it also, and they're not cheap. Those transmitters are like $2,500 and
exactly. They're premium
and they work with different systems. So you can get them to work with Electro or different Shure systems or Sennheiser systems.
Yeah, they have a player mic, an aqua mic. It's actually submersible for water sports, reference mic, and then they have a coach mic. And
so is it not? It's not digital then? It's a hybrid or it's analog? Is that the idea?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Analog and hybrid.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they're used by ESPN and other production things. These are not cheap. These are not.
They're specialty. They seem like specialty tools.
Specialty mics.
Anyway, compliment for us all there.
Thank you, Eric.
And then thank you very much. And then I've had that grr feeling after spending hours working on getting the perfect takes or voiceover release with my friends and family, and no one says anything, which is a bad thing, which is about as bad as it, being put down. If you go back and you look at my video, if you do a search for SoundSpeed's outtakes, you'll find one of my videos from about 2 years ago. And there are times that I've recorded for hours and hours and hours, because usually when I record, it's in the middle of the night. I'll usually to record from like midnight until 2, 3 a.m., something like that. And then I'll have to cut it down to maybe only 5 or 6 minutes, because usually what will happen is if I'm at work, I'll be thinking about what I want to do all day. I'll make notes of it. And then on my drive home, I'll be saying sound speeds and blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. And I'll work it all out in my mind because I don't have time to script it out. And then when I get there, I'm like, oh, I got to also say this. And now I need to say this. And I will botch my words, screw up my words in every possible way until I finally get it right. And sometimes it takes me half an hour just to get my intro right. And then I look at it, I'm like, great, 11 seconds. That's all it was. And now I have to slide back my Chiron that has my name in it because it's only like 6 seconds long. And I have to practically cut into the fade up. And I'm like, great, that was just a brilliant use of half an hour. And if you watch my outtakes video, you'll see me basically do a video. I botch it. I'll do it again. I'll botch it. I'll do it again. And that's the way it really is for me when I record. And sometimes I will write the script out. I have a few different things. My video from Monday is going to be kind of like my recent measuring EIN or my EIN video, where I do a quick introduction and say something, and then it cuts right into footage, and then it cuts back out at the very, very end. Hey, so there you go. That kind of thing. That's the way my video is probably going to be for the next 2 weeks. There's a lot that can be said because I can actually write the script for that and then just handle that in voiceover. But then I have to shoot the footage for the B-roll or whatever. And so it doesn't end up being a quicker video in many cases. But I personally mix it up a bit because I will drive myself to the point, crazy to the point where I'll just want to, bang my head into something. And there's been like when I did the Deity HDTX and the Every Deity microphone, just the voiceover stuff. Actually, for one or the other one of those, I can't remember one. It took me almost 7 hours of recording in front of the camera to get it all the way I wanted it to be and to cover all the parts. And I'll have the notes and the different sections listed out. And I'll look down at my notes. And I was like, that's right. Now I need to go there. And then I'll say it. And then I'll say, I messed it up. Say it again. Say it again. Say it again. It will take me forever to get it right. And so you'll see hours of footage. I'm scrolling through and I'm in the edit. I'm like, geez, there. Okay. And I'm like, man, I need to have somebody do this for me because I suck at it.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I think that the experience is pretty similar. I actually got to the point now where I write notes and then so I don't have a script. I've tried a teleprompter and it just doesn't work for me. It seems so robotic. And so I do write notes. And so what I'll do is I'll pause, I'll go through a section and just make up the words that convey that idea. And then in post, just sort of chop it up from there. But I think I would say probably a third of it falls on the edit room floor, so to speak.
Yeah.
Pretty normal.
I do all three. I mean, I do it on purpose. I will script something and then I'll do a teleprompter, and I had teleprompters in front of that thing, and I have these big teleprompters and little teleprompters and this and that and iPads and everything else. And I haven't found anything better than, of course, I'm 6 feet away from the camera, is to make sure I have my phone like if here's the lens, then the phone's sitting here.
Yeah.
So I'm looking into the lens. I will script something out and I'll rehearse it on the teleprompter, make sure the speed's right, make sure it's my thing. And I have to stop it every once in a while. Then in another video, what I'll do is I'll just do it off notes. Then in the next video, I'll do it totally off the cuff. And I round robin these for no other reason than I want to, it's a personal thing with me. I want to be able to do all three. I want to be able to look into a teleprompter and be able to read it and come off natural and sound right and do my little antics and my silly crap and everything else that I put in there and keep my tone up and engage with the person. I want to be able to have that skill. And then I want to be able to do it off the cuff with no notes. And then I want to be able to do notes. So I round robin these, not because that's a process people should get into, because I really enjoy being able to do those. Like when I used to speak in front of really large audiences, I would just get up and I would just speak in front of really large audiences. And then I stopped doing it for about 3 months or 4 months. And then when I went back up in front of a really large audience, I was flipped out, like the butterflies and the thing, and I was stumbling over my words. It's like, well, that's interesting. So it's really a practice thing. So for me, that's how I do it. And I can sit there sometimes and rip out a 30 or 45-minute video, make a few mistakes, and I'm done in an hour and 20 minutes. Other times, I'll sit there and I'll work on a 8-minute, 9-minute, 12-minute video, and it will take me days. I will have like shooting the B-roll and I'll screw that up and shooting the thing. Like I go through these things where like there was a couple of videos where I was at the end of the video, I was trying to say, I hope that helps. Thanks for watching and we'll see you next time. And I screwed it up 27 times. And I was getting so pissed off, and then I went stop, and I just walked away and I watched the footage. This is a long time ago. And I was like, wow, when you get pissed off, it comes through. So now you're saying the same thing and you're saying the same words, but now it comes through and you look pissed off. I was like, oh, okay. So I need to learn how to laugh and I need to learn how to get over it. But 27 times saying 3 lines,
Oh, dude.
And I'll get into that mode. And then other times I'll just sit there and it'll just be like, blah, 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 la, 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 and I'll just be talking. Things will be good. And I'll just go. Other times I'll be like, rip, 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 rip. And other times I'll be like, well, you know, if you take the pencil from A and you move it to B, and I'm all over the freaking map. So if you took 7 hours to like do a video, like, okay, that's
I don't think you understand how many times I'll botch that though. I will see nonstop, and I'll look at it. Now I see how every single time I mess up, I see what the waveform looks like. And then I see it, I start the same way, and I'm like, okay, that starts the same, that starts the same, that starts the same. Scroll, scroll, scroll. I'm passing waveform after waveform after waveform. I'm like, oh, it changes right here. So let me listen. Yep, that's a new one. So I back up to the last one. I'm like, that's the one. And that's how I'll do it in post most of the time. Unless I add a note at the end of when I put that in there, it says, you know what, just go back and use the previous one. Or something like that. Is sometimes I'll get so irritated, and I'll go back to edit it later, and I'll see the note that says, you know, just forget it. Just go back 3. I got it perfect. Take it. I don't care. Use the settings. And I'll hear such anger, and I'll sit there and post, and I'll laugh at myself.
oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I look at, I think from the people who are watching, they see this 5 or 6 or 10 or 12-minute video, like for instance Curtis or you or something, doing this review and going through it. Curtis just flew through it. He does the light, blah, 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 and this, and he's talking about it, and he's moving the controls and everything else, and it looks fairly easy. Looks like he's just talking about it. It looks quite natural, and I don't think from people who don't do it, I don't think they realize the amount of work that went behind making that video. Not that we need to be like, oh, you're so great, you put in so much work. I don't want that. If somebody watches one of my 8-minute videos and thinks that, and they just watched it and got through it, and they were like, that's cool, I'm good with that. I don't want praise or sympathy because I work hard, but I don't think there's an understanding. It's like watching someone who's really good at golf and hit a 300-yard drive, and it looks so easy when you watch them golf. I've tried golfing. It sucks. I suck at it. I spent years trying to learn how to golf, and I finally gave it up. It is like incredibly difficult,
anger-inducing
to play golf. Where I got ruined was there's a head. I also have an engineering degree amongst other things, but there's a head that you hit the ball with. So what I did was I sat down on a CAD system. This was way back. Sit down on a CAD system and went, okay, if I'm going to hit a ball 300 yards and the fairway is this wide, what's the angular degree before I'm in the woods? And it was something like 3 degrees on either side or something. And I went, screw this. And I was done. I quit golfing. I was like, you can't do that. You can't. You watch these pros hit that, and it's 3 or 7 degrees to keep them in the fairway, and they're always in the fairway.
And that's if it doesn't curve. That's if wind.
It blew my mind. Just blew my mind. I think that skill, like the skills that you guys have developed, like talking, being in front of the camera, being technical, doing your research first, knowing what you're talking about, like those skills that come across for your audience, obviously, but I don't think people realize, nor should they care, of all the work you put into this. I don't think Curtis gets a new microphone and goes, okay, well, here you go. So here's the Shure SM7B, and it's got an SPF of this, and it doesn't, this and that, and here's
it doesn't have an SPF, just so you know.
It doesn't have an SPF?
A maximum SPL.
It probably does. I mean, nobody measures it, but
it doesn't have a spec for a maximum SPL though.
Somebody should do that. Oh, I'm going to call it SPF because I like doing that. Like I call it what is it?
And one of the other interesting,
I love saying Sennheiser. It pisses people off. But you don't go, and then you shoot this B-roll and then you're done in 5 minutes. I don't know if people do that.
What's funny, what you said though, is it takes a long time to gain momentum on a channel. And I mean, you guys have been doing it a lot longer than I have. I've only been doing this now for just over 3 years. I hit my 3-year anniversary doing this from my first release just last week. And I'll tell you, it's one of those things where you got to love the haters that say you get all this free gear and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, look, you don't understand. It doesn't happen for a long time. You buy a lot of stuff. Banju actually started out, and he still buys almost everything he reviews. And he started out buying garbage but it was what he could afford, and he reviewed it. And he started out, his first video was like, I mean, he did like an
bag
SD
review.
case. He did a bag review, then he did like an SD card case, and he did just what he had. And he slowly then started buying microphones, and then he started buying other things. And then slowly, as this channel took off and gained momentum and his affiliate links started working, he was able to get better and better stuff. It just takes a while to gain that momentum. And people don't seem to understand that. They just are going to hate. And I'm probably one of the weird oddballs that I'll turn down almost everything. I'll tell people I don't want that. No, I don't want that. Even if it's a few $100s, I just don't want to do those videos. Because when I start reviewing something, I'll say, I want to do that. I want to do that. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. And then I drive myself crazy with having to cut myself off at some point. And I don't want to do that. You guys, you review a lot of things, and it's really cool to see your take on things. And I'll kind of say, you know what, I'm going to let those guys do it because they're going to do a better job than me anyway. And I don't have to worry about it. And then I'll see your review and I'll say, okay, so that's pretty much what my findings would probably be. So I'm just going to refer people that way. And it's so much easier for me.
Mic review, I need to remember to call it SPF. I love doing crap like that. I get so many, like every time I do a video, I always say I need to say it wrong. Sennheiser.
Sennheiser.
That's not how you say it. It's not Sennheiser. I'm like,
well,
or I call it ATM, the ATM Pro instead of the ATEM Pro. I call it the ATM Pro, and it drives people nuts. And I'm like, I love doing that.
Here's a question that's a throwback to the very beginning of the stream. If anyone was here 4.5 hours ago,
I was not.
We talked about Ari versus Ari. Which one? How do you pronounce it?
I pronounce it Ari.
Yeah, that's
Ari.
the American way. Yeah,
Ari.
as a lot of people in America do.
I
that.
actually said Ari for a while, and somebody corrected me. I can't remember who it was. And I think it was a DP. It was actually a DP. It was an American DP. So
yeah,
I don't know, just the American way, I guess.
Yeah, there's it's very interesting. Couple of questions here. Alan, if working on production with only 2 sound personnel, a mixer and a boom op, who's responsible for miking talent fall under? All right, here's the thing. In the world of sound, originally when they added the third, it's the title that you normally run into as cableman. It typically was someone that would cable up your cables or XLR, run cable where it needed to be run, and pick it up. That's generally what it originally was. It became a lot more than that. Technically, the boom operator is responsible for placing microphones. Another name for a boom operator is microphone placement technician. So if I cannot get something on a boom, I'm supposed to be responsible for planting a microphone or putting a microphone on somebody. Some old school sound mixers will still have the opinion of a boom operator should place all microphones, including lavs, which means it's kind of difficult if you're going to be on a TV show or something, because you don't want to end up having to quickly run off set because you turn your back on it. It's like turning your back on the ocean. Anything could happen. So generally what will happen now is putting, if you're talking about a 2-person team, usually what will happen is the boom operator and the sound utility will split those roles. The sound mixer may do the time code at the beginning of the day, for example, while the boom operator preps the lavs. The sound mixer may do the lavs, but after they've been prepped. Or it could be the boom operator that does it if they can pull themselves away from set. It depends on the mixer you're working with. I've worked with mixers before. While I say, sit in the chair, press the record button when I tell you to, and leave me alone, I'll handle this. And because I know their kits that well, and or their sound packages that well, and I'll go over and I'll jam things, and they're like, the battery, what did you do with the batteries? I'm like, I know, good but not news. I know to use those. Don't worry about it. Yeah, okay, you already know. And I'll say yes. And they'll say, did you prep the lavs? What do you think? Okay, I'll leave you alone. And then I'll go on back to what I'm doing. Now, there's other times I've worked with mixers and it's been a 2-man team, and they say, you know what, you do you, I'll handle the utility stuff. And, that works too. It depends on the mixer. It really does. Mixers have different styles on movies. If you have a 3-hour lighting setup, it could be something that they say, you handle it. I don't want to. No, you handle it all. You have the time. It could be if you're in television world, they need to help you out. What's funny, I'm going to tell you a really funny story about Vampire Diaries. Season 1, they did not want to allow a third for second unit. They had it for first unit, but then second unit was a splinter unit. It was what generally would happen is you would have an 8-day episode, an hour-long episode. It would be 8 days, shot over 8 days. And what would happen is after the 7th day, day 8 would actually be a splinter unit that would mop up the rest of the episode, while the principal unit would go on and start day 1 of the next episode. So that way you always that way over the course of 2 weeks, instead of being 1 day short of finishing 2 episodes, you would actually be 1 day up from finishing 2 episodes, because it would be 14. It'd be 7 days, and then you'd have 1 additional. So in 2 weeks you could accomplish 1 episode, you could in 3 weeks you could accomplish 2 episodes, as opposed to falling back by 1 day. On Vampire Diaries second unit, me and a sound mixer named Aaron Siegel did all the first unit stuff for season 1, which they didn't really start that until episode, I think, like 113 or something, 112. When they finally approved us to have a utility, we brought in a utility named Jorge that we had worked with, and he's fun. But they brought out a sushi truck. We were shooting exterior in the woods, and they brought out a sushi truck, and he got a whole bunch of sushi. He was like, "Oh, this is great. I'm going to grab this." And they basically just put out trays of it. And so he went and grabbed a whole bunch of sushi, and then he did his utility tasks and left the sushi out for a while unrefrigerated. Well, like 2 hours later when he got to it, he scarfed it all down. He was so happy. And, we were doing this long special effects setup, and it did not take very long for him to feel very sick. And so he was like, I'm not well. And we're just like, this is the first time they've approved in like a season and a half. This is second season. We're like, you cannot screw this up for us. We need to be able to get utilities, because we're doing the same amount of work that first unit is, and we need to have this. And he's like, I'm going to be sick or something. And so the mixer said, go into the woods, throw up, lay down, do whatever you need to, and come back in 15 minutes and do what you need to. He's like, okay. So he disappears into the woods, not really far. And he lays down and just kind of relaxes and tries to just tune out. And he takes his headphones, he plugs it into his phone and puts on some music for him to listen to. Well, little did we know the producer who was sitting nearby, one of the producers who's like the main guy behind that show, he takes a phone call and decides to take a walk in the woods. And he comes across a crew member laying down what he thinks is asleep on set. He doesn't know he's sound, luckily. But he looks at him. He's like, "One of the crew members is laying down here in the woods," and he was just laying there looking like he was asleep. And so I'm overhearing a conversation where he says, "We have a crew member laying down out there." And it says, "Really? Who is it?" And I'm like, "Oh crap! That's Jorge. I got to quickly run." And so I like quickly, I was like, "We gotta stop him or something." Luckily, he happened to get up and go to the bathroom. That right there ended up saving us, and we continue to have a utility, because he ended up running to the restroom, coming back, and he was fine. And luckily they did not make the connection, because we kind of said, you're going to stay away from set for a bit. You're going to be doing busy work. Don't be there, because the sound mixer's here, the producers are there. Don't be too close, because he's going to recognize you and he won't get you in trouble. So that was really funny, but that could have been very bad. And they did like 8 seasons, so it would have been a lot of second unit days.
Yeah. Wow.
I'm making a short lockdown film with puppets constructed from Amazon packaging, but they keep forgetting their lines. So I'm doing it on playback, not editing it though. Have a great DP, great stream. Thanks. Cool. The puppets are forgetting their lines.
It's rough. That happens.
That's,
does happen. Yeah.
Let's see here. I don't think any of us have tried the DDBP TRX yet. I don't know that they have it released yet.
Nope.
I don't. They haven't shipped those yet, have they? They haven't released it yet. Looks amazing.
Yeah, it looks cool.
And we are completely out of questions now. Curtis looks like he's about to fall, backwards in his chair.
I'm beat, guys. I think I'm gonna have to wrap it up.
Yeah, I got 1213 here, so it's 113 for Curtis, and is it 313? It's 313 for Alan.
Yeah, you notice I'm still bouncing around.
Well, that Zip Fizz stuff. I don't know if I should have ordered that stuff.
You should.
By the way,
You should.
I did use your Amazon link, so expect vast amounts of money
I will take my 15 cents with pride. Thank you.
from that massive $49 order or whatever it was I did.
You did a big
Uh,
order. That's awesome. You did a nice sized order from Amazon. You're going to have many flavors of ZipFizz.
Yeah, it's a bunch of different flavors. I wanted to
Oh,
try
yeah.
them all.
That's
I wanted
awesome.
to try them all. But I that on top of the amount of coffee I drank, I'm just gonna be like,
Oh, I tell you, it'd be.
Curtis. I have a question.
Yeah.
A personal question. Well, not that personal. But I guess for both of you, have you guys been able to get out and like do some hair cuttery and things like that? I know, Alan, you got hair cuttery coming up.
I do on Tuesday. It's starting to get
Yeah.
long. I used to have long hair down to like, close to my waist.
Yeah, mine was
Yeah.
down to my gluteus maximus. I think I posted a picture once of myself. Did you get a haircut, Curtis?
I did. My daughter did it for me.
Oh, you're so lucky. I haven't actually gone out and had a actual hair cutting. Man, it's late. Actual person cut my hair. I'm looking forward to that because they're starting to open up a little bit out here.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
and
heard
the
that-
dentist. The
Yeah, I heard that
dentist.
they're-
I have never wanted to go to the dentist, and now I'm like, I want to go to the dentist. Yeah.
Yeah,
What'd you hear?
things opened up in Georgia, but then they still are very limited. I think I heard
Mhm.
that California opened up, and then they're like, we should close back up again. So they're talking about closing.
Here-
Have you run into that?
Here they opened up in Oregon a bit. They've been sort of kind of good, and then all this other crap happened, and then everybody in Portland, like in the other major cities, just went batshit crazy. And because the statistics was really leveling out and going down, and then over the past, was it 2 weeks or 4 weeks, they started having more cases. Duh. Because people were doing, I don't even want to say the word, they were doing things in Portland that they were doing in other cities that people shouldn't do. And so it started going up. The governor went, okay, cool. So if you go out, it's now across the state. If you go out and you go to any public place, indoors, any public place, you wear a mask, period, the
Yeah.
end, or you're ejected, period. There's no, well, I don't really like to, I'm sorry, bye, you're out. And I'm like, I'm cool with that.
Versaflex, who makes a lot of premium harnesses and stuff, they've not been able to really work since the whole pandemic. So they have an Etsy store where they sell their own masks. And I tell you, they actually have a patent on one because it's a really cool thing. Since you have glasses, Kevin, if you need a mask and you run into it fogging up, you might consider getting the Versaflex one because it has a little flap on the inside that flips up and it snugs your nose there, so it redirects the breath instead of upwards into your glasses out to the side. So it's actually really a cool thing, and they're only like $12. I ordered 3 of them. So
Where's this at?
I'll shoot you a link. It's in his
Shoot me a link.
yeah,
Give
I'll
me an
shoot you a link.
affiliate link. I don't care.
Yeah, you know what? I'll go ahead and I'll add it here because they do a really good job. And so that way if anybody wants to see it.
Yeah.
But
That would be
it's-
good. I have that problem because I have the problem with when I wear the mask out. It's not like I get out much. I'm usually here in the studio or downstairs or whatever. But when I do go out and with my wife and I wear these masks, fogs up my glasses. It drove me crazy. Now, someone did tell me you don't want your glasses to fog up. You specifically wipe them down with Dawn dishwashing liquid. Now, I don't use Dawn dishwashing liquid because I don't like smelly crap, and it's like, blah.
Well, the thing-
but I'll give it a try.
The thing about it is you have to be careful about the residue because you can't put it on there and then wipe it off. because then it could make streaks and stuff. So what you need to do technically, if you rub it on there with your finger and get a good lather on it, and then put it under your faucet and let it kind of, take care of itself and leave a little residue on there. There's a stuff that's sold on Amazon. I think it's called Spit, SPITZ or SPIT or something like that. And it's supposed to be for like goggles. And it's supposed to be like if you,
like when you
can
goggle
spit into it. Yeah, goggle and fogging up, exactly. I've done different types of things also and experimented, because I'll wear a full, like if you looked at my community tab, or I think I posted it in Twitter earlier today, those goggles that I wear right there. You need to have a good seal underneath your eye to keep it from venting up there and making
Totally.
and you also need to have it vent out the top and out the bottom. And if you don't do that, then it's not going to be nearly as good. Now, if you want, I mean, like as soon as we're done with the stream here, I know that Curtis is, about to fall asleep. We're about to hit the 5-hour mark here, and we only have a couple more questions. We'll call it here in a second. If you want to stay around for a second, I'll show you the mask and let you see it. It's going to be in one of my upcoming videos, but I'll at least show it to you and demonstrate.
Yeah, I'm looking at them right now.
Yeah, but I mean, I
that's what
have
I
it. They're right there. I'm looking
cool.
at them. I just, don't want to leave the stream. If I
There's
do,
a
y'all
picture
are
of some girl with a mask on. You want to?
Well,
I want to
definitely
see
look at
mask
her
on
and
your
not me.
face instead of the girl. Gee, come on.
Yeah. You don't see her breathe though, do you? Here's a quick question here. Alan, have you done or can you do a boom operator or a pro sound jargon video? I think I've included that in my 3BO series, but it's mainly broken down by section. So I cover it kind of as the section comes out. I don't really just, here's the jargon for boom operators. And I just kind of cover it and break it down by section. So sorry, I don't really have one big video about it. There's a lot to cover. So
Yeah. There's so much jargon. Oh my gosh. I mean,
what happened to your sound?
me?
Yeah. Is it distorting for you,
No.
Curtis?
Yeah, it is.
My sound is distorting?
Yeah, it's gotten a lot louder real quickly. It's very interesting. Maybe it's that you've been farther away and now you were just, eating the mic.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's better. When you're farther away.
is that okay? That's kind of weird that it would all of a sudden do
That's
that.
much better. You're,
I've had this.
You're doing the J2 Sense thing of talking far off of the SM7B. And you were fine. And then all of a sudden you get up on the thing and it's like, hello, how are you doing?
Wow, that was intense.
Yeah, I know. I cranked up the gain on the
Oh, you
NT1.
did.
Yeah, I gave it enough gain for an SM7B, and this thing is, 30 dB quieter than that. So sorry about that if y'all just jumped. But
That was kind of cool. It sounded like a ham radio.
Yeah, exactly. Might be ham radio stuff. What is this one? Is this the one? Is this one of the things Alan does while sleeping and doesn't remember it later? You remember that? That was from a long time ago. I talked about how I do things in my sleep. When I had a roommate, I was teaching martial arts professionally. We would have like movie night. We'd watch movies and fall asleep on this front sofa. And I would wake up and I'm like, why am I sweaty? I just took a shower. And he's like, dude, you just went for a jog. I'm like, what? And it was literally that I would have just woken up and said, I'm going to take a jog. And I would go jogging around the block, and I would not have remembered that. There were times that I would wake up and I'm like, why do I feel stuffed? He's like, dude, you just ate a big plate of nachos. I'm like, I made nachos and ate them. He's like, yeah, you don't remember that? And I'm like, no. He's like, yeah, the plate's right on the ground next to you. I'm like, crap,
That's
you're
so
right.
weird.
There it is.
That's so weird. I've never had that happen.
Yeah, I talk in my sleep. I do actions in my sleep. Not so much anymore, but when I was in my 20s and younger, when I went to a summer camp back in my teens, there was apparently I went to a summit camp, and it was out in the middle of the woods, and they had these platforms with tents around there. We would stay in that, so it was elevated off the ground. And there was apparently I was in a tent with two other guys. One of those guys also talked in his sleep. So at like 1 a.m. one night, he says something in his sleep, and I responded to him. And then he said he didn't have the ability to hear what I was saying and logically say something else to it. And so he said something random, and then I would respond to that. And then the other guy was like, what are you guys talking about? Shut up. We're trying to sleep here. And so all I know, and all the other guy knew, is that we were woken up with him freaking out at like 1:30 in the morning. And he was just like, guys, and the counselors come flying in. Is everybody all right? It's like, I don't know what this guy's deal is. He just woke up and he's freaking out. He's like, you guys are talking nonsense. You're asking about this. You're talking about this. And he was like mad. And so it's like, oh, well, I talk in my sleep. And he says, I talk in my sleep. It's like, oh, we're probably carrying on a conversation in our sleep. He's like, well, that's it. I'm out of this tent. So he got out of there. And I think we probably had some really great conversations and probably solved all the problems of the world, but we were asleep. And there you go. But I did post a link to that Etsy store if anybody's interested. VersaFlex makes really great harnesses. I bought one of their harnesses, I think 11 years ago, and I don't use it a whole lot because I don't do a whole lot of reality TV, but I'll tell you, it holds up extremely well. And a lot of people will have their harnesses for 20 years and not need to replace it. So you'll be one of their customers and then they don't see you for a long, long time. And their masks are patent pending and they're very, very cool, especially if you have glasses. Definitely check them out. I tested them with these glasses and they're really cool. And so Dan, yeah, this is really live. And we started out with me and Michael Wynn and we added in Curtis, then we added in Bandrew for a bit. And then we were in the middle of a pro sound conversation. So Bandrew didn't last very long, but he laid in bed and he answered our questions via text for quite a while. So it's kind of cool. But
and then, of course, I bombed into the party and answered
about the time
some of the most complicated questions that were ever asked with alacrity.
And Curtis, if you ever want to do the what did you call it? The crazy question thing or whatever?
Oh yeah.
There went by several names. One of the names was something about the clown college, I think, was one of them, and then the silly, I don't know, and the Stump the Chump was another.
Clown, yeah, Stump the Chump, clown. What was it?
The Circle of Clowns, or I
you
don't
made
know.
a hashtag.
Clown crowd.
Clown crowd. That's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's it.
I thought it was awesome.
That is pretty awesome.
Hey, you know what I really want to do, and I haven't figured out how to do this. Without somebody stealing the idea, I don't care really. Steal my ideas, go for it. But I kind of like to do this, is I really want to get something just for fun for about a minute or 2 minutes. I'm going to float this idea by you guys. What I want to do is I want to get some of my buds and some of my friends. Gerald, Dunn, and Curtis, and you, and just a bunch of various people. Maybe a handful of 10 or 20 different YouTube creators to do a short 10, 15 second thing on their take on them being another YouTube creator. Do you follow that?
I think.
So I would do Curtis's intro or somebody's intro. Somebody would do mine. Somebody would do somebody else's, just for fun. It would, of course, be campy as hell, but I think it would be funny as hell.
I thought about getting, reaching out to a whole bunch of people and saying yell sound speeds like I do at the beginning of my videos, and then throwing that in just nonstop sound speed. When I produced a music video TV show back in the 90s, it was one of those things that sometimes they would, some of these promotion companies and record labels, they would get one of a talent. They would get somebody in their studio, and they would basically go down a list of the shows, and they would say, hi, I'm Shakira, and you're watching Dovidox or something like that. And they would just do little bumpers, and so you could throw those in there. Then she'd go to the next show, and then she'd go to the next show. And so they would send that, and people they were never able to pronounce the name of my show because it was Dovidox. It was Dovidox. It was a name I made up. And now, if you do a search for Dovidox online, in about the early aughts, there was a company in Mexico that started making a drug. And it's like a medicine now. It's called Dovidox 5%, 10%, or 15%. And there's and it's become like other things now. I should have trademarked the name or something, because now it's like you do a search for Dovidox and it's all over the place. And you'll sometimes see vanity searches of, my band was featured on Dovidox in an episode. Sometimes it'll be, Alan Williams, the producer of Dovidox. But you'll also see, you can order Dovidox and I thought it'd be really cool to actually see if I could order it from Mexico and get it to the United States. But for all I'd know, it's probably violates a FDA law or something. I'd get arrested for it's my name. Well, it doesn't matter. You ordered an illegal medicine or something. Be crazy.
True. I don't think you can just because your last name is Crack. I don't think you can just buy crack. It just doesn't work.
Can't do that. I thought you could get Grubhub on that.
We'll try it. Let me know how it works out.
I mean, one of the two. They've got to deliver it. I mean, everything's being delivered this time.
I'd like to buy.
Probably
I don't even know what crack is all about. But what do you buy? Pounds of crack, or ounces of crack, or teaspoons full of crack, or
I'll tell you. I did a movie called Kill the Messenger, and it was all about Gary Webb and the Dark Alliance, where he uncovered the fact that the government was actually behind the crack epidemic of the 80s. And we shot that movie, and it was really awesome. It starred Jeremy Renner, and so we learned a lot about about that kind of about that stuff. And there was a lot of deleted scenes, and I'll tell you, it's a very interesting story. You want to talk about some pretty a very interesting thing right there. Gary was, in addition to uncovering stuff for this little San Jose Mercury News, small newspaper, and doing a bunch of research and making the New York Times and the LA Times or New York, whatever it is, making them mad because they didn't get the scoop. So those guys basically denied his credentials, said you're nobody, and destroyed him, because you know how the media does. If they want a certain narrative, they'll make it. And they basically discredited him so that way he wouldn't get the scoop, and then they could come back and do it. And ultimately he would have people that would show up in his that he would get home, and he would see somebody run through his house and run out of jump out of a door that was open. Somebody had jimmied or something, and he was like, "Who is this?" And he ultimately died by suicide with a double gunshot to the head.
That doesn't sound right.
It doesn't sound right, does it? But apparently, the autopsy said it was a suicide from a double gunshot wound to the head, and that's absolutely true.
Wow. Hey,
Thank you very much, Dan, by the way.
Greg says he's leaving. Bye, Greg. Oh, wow.
Take care, and thank you so much, Dan.
Hey, what's on these? So this is StreamYard, and I guess they could do live chat things, super sticker things.
Yeah,
it's just using the YouTube. It's the YouTube.
It's using
stuff.
YouTube.
It's passing through the YouTube stuff. Yeah.
So what? Yeah, I'm just wondering what Curtis and I, what our percentage is on this.
I'm going to bed.
I don't know.
No, I don't need no percentage for me.
No percentage.
This is all for Alan.
I'm joking, of course.
It's funny because Mike Delgadio, after the stream that Curtis did with me and Banjo and him, at the end of it, Mike was like, "Wait a second, what were all those money amounts going up?" It's like, "Oh, those were super chats and donations." He's like, "I need to do those kind of things and see what happens." And like a week later, he did a live stream. It's like, well, it will happen. So that goes to my ZipFizz fund. Thank you so much, Danny. Anyway, if Curtis is going to bail, then we should probably also.
I'm with Curtis.
And I'll still be up until 6 a.m. anyway, because I'm still shaking around here, just like.
Well, I'm going to be getting up at 5 a.m. So I don't want to cut it. Last night after yours, it was kind of getting up at 4 a.m. and leaving you at 1 a.m.
I don't remember. I do remember actually when I remember laying in bed and recalling things that happened. And I said, "Wait a minute, he's getting up at 4. It was after 12. I was like, what in the world does he have to get up at 4 for? I remember thinking it's so weird. He's buttering me up for future discussions, he says. That's funny. he triggered me the other night by asking me a question that actually Julian Krause jumped into the conversation, and he asked me a question that triggered me, and then Julian and I had a pretty heated debate for probably about 30 minutes. So if you can imagine me and Julian Krause debating something, that was I was like, no, that's wrong. And he's like, actually, I've done some measurements. And I'm like, but that's not accurate. And we were going back and forth. It was pretty awesome. I love Julian. So,
one day, Alan, you and I, not soon, you and I one day we're going to get on a phone call.
Okay.
I'm renowned for. I've talked to Curtis on the phone, Dave Andrade, Worth It or Not, and a few other YouTubers, and I'm renowned for them either calling me to get on for a 10-minute call or 15-minute call, or I call them for a few minutes. I'm renowned. We talk for 3 or 4 hours.
Yeah.
Watching your
And
live
that's-
streams and listening to you talk, I think you would win.
Oh, I'll keep it going.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
met-
my phone will die, and I'll be saying, "Oh crap, I need to go over there and grab an external battery," and you'll be like,
Mhm.
"Is he really going to do that?" And I'll be like, "Yeah, I'll be right back here. I got to connect up this thing. I'm at 4% power, and
Yep.
oh cool, I got myself 20,000 milliamp hours. I'm good for a while, Kevin. Let's keep talking."
Exactly.
I'd be like, "I'm gonna shoot yourself in the head. Get
Hey,
out
I
of
guess we should. I guess we should let Curtis go. I know he's at. God, Curtis, you're at 1:30.
Yeah, I probably better call it. I got some things I have going tomorrow. So,
Yeah, me
gentlemen,
too.
it has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so
Thank
much
you so much for joining in.
Thanks.
And the fun.
conversations. Always a
Hey,
pleasure.
thanks
it
for
was-
thanks
thanks
for
for
inviting
coming
me into the party. This is cool. I love this stuff. I really
Absolutely.
do.
Times.
It was good fun. Thanks for coming in, Kevin. Stay on for a second. Take care,
Yeah.
guys.
I have a
Go ahead and call
question
this-
for you too.
Thanks for tuning in, everyone. Thanks everybody for the super chats and the what is it what is it considered when you instigate? No, it's
Called being an a-hole.
no, it's when it's what you don't do to an alcoholic. You don't enable.
Enable.
You're enabling.
Yes.
You're enabling my ZipFizz habits.
I see.
I very much appreciate it, and I will
You know
see
what
y'all.
you know what I love? I love when I say stuff. And watch. Here, I'll do this. Here. I love doing this. This is what happens with Curtis when I say this silly shit, and he doesn't realize I'm saying this silly shit to make him do this. Here, watch. I'm Curtis, and you two are talking.
Yeah.
Every time, and he doesn't know I play that game, and I think I should stop it because he's bigger than me.
What's hilarious is Curtis is very disciplined about his streams. He's like, we should talk for an hour, and that should do it. And here it's been like 4 hours, and I won't let him go.
Dude,
I'm
you are
like,
so good, Curtis. I don't know how you do it. One day, like not tonight, because I know you're ready to go to bed.
Curtis
in the
is
past.
about to fall out.
Are they still talking? I don't know how you do this, dude. Like I go through and I talk and I blah and I have a script and everything else. I get to about 59 minutes and then I go to the comments. I can't stop until I've seen all the comments and answered all the comments and people keep commenting because I always feel like I feel like, oh, and all the rest of you commenters, you're unimportant. We'll see you later. Not that that's a bad thing.
No,
You
no.
totally,
It breaks.
you pull it
breaks-
off.
No, it breaks my heart. It does because I see there's more. There's more, even especially if there are questions, and it's like, oh.
But you pull it off. I
Right.
never feel dissed when you end your stream, and I always feel on this end when if
It leaves you on an up note, so that way you always want to catch the next one, which I think is really awesome.
Well, that's
That's
good.
And by the
does.
way, I still have the idea of doing at some point in time the sound support podcast, and basically it would be support questions that come to me via email. And I have received 0 emails towards that so far. People are still wanting other things, but they're like, "Oh, don't know what you mean about the podcast. I just wanted to know about this." I'm like, "Fine." So if you have any questions specifically that you'd like me to answer in a podcast, help me get this thing going, because once it gets going, I'll probably get more questions for it. But in the meantime, thank you very much for tuning in, everyone. And
Thank
we
you.
will at some point be back. I know I will be back on Tuesday, most likely, unless Rachel decides that she has other things going on. But I will be on Tuesday doing a live stream with a sound utility who worked with us on P-Valley, which will be premiering on Stars a week from Sunday. So anyway, y'all take care.
What time? What time?
Yeah,
Oh.
the internet. Google the thing. I don't know. I don't know. I'll just
You have to be
watch it
careful
and
with Kevin. He has a hard time with times. Like if you tell him
I totally do.
like Eastern time, blows his mind.
I miss Curtis's and other people's live streams all the time because apparently I can't. Apparently I could sit down and recite you pi to the 14th decimal place, but I can't do a frickin' time zone conversion. So I don't know.
Oh, that's cool. I should tell you everything in like France, daylight saving time or something. I'll say, yeah, I'll be doing my live stream at this in France time. In Melbourne, Australian time, you'll be like,
yes, UTC plus 14.
yeah,
Perfect.
exactly. which is that's the very first time zone, isn't it? It's now they used to be at the very, very end. They used to be minus 12, and then they said, no, we're going to be the very first. So it's this little bitty island that now is the first day. So it's Curtis will be waking up in the morning on December 31st, and they'll be celebrating. And Kevin, you'll be the same way. You'll be waking up, and they'll be celebrating New Year's. It's
That's
ridiculous. Anyway, okay,
Crazy stuff.
calling it for real this time. They'll take care. Thanks for joining in the stream tonight. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
See ya.
See ya.